All right, we will talk about that wonderful topic another time. Because we're live. Hello, everybody.
So,
Buongiorno.
Hold on. Is there a way to turn up Snailman but not Isidafo? I think you're coming in.
I could also. No, I'm about to be peaking on my end, so
I think you could do it in Discord, right? If you,
yeah, you can
yeah,
click
if
on me and
you,
then you get an individual voice slider.
so
Ah.
Snowman seems loud to me at least, or not enough. So,
All right, let's see if this works better. Okay.
well, actually, can people hear us? No one has said anything yet. That maybe we should figure that out first.
That's a good point. We usually do try to check if people can hear us, and it may not have worked.
Can anyone hear us?
Well, that's a
Mr. Audit,
bad
I hear you.
sign that Mr. Audit hears us both because there are three of us.
Snowman must be very quiet.
Wow.
um, yes, I hear you both is not what we want to hear when there's three of us.
Okay, there we go. Now I think we're all audible.
Are we all
The
good?
oh weird, I even have the gain control thing on.
Here, I can
Usually
turn Isidafo up a little bit. All right, I think this is gonna work.
Discord isn't actually the best program for audio.
Yeah.
Hamlet apparently has, I guess, some things he needs to work on if here's five of us.
That's
But,
the old Monty Python gag,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Sorry about that. We were just having a good discussion before this started about some things maybe we shouldn't bring up on air, but also the AI manager. Um,
Yes.
so, because we just did oh crap, the draft is actually going to start, when we're 17 minutes past the rollover and I have under 3 minutes to draft bronze to diamond. So we drafted Hanley Ramirez, Royce Lewis, and Jim Fregosi for three of our four infield positions. Anyone care to guess where the AI decided to put them?
It was not in the right places. That's the
Well, no, hey, it put them all in the infield.
that's true. Lewis does actually technically play the outfield. It could have put Lewis in the outfield.
Yes.
It did not do that.
So the AI is getting better. It's a
Something
what's
like
what's
that.
the opposite of a learning AI?
Um, uh, Out of the park developments AI?
That's the
No,
one.
yeah,
I feel like learning and forgetting are two sides of the same thing, like acceleration.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's true. A few.
I like that
You got to do
degenerative
something
AI.
to begin with.
Degenerative
Yeah,
AI.
that's good. That's good.
Very nice. I think that is actually kind of a description of some of the what the AI has been doing. Oh,
Well,
Hamlet, you
I
saw
mean,
it, yeah? Okay, yeah. It
well,
decided that Hanley, of course, is the captain of the team as the high overall player, and as the captain of the team, he has to play shortstop, right?
the Derek Jeter rule, or the
Right.
infamous Derek Jeter rule.
That, of course, meant that Fregosi, could play first. Oh, all right. I like D Dempsey's answer. All right. You know what? Let's ask ChatGPT. I have Jim Fregosi. Here's the prompt I'm going to give it. Tell me if this sounds right. All right. Here's the prompt I'm going to give it. Tell me if does it just seem like a good prompt?
Sure, that looks reasonable.
All right, I'm gonna give ChatGPT a better grade than the OOTP AI, but not so good. So here's what it said. All right, to determine the best defensive configuration, you'll want to consider the defensive abilities and positional strengths of each player. Here are some considerations for each. Jim Fregosi played primarily at shortstop during his career. Defensive strength. Shortstops are generally skilled defensively, and Fregosi's experience at this position is an advantage. Hanley.
Okay.
Ramirez has played both shortstop and third base in his career. Defensive strength. Ramirez has experience at shortstop, but his defensive skills might be better suited for third base, which is a really polite way of saying don't play him at short. Royce Lewis, position. Lewis is a shortstop and has primarily played in the minor leagues. Defensive strength. As a younger player, he might have the ability and range suitable for shortstop. Therefore, Jim Fregosi should play shortstop, given his experience and likely defensive proficiency at shortstop. Ramirez's versatility allows him to play multiple infield positions, and third base might suit his defensive skills. I think Isidafo would agree. Royce Lewis, assigning Lewis to first base could make sense if his defensive skills and range are better suited for an infield corner position, assuming he can adapt to playing first base effectively.
Okay, I mean,
so let me try telling it.
It missed the fact
could
that
play
Hanley
all
Ramirez
three,
also
right.
played
yeah,
first
it missed
base.
that.
What?
Yeah, it didn't.
It
missed that.
It didn't mention that Hanley Ramirez played a whole season at first base in his career.
That's true.
It also didn't look up that Hanley Ramirez is terrible at fielding everywhere.
All right. Then I asked, what if all players are capable of all of the positions? And now it says, still wants Fregosi at shortstop because of strong defensive skills. Hanley Ramirez, it simply says, place him at the position where he feels most comfortable.
Okay, so DH.
If he has a strong arm, he might fit well at third base.
Yeah.
And then Royce Lewis really should play shortstop, but otherwise, I guess put him in an infield corner position.
Well, it makes sense that it thinks Fregosi should play short because Fregosi was a better shortstop than Royce Lewis and Hanley Ramirez in actual, yeah. But so that I mean, it doesn't know that Royce Lewis is a juiced card basically.
Okay, what if Royce Lewis is juiced? Nope, I ran to their guardrails. If there were credible evidence or allegations that Royce Lewis or any other player is using PEDs, it would be a significant violation of the rules and regulation of the sport, etc., etc. It doesn't want to answer that question.
It's not wrong.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, I think that is better than what.
So I think the ruling is ChatGPT better than Bard, better than AI.
Yeah, I think that's. Well, Bard. I guess Bard and AI were pretty similar. They both wanted to play Hanley at short.
Right. That's true.
So ChatGPT is definitely the winner, I think.
But ChatGPT is the winner in this contest.
Yeah, whatever this thing is.
You know, somebody's got to win, I guess.
Someone's got to win.
You know, I have seen worse rosters than this in tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, the thing that I think is the bigger thing with AI is that oftentimes it just, especially in caps, it just doesn't even manage to construct a valid roster. Like it constructs a roster that you can't submit.
That is also true. I have seen the 20 pitcher rosters way too often.
Well, I've seen some more where it the cap's pretty low, and it just fills it up with a bunch of silvers, and then it gets 12 players, and it's like, oh, I ran out of room. That's your roster.
I've seen worse rosters in the PTCS finals. I've seen worse rosters in the PTMS finals, but they were all playing against Seawit.
Okay. Fair enough.
Well, that was the big tactic I used when playing him in this past PTCS, was I submitted a 26-man roster.
Does help. Yeah. Does tend to help.
In fact, speaking of does tend to help, is this a good time to show
Yeah,
off our
I guess
guide,
so.
or should we wait a little bit?
Either way. We could do it now. We're already talking about roster stuff.
I know you had a few other things you wanted to mention.
Yeah, maybe we should wait for those.
Yeah, actually, maybe we should wait for. You know what we could do? Maybe we can get the boring stuff out of the way and rate the cards.
Is
That'll
that
actually be quick.
allowed?
That'll actually be quick this week, because we have a limited number of Fs to give, and there are a lot of cards. Right?
Yeah, limited number of Fs is one way to put it. If limited is too limited to all the cards.
Oh, come on. There's got to be. Um,
Well, Shinsu Chu is pretty good.
yeah, she's good.
Jeff Rancour's pretty good.
Yeah, Jeff Francoeur.
Oh, thanks.
Had to be done.
Yeah. Mr. Audit, we didn't do the TE cards. We will try to do them today if there's time, which means we won't do them today.
I'm sure we'll get there. It's a quick day. All
We're
right.
gonna talk about the TEs more, I think, from the point of view of the choice packs and what happened with those.
I mean, the thing is
But-
that the TE6 is going to be around January 10th, right? So I'm not sure it's worth talking about this batch much anymore.
Tyler Wells is still good.
Yeah.
But
All
yeah,
right.
I mean, the thing is that all these cards cost 0 now because of the choice pack changes. So it's not really you just buy all of them.
Yep. All right, let's okay, we could try rating a couple cards and then do the tangent. Should we do it that way?
Yeah, let's do some cards. Let's do some cards.
We never do some cards here. Let's do some cards. Fernando Valenzuela. Somebody say something good about this Fernando Valenzuela.
Has a very good bat for a pitcher. I'm not sure it's so far away that if there were a low iron, no DH, I might consider playing it.
I think if there were a low iron cap, high low iron floor, I think I would play this card.
But yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem particularly good in anything at the moment. I mean,
reverse splits. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
That's good.
You know, I like me some reverse splits. I do. Okay, in full low iron, I have this as the 8th best pitcher starter, even with those reverse splits.
Oh, I have him even further down than that.
He's got high stamina.
I mean,
so in
for
like
low
a
iron, yeah,
cap,
relatively.
he's made. I mean, no.
No.
He can hit.
Yeah, you have to get bad value out of the bat if he's going to be useful, and he doesn't really hit enough for DH, so it has to be a no DH. And then it has to be something weird.
Except
so that
there is no DH format there, and the 1 or 2 no DH formats are early era, and he has no eye. Right? He's kind of unwalkable.
Yeah, I think it just never works.
Apparently, he got used as a pinch hitter in his career occasionally, which is really scary.
Yeah, but I think this is the first F of the day. F for Fernando.
F for Fernando. This, however, is one of the better Fs of the day. Absolutely.
This
is one of the best Fs we're gonna have today.
Well, there's some minuses later on,
We
so
got some bad Fs.
It's entirely possible that I'm playing worse cards in low iron, just having not bothered to update a roster.
Yeah, there have been a number
Yeah,
of good
but
low
like
irons
I have
recently.
this behind Catfish Hunter, for example, who's been around. Was he even a release card?
Yeah,
No,
I think so.
No.
Was he not?
no.
Oh, yeah, he was like a month in or something, right?
Yeah, he was definitely
Yeah.
added.
Tommy Byrne, I think, was though, and I think he still plays in low iron.
I've got Burn ahead
Burn
of
was
Valenzuela
released,
too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those cards are both on my roster, so that's
Hank
good.
Yeah, I
Johnson.
think Byrne is
You're
still
probably playing
quite
Hank
good.
Johnson. He's ahead of Fernando.
Uh, I don't think I am.
But yeah, I mean, there have been a number of like newish kind of low irons that are decent. Like Ken Tatum, obviously, is really good.
Sabathia's pretty good.
Bathia,
Have that
seems
one.
playable. You know.
I think the exclusive
So-
Albert Williams probably is a little ahead of this. It's close.
Yeah, I like Anthony Young too. That
Sure,
sort of
yeah.
older LE, but yeah, this is just not that close. It's,
The thing is, if we're going to name all the cards better than Fernando and low iron, this is going to be a long stream.
well, is Tony Cloninger better? That's the next question, I guess.
No.
So I did actually think about this card for a minute or two playing it.
Okay.
Um,
Go ahead. Let's hear it.
So my idea was there's one low iron right now. It's a really, really not great tournament setup. It's double round robin and then best of 3 after that,
Yes.
which means you have a lot of off days.
Yes.
So I was trying to figure out, can I get away with running 11 pitchers in it? And
But if you have to
thought
do
the
so
an-
by using Cloninger as like a 12th pitcher, it doesn't help because Cloninger doesn't hit either.
so I have Cloninger kind of close enough. Like I have him the fifth best hitter VR in low iron, or VL in low iron. But I just don't think it ends up working. Like it doesn't seem completely ridiculous, but I didn't find I was getting enough value out of the extra position player to make it worth doing that.
Yeah, I can't imagine it's going to work.
But I think there is. I have more interest in Cloninger than Valenzuela for doing that kind of thing.
I've just got zero interest in the card, I think. Snellman, you have him anywhere?
I don't have access to a pitching model.
I mean, there are a bunch of Tonys that I would really like to see come out, but this one sucks.
Yep. Tony sucks. We want. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's probably an F, right?
Yeah, I think it is enough.
All right. Ron Coomer, here we go. I guess I should put the card up for completeness.
Yeah, it's just.
So you've got a first baseman who doesn't hit.
If Bavacqua and McGuire didn't exist, I might consider playing this.
But aren't they like 5 points cheaper and like enormously better?
Yes. Well, that is a problem.
Like I feel like if they're 5 points cheaper and enormously better, but I'd actually also rather play Cecil Fielder over this, and he's 7 points cheaper and moderately better.
I've got those two reasonably close. So
I've got him close, but I actually have
Kumar
Fielder a
play
little
third.
ahead. What?
Like I'd probably rather have Kumar on roster for the third base, but I mean it doesn't. It's not going to play anyway. It's just an F.
Okay, but if you want a player who plays first and plays third and mashes
Yeah,
lefties
Kingman.
and is cheaper than 49, yeah, exactly.
Well, Bavacqua too. Actually, Bavacqua plays.
Actually,
third,
Bavacqua also plays first and third. Yeah, and Bavacqua,
No, it's-
yeah.
It's stuck behind a million cards. It 3 months ago, I would have thought I'd put it as my roster.
Brookins. maybe.
Brookins is also better. Yeah. No. I mean, like before all of these Tuesday cards came out, like I might have thought about this, but this is just it's at a point where it doesn't come close.
Is there ever a point that a low iron can be an F minus?
If it should have been a 40, but this is probably too strong as a 40, so I think it's just an F.
Is this too strong as a 40? I mean, it's a
It would be
slight push in the meta as a 40, right?
it would be the best 40 by a lot, VL.
Would you draft this
I
card
think.
tomorrow as a 40?
Yes.
All right,
Well,
I think
absolutely.
I think it's just an F. Oh yeah, how do we stop
Sounds
the
good.
people who are playing against us in the draft tomorrow from hearing this stream? Very, very important.
Now, man, is sort
I
of
think
playing.
Kidneys is using my card pool, but drafting.
Right.
But
Kidneys is using
Yeah.
Snailman's
I'm
card
traveling.
pool, and I think we said one of us would lend him a pitching model.
I think Kidney's on
He's
his own
got
for that
some
one.
really old ones. It'll just be, yeah.
They'll just take Ben Sheets. It's fine.
He actually,
Oh,
Dempsey,
no.
there
I
are
don't
some live
own-
iron, there
I
are
don't
some
own
live
Ben
irons that are
Sheets.
F minuses. That's true. Okay, the Smith Shawver is pretty bad. This one is 41 for some reason, not even 40.
Well, that's how it would get F minus.
There's the
Yeah,
Kirkering.
There's
the Kirkering.
Yeah, the card would have to not play as a 40 to get an F minus. That's how it would, right?
Kirkering probably still doesn't play. Kirkering probably would be
Kirkering
an F
is
minus.
really, really bad.
Kirkering would be an F minus.
But would you play it as a 35?
Yeah.
If it got you 5 points.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, so it's not. There's not going to be any 40s that are F minuses. I think by that.
I would play a card with all ones if I got 5 points for it. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's that Casey Schmidt, you know, which unfortunately is a shortstop.
I mean, but yeah, this is pretty funny. But like, no, there was that joke, Tony Suck, that was a 2.
Oh, that would have been the best card in the game.
It would have been the best card in the game by a
Yeah.
ton.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like,
Absolutely. That's the 1,000,000-point card there. That more than Randall.
yeah, no, that's
Okay, I gotta ask.
Yeah.
Did Schmidt actually play any shortstop in the majors?
well, I mean, I think we sort of figured it happened, right? Like he was listed as a third baseman, and then somehow he got changed to shortstop, and
When they forgot to give him a defensive rating?
yeah. So I'm pretty sure he did actually play. Like we looked this up. I think he did. I mean,
Yeah,
it's like
31
third time
games
we've done
started
this.
at short.
Yeah, he played
Yeah,
short more than anything else.
Yeah, he should have had a real
Just-
rating.
And he was like a below average fielder, but not, you know.
Hell, did you play him at some point? I didn't realize that. That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Played shortstop somewhere perfectly. Okay, I will say I've been meaning for the last like 8 weeks to run Bobby Dorr in Perfect League. There's
The
been one
bronze one?
No, the perfect.
Oh, the other bronze one.
Yes.
I actually looked earlier this week, and Bobby Dorr was like barely playable in Iron.
No, but I've been intending to run him in Perfect League for like the last 8 weeks. There's only been one flaw in my plan.
Well, it's a big flaw.
It's a big flaw.
Yep.
Wait, I remember that Giants
Enormous
theme
flaw.
team. They actually had Schmidt. I didn't realize that. That team was like had one of the worst Perfect League weeks of the year. So it's not super surprising, I guess.
Well, was it an even number or odd numbered year?
That's a good question.
Very, very
It's a very
important
good
when you're talking
question.
about a Giants theme team,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I mean, I can go find it, but all right. Okay. Anyway, next card.
Oh yeah, all right. See, we're flying along here. Did we give that one an F or not yet?
Coomer or yeah, Dent.
All right. Bucky Dent. Okay, Shane Halter.
but it's actually a good card.
All right. Do I actually have to pull up Bucky Dent?
Oh, Bucky dead. Oh.
Can I just give him his middle initial and move on?
It's actually a good card. Is the thing. It's like I think you actually play this in Iron.
Okay, so the problem is my model actually likes the card with 102 range and just says you should crank the bunch slider.
Yeah, I mean, like Mondesi obviously is gonna be top shortstop by a ton, but he just plays second.
Oh, you play him at second.
Yeah,
Um, so shortstop actually has a bunch of platoon options as well. So I really like Hechavarria one way, for example.
yep.
So because of that, I still don't think I would do this.
I think sort of given the lack of left-handed starters in Iron, I might cut Echeverria and just play like Mondesi at short, and this well, we'll get to Halter in a second. Play Halter at second, VL,
Yeah, I like that.
and then run Dent. But
So I don't think I can run Dent then.
well, I think I would run Dent as the VR half of that, and play him at short VR and Mondesi at second.
But then where do you play
Because at least-
Salahemus?
Third bench.
Okay, Salahemus has 106i, and Bucky Dent, okay, if you add up his I versus left versus right and overall, barely has 106i.
That's not how it works.
But he has a lot of range. No, I mean I don't think it's like a critical card, but it seems like a playable card to me. I think I would run one in an open iron build at the moment.
I think I'm never running it, but
So I think I'd probably give it a C or a D.
I'm never running it. We can make it a D for Dent, but you know, do we have to?
I like the rating it currently has.
I did too. You know what? Here, we can just leave. We can just leave it, right?
Oh,
I think that's fair, right?
Yeah.
Wait, are you both Sox fans?
Not
just
really.
me, I think.
No, just no, man.
All right.
That's up there with Pesky held the ball for me.
Were you on the stream where we figured out that that was actually like partly more true than we thought, but the real problem is Marty Marion?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I told you to go watch it because I was here for the whole thing. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I actually ever seen the play before. That so.
Yep. It's painful.
But Marty Marion should have, you know. Yeah.
Anyway, Bucky bleeping Dent. Shane Halter?
Shane Halter. Shane Halter. Okay, so Shane Halter is kind of splitting.
Yeah.
He doesn't have any eye. He plays everywhere. He has a lot of gap power. Doesn't have any eye. So
Yeah, I still have this as like the best VL option at a bunch of positions.
okay, I don't. But did I mention he doesn't have any eye?
Well, there's another card with 32 eye coming up later on.
Yeah, those cards just all get zeros, right?
Huh? No, I think
Mhm.
this one actually is a card that you basically should always run on Iron roster at the moment. Like this card just seems very good to me.
Okay, so I have Halter as about the 5th best VL at a bunch of positions. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a number one at second, third, and short, and not that far behind at first. And like reasonably
He doesn't get on
playable in
base.
left and right.
He's going to have like 100 points of OBP lower than Salahemus.
That's fine. He will hit doubles.
Yeah, but you need to get a hit to get a double.
That's fine. He'll get hits. See us a lot about.
I've got Salahemis with like a 407 OBP.
It seems rather high to me, but I
He's
don't.
got a slugging percentage of like 280.
Yeah, that seems. I'm guessing that's a lot higher than I'd have him projected for.
Um,
Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's decently not so far below that.
yeah, Salahemis is really good.
Doesn't really play defense. He doesn't do anything except walk. And
Yeah, he doesn't do anything except the only skill that's important in baseball.
there are other ones.
Okay, but
Jeff
Halter doesn't
Francoeur
really
is
hit home runs.
he'll hit home runs versus lefties. Like not a ton, but he will hit some. And he'll hit doubles. And he plays better defense. Like I think the card. I mean, I think it's a substantially better card at second base. Certainly.
I don't really know the iron meta. Are there left-handed pitchers in iron that
Mm,
get played a lot?
not
Well,
not
apparently
really.
some people are going to run Fernando.
So
There
why do you
are.
want
Sorry, go ahead.
why do you want a right like a card that hits lefties that can't hit righties? In iron, if there's not really left-handed pitching.
There are lefty relievers that people play that I want to hit, and
Yeah, but
because I think it
the
will.
lefty reliever everyone's going to be playing is Mitch Williams, and you know who's really good against a low control card?
Yeah, okay, fair
I'll give
enough.
you a hint. His name rhymes with Salahemis.
But I think also Halter will, like, having him there will help me fix a lot of depth charty stuff, especially because there are cards like Jake Lamb that I
You want to play
want
one
to
way.
run
True.
and will just absolutely refuse to play the other way.
So the problem I have with Halter, I mean, it really depends on exactly where you value him, because the big thing with Halter is it looks to me like it's a card that's eligible at 8 positions, but I don't want to play him at any of the 8. And if I'm, being bad at 8 positions is not nearly as good as being good at 2 or 3. So you have
No,
to
if
think
you,
that you have to think that you can play him probably at second, third, and maybe short for him to make sense on the roster.
yeah, which I have him playing all. I mean, have him first at all three of those.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So in your
Oh,
model, I think he's good. Um,
yeah. I mean,
yeah.
the
All
Snailman
right.
is
All
right
right. All
though.
right.
Like
I can ask Chat GPT. What position would Shane Halter play?
the lack of left hand. Oh, it's gonna tell you third base.
What?
I think that's why he played most of his career. So, but no, Snowman is right though. The lack of left-handed starting pitchers, you maybe don't have to run him if you're just willing to sort of say if someone goes lefty against me, that's fine. I'm just sort of gonna hope my Liddy guys don't get absolutely like crushed.
Yep.
There is also Hairston, who I think also should be on all the rosters, or probably more than Halter since he hits both ways. Maybe Halter is just sort of not needed to do the like
Yeah.
depth
I
chart
just end
saving
up
job.
with him as being sort of like an F at a bunch of positions, which still makes him an F. Is sort of what I got.
Yeah, I guess I have basically A in a whole bunch of positions on the very weak side of
Okay. No, but
the
that would
iron
make him
meta.
actually quite good.
Well, if you want to, I think the point that you may not even want to run this against, you may not want to run any VL cards at all is
That's
reasonable.
probably true.
Um,
Here you go. I asked Chat GPT, by the way, what major leaguers would be best at playing all 9 positions. It actually gave a reasonable answer. I wonder how Bard does. So its answers are as of January 2022. So its
yeah, it's gonna
answers
tell you.
were Zobrist, Chris Taylor, Kike Hernandez, Marwin Gonzalez, Nico Goodrum. It was actually
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
pretty
that's a
good.
reasonable list. Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of those guys have played catch in their career, but other than that, it seems I think they probably all
I
played the
think
other
Kike
7.
might have been the Sox emergency catcher,
I have no idea.
but I
I
don't
don't
think
think
he
he
ever
ever got
played.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, usually that stuff is just like this, what halts are like the stunt to get them in at all positions.
Yeah.
Like those same with Campaneris, right? It was some Charlie Finley promotion to.
Yep.
Yeah.
Campaneris was my answer for the build lineup at every position, and I didn't get any right.
I mean, he'd actually be a decent build lineup card as a shortstop, but especially like early in the cycle, you could actually make one that plays. He's been a card that seems like there's been a lot of trouble to make one that actually plays usually.
Yeah. Bard said Otani could play every position.
It's like you can see how it might think that, but
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
ChatGPT is better than Bard at baseball.
It appears that way. It does appear that way. All right, so what are we giving Halter? Like, he's good the one way, I think. Charles doesn't, and not sure that he's on the roster anyway. So maybe he's like a D,
I think he's a D minus.
D minus, sure.
Okay. Best card of the day so far. It's gonna be that kind of day, isn't it?
All right, Hank Conger.
No, there are a couple good ones in here. All right.
Yeah,
Should we
like
do
Hank
should we do
Conger.
bronzes and then do our tangents, or
Sure.
wait for a few other people to notice that we've got the stream up, because the places that
We
we
can do
often post about streams for some reason are difficult to post in at the moment.
I feel like we can do the bronzes really fast. These cards are all good.
All right, let's do some bronzes.
I don't like Rosenthal, but
What?
I don't like Rosenthal.
Okay.
Well, you're the only one that doesn't like Rosenthal.
Apparently, I thought I would like him.
All right. You know what? Hold on. Let's pull up the bronze only. I'm curious how many of these cards are running in the bronze only.
I forgot that Rosenthal existed. This is why having not having a model sucks.
I mean, I remember
He's in some of my roster. I've been overwhelmed with like new playable cards and other things, and I just like I can't remember when I'm updating things.
I reminded Isidafo that Rosenthal existed, and he said thank you, but I'm not playing him.
Oh, I forgot about JoJo White too.
I'm not playing that card either.
Well, no, the card I couldn't
played...
find, but like tried really hard. I bet I bought him by now, and that'll be frustrating. No, I didn't yet. Okay, good. The card I really wanted was Bob Horner. Who we're gonna talk about?
Yeah, I wanted that. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob Horner was so bad that I managed to let Isidafo talk me into playing Harvey Keene.
Oh my.
He's actually good.
No, he isn't.
I believe that.
Wait.
Harvey Keene rakes.
Hold on. Did my roster not load?
Uh,
You have 3 catchers.
No, I don't. I have 2 catchers and John Jaso.
And Dale Murphy.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like your roster is slightly outdated. I'm not sure. I don't
No,
know.
we spent all this time building a roster. It didn't load.
Yeah, it's like you don't build in the setup screen. That's the.
Yeah, but then we loaded it back in, and
Sometimes it doesn't like that. I don't know. It's the roster stuff is very annoying.
Perfectly balanced game with no exploits or bugs.
well, technically I could fix this now.
Yeah, but it's such a pain in that.
It's also just an exploit. I mean, like it's not.
That's also true.
That is also true. And we don't do that on stream.
Yeah.
Actually, we don't do that in general, but
Yeah.
Never done it ever.
But
in this case, I think the exploit. But in this case, I think the exploit would literally be to just go back to the window I had it up and hit submit. I think would work.
I've only ever done it in the first round because I got home late and I really needed to add a card or something that I had acquired.
Exactly, Hamlet. Turns off stream.
No, I did it done a couple times when basically it just blanks the roster for whatever reason. I feel like that's reasonable.
Yeah.
I just feel like there are enough weeklies that like if everyone has a certain number of them screw up. If this is the one I lost, then there was a very good chance that I was going to lose it at some point along the line for some other reason instead. So
yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it's really the only ones with just like you sell a card and it wipes your whole roster. I was like, okay,
Oh,
yeah.
that was such a bad. Is that Step Bug's not still around? Is it?
No, it now just takes the one card out, which is much, much, much better.
But I wonder,
Like,
because
it's annoying, but
what happened in this case was we had the other problem loading, so I also had a go window up to see if that was quicker, and I bet if I just hit submit and go, it will work, which is a different problem.
probably that will work. Yeah.
Yeah.
But, oh well.
Anyway, maybe we should stop talking about ways to break the game.
All right. Hank
So I was going. The point is, I was going to run Hank Conger, is what I'm trying to tell you. I was going to be one of 3 teams running Hank Conger, but apparently I am not.
I would run him. I didn't get one in time.
I would have run him, except I did get one in time.
I would not have. I do have him as the best 61, but I have Pagnazi a little bit better, and I had the 2 points. So
yeah, I was gonna run. I guess there's no good way to show you what I was going to run either.
Nope.
Not so much.
No sandbox.
Okay, I was gonna run Hank Conger. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I was gonna run Conger. He's good. He's a good 61. Okay, so I think where you have Conger is really going to depend on, where you have the defense, right? Like just value capture ability. I have this card as being similar to Mathis in that it looks like a pure capture ability card, but because he has eye, especially versus lefties, there's enough of the bat that this is actually a card that can play up quite a bit.
Yeah,
because you're sort of still always getting the eye.
Yeah, I mean, I could see him jumping ahead of Pagnosi in some higher ceiling caps. For me,
actually, all right, you know what? That would be an interesting poll. Do you fix broken rosters? Should we ask that poll?
I think we should probably move on.
Curious what the community's consensus is. Yeah, so Conger, where do I have him? I have him just behind Mathis 2-way, but better VL if you're kind of running these high capture ability ones.
Yeah, I've got Roberto Perez first VL still, but actually this Kenji Jojima card has seems quite decent, and I think I would play him now. I'm sort of surprised by that. I didn't have him that good initially.
By the way, this means that when we do the whole reveal thing, this roster is going to get a C, right?
Oh yeah, that's true. Well, we can do mine if you want instead, but
no, I think it would be funnier to do mine in that case.
All right.
Actually, no. You know what? I bet my roster it'll be a good score. It'll just because I'm just missing cards.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not missing a build. I'm missing cards.
Yeah.
So it should still get a good score, even though it's a bad roster now.
Yeah. So Conger's what we're saying. He's basically sort of there's a bunch of options and he's one of them.
I think there are a bunch of options. I think he's more expensive than Mathis in caps, so you're always playing Mathis of the two. But I think this is a bronze floor card for sure. I'm always going to pay a point for him, and I'd rather do this than Osmus in these caps, because not only is the capture ability kind of play up, but I also plays up, right? Or at least doesn't play down as much.
Yeah, so he's probably
so he's a really good cap card.
I mean, he's good in caps. He's maybe questionable in open bronze, and yeah, it feels like a C to me.
Yeah, I think we agree. This is a C.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not like a DH, right?
No.
Yep.
Cage Rhythm, we have not done any tournament tiers ever.
We will do the tournament bats list if we have time.
Yeah, maybe we should try to get through. People seem to be interested in the tournament stuff, so maybe we should try to get through this
All right, let's do the bronzes, and
in
then we did have
very
one or two
quickly.
things we were going to show at some point.
Yeah.
Uh, should we look at Bob Horner, who was going to be
Horner is
on my
just
roster, except, he's got power. Doesn't have much
yeah,
else, but that's actually quite a lot of power.
a lot of power.
And there's sort of more of the not much else than there are for a lot of the bronze cards, where the not much else is like really a flat 0.
Yeah.
So I actually have this one grading out pretty well. More as a low bronze than a full bronze. So I guess the problem is at third base, he's behind Suarez, and Suarez is also a low bronze.
Yeah, I mean, I think this card. I think there's two. Like one of the intentions of this card, I think, was to give people who didn't spend 300K on Suarez a realistic option to play, which it has accomplished. I mean, this is definitely the second best third baseman in bronze.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe a win behind Suarez.
I have it a little less than that, but yeah, I mean, it's behind Suarez for sure. I have more like half, 3/4 of a win, but yeah, I mean, it's much closer than Brocious or DeCinces were.
I have him 3/4 behind at third base, but a full win behind at DH.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. But actually, this card I think is just very useful in general. Like even for people with Suarez, because it's just plays first base VL and actually hits VR, so it's a really good backup or DH, or you can play the third. But Suarez DHing, like this, I think should just be on basically every roster.
It's a huge benefit for your like first base platoon card to be able to play somewhere else.
Yeah, I completely agree. Which is the reason that he's on this. Oh wait.
Yeah, I didn't get one in time either.
The reason he would have been on this roster. I do think it's tough to give him a huge rating when he's like the second best low bronze at his position, but he's really a useful card. So I still think he's probably an A or a B. What do you think?
I think an A. I mean, given that he's only behind a card that costs 300K and there's 50 copies of.
Yeah.
Snellman, what about you?
Yeah.
Yeah, A. I'm down for A.
All right, we'll give him an A. All right, Larry Rosenthal. Speaking of cards that are added to, oh wait, not added to my roster, but would have been added to my roster. Anyone playing him? I hope. All right, a bunch of people were smart enough to play him, just not me. Well, I mean, he's on my roster, but
Forgot this existed, but I did put him on my low silver roster that I updated last night.
So this is just the best center fielder in low silver, right?
I have this as unplayable in bronze.
Okay. So, did you notice his eye?
There's a lot of I thought,
and his defense.
Like when this card was shown on stream, I thought this was the best center fielder in bronze, and then I put him in, and it said not good. So
who are you going to run ahead of him, though?
It says run McBride, run Sledge, run Benintendi, Yoon Padu. If you're running two ways, and there's also Grissom.
I mean, you're getting 99. You're getting 99 range, and this card can run versus lefties too if you have to. Right, you're just trading some of the eye for BABIP.
Well, I mean, if you're running someone like Grissom, and Grissom has obviously less range, but he also has the power and like ability to hit not singles and.
I mean, and you play this in the Golden Dead Ball Rebirth too, right?
I might actually play him in that. He's probably pretty good in that. Yeah, he's probably good in that.
All right. So I have this as like the S tier. I think this card, I mean, I'm running him in bronze. I'm going to run him in low silver. I'm going to run him probably in the Dead Ball Rebirth. The only flaw is he only plays center, so that limits how much he plays up.
I think I actually wouldn't play this in low bronze, so I'd give him an F. I might not even play. I'm not sure I'd play it in iron, actually.
He has eye. He has defense. He even has your BABIP, so he gets singles too if you really want singles.
He doesn't get doubles. I like doubles.
He steals a few bases.
No, he doesn't. You can't let him steal.
Okay, he probably
He's
doesn't
gonna get
steal a
caught
few
too much.
bases. He probably doesn't steal the bases. Okay, but how are you not playing this card?
It doesn't think he said he could. That's how it just just says the other
Am
stuff
I the
gets
only
better.
one that's going to be drafting this with like a, fifth to 10th round pick tomorrow?
No, I think I'm more likely the outlier here than you are. I think most people are gonna like this card, and my model just for some reason says he's terrible, or not terrible, but just not good.
I mean, I agree doubles are nice, but 2 walks is a double.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Mr. Audit's not very interested in it, but Mr. Audit runs the team of people that can't play defense.
Fair, it's true.
So, I think we got to keep this in context, right? He does not fit on Mr. Audit's no defense team.
Yes, he is quite bad in that team. Yeah, Mr. R doesn't. I think it doesn't. Don't you have a team? My God, I can't talk. Don't you have a team with like max defense also, or am I misremembering?
That's the Kiermaier, I guess.
Yeah, that would be Kiermaier.
Right? Kiermaier actually
Yeah,
has the best center field defense of any card in the game
yeah.
right
No,
now.
Kiermaier is on that max defense team for sure.
Intolati, odd. Yeah, 65's odd, sure.
What do you want to do with him?
I could drop him from an S to an S plus.
Well, that's
Snailman, where
not
do you
sure that's
have
what
him?
drop means exactly.
I mean, I just have the eye test. I put it on my low silver roster, but I didn't do very well. So
I put on my low silver roster. I think I'm still in the low silver.
so you're doing pretty well.
I don't know how many rounds deep we are.
Well, my alt is somehow still in low silver. That's amazing. I'm many cards short.
Is your alt running Rosenthal?
Nope, my alt is running Bill Verdon because that's the card I had.
So I am running. As you
Feel
see, I am running. So as you
shamed.
see, I am running Rosenthal in the low silver, and he is. Look at this. Look at what I'm getting for my bronze in the low silver open.
Yeah, he's been decent.
And
He's been
he
pretty good.
can wait. How does he have? He has a negative ZR at all that too.
Yeah,
Are there any other Rosenthals in here? Let me see.
I'm
Mine.
not sure he's going to keep hitting that many homers, but
Snailman's got one.
I made it to I got knocked out after 2, so not that bad. But
Your Rosenthal also has a negative ZR.
yeah, we'll see. There's this card in low silver
Yeah.
called Jim Pearsall.
Right. That's true.
yeah, that's a card. That is a card in the silver.
He's gonna make Larry Rosenthal look not very good at center field.
Many people are playing that card in the silver. It's true.
That's
There's
true. Uh,
There's
get
also
knocked out here.
one.
Oh well.
There were 2 Kiermaiers played as well.
By the way, Bellingham Bells, you should set opener lineups.
Okay, I should do that too.
Did you not?
Be smart.
Hold on. Oh,
Hold
hold on. I gotta take a look at this now.
It was a brand new roster though.
Oh no.
All right, they're on now.
All right. Are we gonna have to break out our scorecard? Is it time?
Let's do. We need to keep going on cards. We're always Rosenthal.
Okay, so I just want to point out very clearly the consensus of the community, or at least these managers, is it definitely runs in low silver.
Yeah, I don't know what to give him. Just give him something.
S for something?
Sure, if you want to ask, give him an S. I mean, I'm not going to play it ever, but I think I'm more likely the outlier than you here.
Snailman, what do you think?
I don't want to be responsible for the grade. I don't know. I'm undecided on the card.
Yeah, if you want to give him a good grade, that's fine with me. Like I said, I think more likely people will actually play him than not play him. I think probably I'm going to be the one who doesn't, and most people will. So that's fine.
Minus?
Sure. Well, Hamlet, I mean, not a lot of people. There's not a lot of copies yet, so.
Yeah, and the people that got him are racing to play him.
Yeah, 5 of 128 running him is probably kind of a lot. It looks like 2 of them don't have on the roster. It's just three actually playing him. But
yeah. Well, Hamlet, are you playing him in low silver, Hamlet? We'll ask you. What is Hamlet playing in low silver? We can take a look. I bet Hamlet actually.
Hamlet is not playing low silver, so that's.
He hasn't been updating his rosters as often as.
Not in low silver. If you were in low silver, would you play Rosenthal both ways, or would you platoon him with Pearsall?
It's definitely not playing both ways.
No, you're platooning him with Pearsall. I agree.
Definitely not playing both ways.
All right,
Steve.
What do we got next?
Dave Steve.
Okay, before we rate this card, is Laptop Hound in chat?
I think actually I would say the same thing either way in this case. In the case of this particular Steve.
Okay, so I've got this Steve as basically tied for 5th among bronze starters.
Yeah, that's pretty similar. I have 6 starters in bronze that look interesting to me: Giolito Castillo, Steve, Sonny Gray, Cologne, and Dontre Willis. So I just run the 5 righties because you sort of might as well run the 5 righties if you're gonna have 6 that are all similar.
Cliffley.
I don't have Cliffley anywhere still. So that's what I would do. I would run Steve as one of my 5 starters, but I think you could put Willis instead, and you're not really losing much to me.
So what does that make him, like a C?
Yeah, I think something like that.
Before we put a grade on it, just to check, is Lap in chat?
I mean, it's the first playable Steve we've had all year, so it's
all right.
by far the best of the 4 Steves in the game.
That's true. That is true. All right. Should we go on to tangents, or should we do a few more cards? What do you think?
If we can do the tangents quickly, but we never do that.
I like how you optimistically say if we can do the tangents quickly.
Well, we have a lot of tangents. Let's do some of them now. I'm just trying to.
All right. Where are we on the list?
Okay.
Are we at the Make an Iron Stupid roster stage?
No, I think that'll take a while. If we're gonna cut one, that's the one to get rid of.
Yeah.
That'll take a while. I guess maybe talk about. Let's do Aaron's first. No, let's do Aaron. Let's talk about Aaron.
Oh yeah, we talk about some of the 2 interesting market things that are worth mentioning. Sure. Aaron or Schilling first?
I think Aaron first.
All right. Yes, here we go. Hank Aaron.
So Hank Aaron's still really good. That's the first thing I think to point out. Hank Aaron is playing on every perfect league team that owns him. Still one of the best cards in the game. He should cost a lot. The mission to acquire him is very expensive. You have to lock a whole lot of good cards. People should not sell this card cheaply. I think that's the main point there.
Right.
Oh yeah, I have a current lock value at 7.45 million points for finishing Immortals.
Okay, yeah, that's a lot. And what did you get? You got back from it like 9 historical rainbows and like 11 regular rainbows or something.
You subtract all of the values of the packs and stuff. It costs 1.32 million to make Hank Aaron. So if you
Okay.
sell him for less than that, you're taking a loss.
Okay. So that's about the price you should be selling for. I guess you get some locked cards. So maybe you sell for a little under that if you value having the cards locked in your account.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, in some cases, I see locking cards as a positive instead of negative.
No, I do too. I think locking cards is almost always a positive.
But that's just because I'm bad at making rosters.
Well, it's also, I mean, that's how you kind of, at least the way that I tend to do it is I almost always pay the premiums to lock good cards instead of bad cards, and then try to sort of snowball tournaments off of that.
Right.
Because you basically take discounts on the good cards. Like once you have capital, I think that's kind of the idea, but
right.
At least that's what
we're
I
no
do.
longer the low seller.
My alt is still rolling.
All right.
Somehow. It's playing an iron and like 7 or 8 bronzes. But
is it Mondesi?
Yeah, it's Mondesi.
Mondesi's a silver.
Yeah, I should probably have put Mondesi. I'm in the daily low silver, so I'm gonna.
I mean, I wouldn't play him if I had Ozzy, but obviously that account does not have Ozzy.
Right.
Mondesi is a silver, right?
Yeah.
S for silver.
If you switch around the digits of his overall, he's correctly rated.
Isn't he a 58?
There's another card like
85.
that this week.
No, he's 57. It's 57.
Okay.
There's another card like that this week, you know.
Yeah, it's just the other way. Well, I guess there's a couple.
I meant the Otani.
No, you could switch Karinchak or Axford or Joss.
Yeah.
Or Steve. Yeah, that's true. Shifted. I played Mondesi in
the point we wanted to make about iron, though, is not like that the market's wrong. The point we wanted to make about iron is that the market is stupid.
Aaron, you mean?
Well, Aaron,
iron?
sorry, yeah.
No, but it's not. Yeah.
So here's the point. All right. The first sale of Hank Aaron was for $1 million. This probably was a reasonable market price. You know, someone's taking a little bit of a loss on him to get points liquid. Someone else didn't have enough points liquid to make the whole chain, right? Like he can't sell for more than the build cost, right? Because otherwise you would just build him. So selling for a little bit of discount of the build cost, probably $1 million's in the right range.
Yeah, that was a couple weeks after he was available.
Right.
Like that wasn't immediate. Yeah.
And then what happened was there was a dubious, which caused the price to basically drop in half, meaning that he sold for essentially 20,000.
They should ban the people involved in that sale.
Well, they probably did.
Well, they probably did. So, you know, I know this is something that often gets attention because, like, you look in the card shop and you see weird sales. One of the things that I do believe, you know, as much as in a lot of ways I don't trust the communication coming out of OTP, one of the things I very much do believe is that they're good at, in an automated way, having these kinds of transactions pop up and banning the people involved, simply because I've actually run a game like this and I have an idea of the rate at which people try it. And if they weren't doing a good job of catching it, you would be seeing it much, much more often than you do.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You know, do they do it immediately instead of taking 2 or 3 days to catch him? I don't know. I've never been involved in one, so I don't know how long it takes. But I know that they're effectively getting people who do this out of the game quickly enough that you see a relatively limited number of them. So that's, you know, but here's the thing. What they don't do in those cases is actually remove the transaction from the database. So it affects the last 10, right? So that means when you see somebody sell a live card for, 300,000 points, it bumps the last 10 by 30K for the next transactions, right? And and so sometimes you'll see it look like it's out there for longer because it takes a while to make those 10 transactions. But here's the point I was going to make is people aren't making their own valuation of cards, because what it meant was when the last 10 dropped to that 500,000, right? There was now a third sale of Hank Aaron. There must have been, because if the first sale was at $1 million and the last 10 is at 504, then even if the second sale were only at 20,001, let's say, right? That would still give you a last 10 of 510,000. So what it says is that there was a third sale that once the last 10 was anchored at 510, went for around, went for just a little below that, right? Like 495. So the effect that I wanted to point out is, or actually, Isidafo, I think I'll let you go ahead and, sorry.
Well, no, I mean, no, I think you basically covered. I mean, it's just, L10 is a really bad number, and this is one of the reasons it's bad. And honestly, I think the game would be better if L10 didn't exist. But really, it should be replaced by some number that is more accurate and it doesn't get stale.
Well, or also, even if it were stale, what it should be, instead of L10 as one number, just as there's a drop down, see how right now there's a drop down that like opens, here's summary information, click. Oh, here's information about Hank Aaron. Okay.
Right, just show all the sales.
I would like to see that 504, and I would like to just see a list of the numbers that are in that last 10. Because if you look at that drop down and you saw, well, go ahead. Yeah.
Right, because I mean, some cards, like if you look at, well, actually there was a Honus Wagner that sold the other day for obviously much less than he did at the beginning, but like there were like 2 sales of that card.
Right. What did Honus go for actually?
I think it sold for about 500K a few days ago, which is kind of a lot, I think, but
yeah. So I guess he's a unique dead ball card still, but he's a league card for people that can pay 100,000 for it, but not 500,000 for it, I guess. Right?
Yeah, I think if you're in a position where you're buying Honus Wagner for a league, you have.
Yeah, or as another example, one that's stale, right? This Yaz, I mean, there's some value at which this card should sell, but it's clearly not close to 760,000 anymore, because you're primarily going to be buying Yaz, I would think, for theme teams, not for other purposes.
I sold Yaz for like 300K a couple months ago.
Right.
Yeah. And now
I think that was before.
That
was like before a pop-up PTCS replayed, right? So there was actually value for like the one tournament.
I think I actually sold it after that.
Oh, after, okay.
Dude,
and I don't know why someone did that.
Just because that tournament reminded you that the card existed.
Maybe
there were a bunch of sales between 1 and 2 million when it was first released, so it's still really being buoyed by.
Yeah. I mean, the point is, this is not,
which was a reasonable price when it released. Like, it was the best card in the game.
But the reason it's being listed for the 600 whatever is precisely because people look at that and say like, oh, that's a price. I'm getting a deal. Look, when I first started playing the game, I actually made this mistake. It was, I want to say it was a Justin Turner, like a tournament edition card, that I saw last 10 of 200,000, and there was still like the auction thing. And I was completely new. Oh, I should learn to flip cards. And I managed to get him for like 90,000 and was really happy. This was, I think, like a gold, splitty card. So like it had some value, but like there had been one sale and I was sale number 2. And that was basically all the points I had.
Yeah,
and it was not a good experience realizing that I wasn't actually ever going to be able to get a return on that.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think there are a number of ways to improve L10. I mean, certainly showing the actual sales is a big one, but I think probably also trying to wait. So I guess the first thing is absolutely 100% any fraudulent sale should not be counted. I know there was something that was posted in Discord, like, based on some agreement with partners, it's not possible to cancel sales. But honestly, that's sort of ridiculous. You're not canceling sales. You're just not displaying fraudulent sales to your user base. I don't see how that's going to violate any agreement with anyone, but okay. Yeah,
Well,
there's no reason to show
they
them.
may have made some agreement to like let economists use the data from this or something. I don't know.
I cannot
I'd be
imagine
shocked given the understanding of the economy that's been displayed in choice packs.
if there is an economist who's working on this game, they should have whatever thing they have revoked immediately.
Whatever accreditation the university has that you gave them a degree should be removed.
Everything should, anyone associated with that economist should be like excommunicated from all anything to do with the economy. Like, I mean, yeah. Anyway,
Yes. Anyway, the point though is since they have the data, as Andy 22 Sheffield says, yeah, you could just list the last sales and the dates. At least it's a better guide because then you can look at the weird sale and say, oh, well, for this live card, the real price of, because the other problem is it washes out the real price of the card. Like,
yeah,
oh, this card suddenly has a last 10 of 30K. Everyone lists it for 20K because they think it's really worth 1,000. Fine. But you actually want a liquid market. And so you kind of want to know, you know, is this card really worth, 1,000, or was it worth 2,000, or what was it worth before the fraudulent transaction washed it out? There's a
yeah. No, I
second
mean,
thing. Yeah, there's it. Go ahead.
I suspect in some ways that the bigger issue here is that the database simply cannot handle serving that information to everyone all
Right.
the
So
time.
then I've
Like,
got it. So I've
yeah,
got another solution that I think would make it easy as well. Okay. All you have to do is have 2 extra flags, which would, either of which would be enough. Like, I think either one individually would probably be enough, but both would certainly be enough, right? Um, the easy flag is if there have not been 10 sales in the past, let's say 2 weeks, just put the last 10 price in a different color. So you're just directly telling
that would
people this is
definitely help.
not this is not like a clear price, you know. So like the Aaron price, for example, would just be, put in yellow. And all that says is, there haven't been a ton of sales, so this is the average, but we don't really know what Aaron's worth.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly helps.
That would
People will
almost,
still
yeah,
probably end up like being slaves to it to some degree, but yeah, I mean, it probably helps.
yeah. But the thing is, I think you need to give players some guide, uh, because it is a market game, and you do kind of need like something to, like it is a market game, and you do need to give players that aren't studying the market a guide, especially because, so there's another, I guess it's fair to mention this on stream. We're not an affiliate, right? Um, we do know of a player who basically did, grab all of the market data and make economic decisions based on it. Um, that player is sadly no longer with us, in part because of the
Well,
things like that they did.
he's not dead, but yes.
No, no, not that sort of no longer with us. No, he's no longer with us. uh, the point is, one of the, this is kind of a game in which grabbing data gives you an advantage. And I've always thought the solution to that is that the game should serve the data and just say, here's the data. I
Yes.
think
I,
anyone, as much as my modeling isn't data based, and so like it doesn't bother me so much that it's harder to get data. Uh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's I think the database
Right.
architecture clearly is not up to snuff.
But
I mean,
even
I
if
think
it's just going to be like the
yeah,
only way to figure out how to like, so there are already people whose way of making points for the cycle, instead of, you can do it through tournaments, you can do it through buying points, but there are other people that do it through, basically like market arbitrage, right?
right.
Um, and
Which
the
is
way you make
actually good for the economy,
arbitrage, it's important to
probably.
have some people like
Yeah.
that because it keeps the market liquid. But the way you stop it from being overpowerful is you at least have good price information. So I think it's just,
Yeah.
I think you need something like last 10, but I think you need just a little bit more information than that to help with the edge cases where the last 10 is not a current reflection of like, a liquid item.
No, I mean, I agree you need something. I think L10 as it currently stands is bad enough that it'd be better to have nothing than this number.
I think L10 is good for 95 to 97% of the cards.
Yeah, but but the problem is those aren't the cards you actually are interested in the price of.
Well, those aren't the cards that you're actually interested in the price of, but those are the cards that new players are interested in the price of. And so I
I
think the
guess
tough
that's true.
balance is, that's what I'm trying to say. I think it's really valuable for the new players to have that guide for the 95 to 97% of cards where it's good. It's just that you also then want to find a way to flag it for the cards where it's not good.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, once you get past the live missions, you are. I guess you still have the old missions where you probably build lives, whatever you're still doing, and there the prices should be kind of okay. But yeah, once you start getting anywhere kind of near the top of the meta, you're gonna run into this all the time.
No, but even just like as a
I
new
mean,
player, right? As a new player, there's a sense of like, I'm trying to understand this game. That card looks good. Okay, there's a whole auction system going on. What is a good price to pay for this card? Like, what's a
yeah, but I mean,
reasonable offer?
even as a new player, it's not hard for me to imagine, right? Like there's an Arky Vaughn up for 45K right now, right? Or Jim Deshay for 50K,
Yeah.
right? Those are close to L10s. It's not hard for me to imagine a new player thinking, oh look, those cards are great. Let me buy one when those are probably bad prices at this point.
No, that's what I'm saying. I agree there are some cards for which it's bad. What I'm trying to say is that I think for a new player, what I would tell them is if you're trying to learn how to play the game, basically you should trust the L10 roughly on anything which is not limited edition, tournament card, or over 200,000, or or something like that. Anything in that range, talk to somebody.
Yeah. Or sometimes brand new cards like Otani, for example, his L10 is like 4 to 5 times his actual value. But that's just because it's like 3 people who didn't evaluate the card
Right.
correctly.
Yeah.
Um, so
Yes, I'm not quite sure like exactly what you would do. Well, that's the point, Dogberry, is that most new players, most new players, I agree, wouldn't, but I don't think all of them, because there are going to be some players whose instinct is going to be, you know what I should do? I should build up a bunch of points, and rather than like improve all of the cards on my roster, let me just get the most expensive card I can because it's going to be the best and it'll jump my team ahead, right? Because after all, there are definitely sports teams that build from the like stars and scrubs model, right?
yeah, for
So
sure.
I do think if you're trying to learn to play the game and you're just playing it intuitively, one of the things that you would consider doing while you're learning the game is let me save a bunch of points and like get a star because having stars on my team is fun, right? Um,
Yeah.
Let me sell everything I can and like save up all my points and like blow it on one big expensive thing. I don't know.
Yeah. But no, I mean, I think
Anyway,
it's,
yeah.
something to take a look at for next cycle for sure. Yeah.
As for tangent,
Next
speaking of
tangent.
tangent, yeah, next tangent.
Speaking of
Uh,
speaking of cards with
Kurt
strange
Schilling,
L10s,
yes.
Kurt Schilling.
So we got to talk about Kurt Schilling and his 26,000 point last 10. Um, it, I'm going to make a radical suggestion here. Stop me if this sounds too crazy. If you
Right.
decide that a card should be taken out of circulation because it's so bad, you should not then release a mission afterward that has that card in it, especially if it's reasonably tight.
I think that's a good suggestion.
What do you think? Is that too radical?
I like it. So I do want to mention here. So I think it was mentioned when
Here,
the
I'll bring the mission up.
when some cards got removed from choice packs, that I had given some suggestions on which ones to take out and whatnot. In all of those cases, or a lot of cases, I actually, what I gave was a groups of cards and said, okay, you should take out 3 of these 5 or whatever. Basically, leave in the ones you think might go in missions later.
Right.
Let's say that didn't happen.
Right. So in this case, you need 9 out of 14, right?
Yes.
So shilling no longer exists. So basically that means you need what? All but one of the diamonds?
No, all the diamonds. If you have no shilling, you need every single diamond.
Okay.
Or one of the perfects, that way, instead of the diamond.
Okay, so so it makes the mission considerably more expensive is the point.
Yes, but this is why you see I sold a shilling yesterday for 35K. I'm probably under market, in all honesty.
Well, it's going to get worse. So the funny thing is that it's not just going to be bad for this. So it's a bad decision here, but actually we've done this to all the early missions. So do we have to discuss tournament choice packs? Because that may take us several hours.
So the thing is that I will say when I made my list, and I actually I'll probably share that at some point. I probably should do that. I was very careful to make sure I left enough cards to finish every current mission that was in the game.
Right.
Like I made a giant list of all the missions, all the cards in the mission. Like, okay, you need 2 of these, you need 6 of these, you need, which if you're going to remove cards in choice packs,
you didn't want to like take
to
Campanella out because
I didn't want to take Campanella out. But even like, for example, what's a good example? The Chipper Jones Diamond mission. That's a good example, actually.
Yeah, that's right. That was a tournament heavy mission.
Well, it's not actually a tournament heavy mission. So you need 150 points to do that mission. I don't know if you can pull it up. 150 points to do that mission, or no, it's not 150. It was slightly less than that. It was like 140, I think. So you could either do it with 2 of the 3 high diamonds, any one of the perfects, or with Buddy Bell and Ken Boyer. But what that means is you can't ever move Ken Boyer, because then Buddy Bell is a stranded card. Buddy Bell would not help you with completing this mission ever.
Right.
So it's...
And we've never done that in the past.
Right. So you have to be very careful when it took me quite a long time to go through every mission and every, it's not easy to do. And you also have to make sure that these cards are going to end up in future missions. Like it's not easy. And it was, obviously we ended up with a number of cards that were removed in missions, which just shouldn't ever happen.
Are you saying I shouldn't have locked my Bobby door for this mission?
Probably not. But yeah, I think choice packs have a number of issues, and that's one of them. It's the same sort of issue with the card pool bloat, that you end up with tournament packs, and removing them is the obvious answer, and you should remove them. And I think it's good to do it, but you have to be extremely careful when you take cards out of circulation like that you're not using them again.
And notice that the thing with the big choice pack is you effectively have taken all the old cards out of circulation for a few weeks.
Right. Well, the 23 cards with the lowest L10 will never get picked, right? You'll never take them.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me, actually. I need a Vlad. While we're doing
Well, they
this,
exist now.
while we're doing this, I think I
Yep.
should grab a
I can
Vlad.
confirm they exist now.
Yeah,
All
I got
right.
one. They exist.
Well, they don't exist here. One down. What do you think, Nolan
All right.
Jones? Probably Nolan, right?
I would probably pick Quo, but
I still
yeah,
need both, actually.
not Waddell.
Well, it's not
That's really the
Rube.
answer.
It's
So
not
you
Royce.
were
Nobody would ever play Royce Lewis.
you were just over 45% to hit, by the way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's all right. I've got another one. We'll miss them both on stream. Is it Jones or Quaw? That's a good question.
I think Jones is going to sell for more because he's this PT Elite spec.
I think
But
Jones is just a
not
better
totally sure.
card, but Quaw is probably more useful.
I actually don't think I'd ever play that Jones. I don't have him as all that good.
I'd play him in Judge's Chambers, but that's not for another week.
Yeah.
All right. One more try. Do Vlad
Probably
and
also
Lubov
playing
exist?
Quo.
What?
You're probably also playing Quo in Judge's Chambers. So.
That's
Oh, yeah,
true.
definitely.
Do Vlad and Lubov exist? It's the same cards. Well, I think I should.
Well, Royce Lewis has to be better. Royce Lewis has to be better than Waddell.
Now I should take Royce Lewis, right?
Yep.
All right, I'm gonna have to win another one.
Or just buy one. You can buy these. You do not. I know there was some discussion on the main Discord. I heard about discussion on the main Discord.
I have thoughts about that. If we
you don't have to win these cards. You can purchase them. If you put up buy orders.
You can what? What?
If you put up buy orders for these cards, people will sell them to you as long as they're close to the market.
You think?
I know this is shocking.
All right. I'm going to do an experiment. I'm going to do an experiment here. What do you think a good buy order would be for Vlad?
Put up 65K probably. I bet you
6.9 420
or 6.9 420. Yeah, that's better.
All right. And what's the conversion from Montreal dollars to Washington national dollars?
A very good question.
1-to-1.
Yeah, I know, Hamlet. It's pretty shocking. I mean, I've never done it. I
have a question. Do you guys think there's
I actually did break down and buy an Arietta after missing it like 5 times in the past 2 weeks.
Oh,
but that's that's because there are no more Ariettas that are going to be pulled. Right, he's now out of choice packs.
His value is going to potentially go slightly up a little bit.
I'm saying, Arietta's
he's
now
now
out
competing.
of choice packs.
Anyway, you had a question, Salman? Or
Yeah. Do you guys think there's a meaningful sort of scarcity difference between? Well, that's maybe too broad, but like, is there a difference between cards in choice pack tournament cards and packable cards, like in terms of mission completion?
Yes. I mean,
yeah. So for a very simple reason. Right now, 204 teams a week are going to get offered Vlad Guerrero, and you'd have to rip about 8 million packs to get 204 packable Vlads.
Right, but...
So, yes.
I guess what I'm getting at is there seems to be this concept that, like, the possibility that you might pull the card out of a pack if you're not competing in tournaments versus, like, you'd have to go buy it on the market. I personally, I don't think there's a meaningful distinction between that because the odds that you pull, like, all the cards you need are just
out of your own
0.
choice pack, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's only relevant for packs only teams. I mean, I can't see how it's relevant for anyone else other than people's sort of confused belief that you can't buy tournament cards.
Right.
You can buy tournament cards?
Which is just bizarre.
Wait, you can buy tournament cards?
There's clearly, like, I've heard this by sort of feeling expressed over the years by a lot of different people. So there's clearly some sort of human emotional connection to this thing, but I think it's a mistake. There's mathematically no scarcity difference between cards. In fact, right now, tournament cards are probably less scarce than new packable cards.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the other thing which I've seen a number of places, not just recently, but in past years, was that the same people get the tournament cards and pack cards are more spread out, which is probably true to some degree, except that as
No, it
someone
isn't.
who
No,
wins
it
a
isn't
decent,
because nobody is buying standard packs anymore. You'd be an idiot to buy
well,
a
that's
standard
true. It's all
pack.
spotlights. Yeah, but in
So
any
you're
case, I mean,
actually
as
getting
someone
your
who
standard packs from losing the early round of tournaments or drops.
no, yeah, but like I'm saying, one of the complaints is that like yes, the same people win tournaments a lot. It's true. The better players win more tournaments than the weaker players. Like that's how the game
That's
works.
not true. How do you explain us?
um, but as someone who wins a decent number of choice packs myself, what I'll say is actually I'm very, very happy to sell people. If people put buy orders and I see a good buy order for a card in my choice pack, I will sell it to you. I would much, much rather not have to deal with selling the card and just get some points than trying to squeeze a few extra thousand out. Like, put up buy orders, have like slight amount of patience. You will get the card you want. It won't take that long. It really won't.
Right.
Someone will sell it to you.
I agreed.
Uh,
And I'm gonna rip a bunch of choice packs for Kurt Schillings after we finish the stream because you can see how much luck I'm having ripping not for Kurt Schillings.
yeah.
Oh my.
Um, but other than that, the choice packs, of course, are insane. So choice packs, of course, speed everything up. We just had a situation where tournament batch 4 lasted a little over a month, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now with 24 options, the tournament batch 5 is going to last about 55% as long as tournament batch 4 for people to get all the cards they want to out of it, right?
Yes, about that. Yeah.
Okay, so that means tournament batch 6 is
So,
January 10th?
Well, won't be, but that's the problem with the
well,
batches anyway.
only if the I don't know how to exactly to phrase this, but like if there's a lot of demand for a lot of different TB5 tournament cards, i.e., they get put in missions like soon, then the overall number of the cards being pulled is the thing that's getting stressed, and they're no long. That's not
That's true.
increased. The number of choice, I mean, slightly
Well,
the number of
it
choice
wasn't.
packs.
I mean, it was increased decently a couple weeks ago when they made every tournament reward choice packs. But yeah,
Right, right.
Right, that's
Outside
the
of
other
that
problem. So
week,
yes, they doubled it. Right, so they actually doubled it again. So actually, we're sort of including a version of that, I think.
right. But like, if really the only factor increasing the demand for the cards is the playability of them, yes, that is going to cause the market to depress very quickly.
Right. The other problem is that well, there are a lot of things wrong with the way this was handled. The switch from 12 to 24, and I'm not shocked that the only feedback Nico heard on this was positive because yes, but um, but it shouldn't have been with a little bit of common sense, right? So number one, you're burning things through things very quickly. But let me just ask a few other questions that I think should have been obvious, or is it off? Oh, some of these are yours. Would you rather ask them or should I ask them?
which ones? The Vlad related ones?
Well, no, the decision-making related ones.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy to say that.
Sure, we'll let you have a turn.
Yeah, so okay, we had this situation where if people don't know, Vladimir Guerrero and Luis Robert were accidentally put in the perfect choice packs. Okay, and some players noticed that.
I mean, Vlad is a perfect, so
Some players noticed that over the last couple of days and brought it up, and then it was fixed actually very quickly. And I think the team deserves credit for hearing the feedback and fixing it fast. That's not been the case all the time, and that was the case this time. So I think that was commendable. But what I suspect happened, I'm just spitballing here, is that Robert and Guerrero were supposed to be 100s. Like the automated thing spit them out as 100s. The team sort of realized that they wouldn't play as 100s, which is true. Bumped down to 99, so they'll play. And now, they just sort of forgot to move them over to the high diamond packs because it seems like it's all manual. Okay, so fine, mistakes happen.
oh hey, thanks
But
to Dr. Anastic for the raid.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Thanks.
Which actually is really
So,
good timing because now we should definitely show off the roster
oh
builder
yeah.
thing that's meant for less experienced players after we finish the current rant because you don't I don't want to stop
Yes.
you mid rant.
So, um, there's another thing where people were complaining that they very often ripped choice packs which didn't have any new cards in them, which is of course going to happen because you only saw 12 cards out of
Right.
55 or 70 or whatever it was. Okay, so fine. So the decision that was made was that, okay, there aren't enough of these TB5 cards basically. So we need to increase the number of cards offered so that there'll be more of them. Now, when you do that, you would think you would look at how many of the TB5 cards have been pulled to see whether there are enough of them.
Right.
But if someone had done that, they would have realized that Guerrero had been pulled 0 times, which clearly was an error of some sort.
And Lou Bob, who maybe I'm the only one that noticed because I was stupid enough to want to run on a roster.
Right. Yeah, that one you could miss because I don't think the card's very good. But Guerrero is the best high diamond of the batch.
Right.
People want to pull him, and it was very obvious we wanted to pull him because he had a highest buy order posted of any of them for like a week.
Yeah. I'm just queuing
So
up the form while we do this so that we can.
It appears that when the decision was made to put 24 cards instead of 12 in the choice packs, there wasn't actually any sort of reasoning behind it. It was just kind of like people are complaining, let's appease them. And I think that is really a big problem. If decisions are being made about how the economy of the game is functioning, it should be because the team has tools that they're using to evaluate how the economy of the game are functioning, and not because people are just like upset. People will always be upset. It's unavoidable. And I would say that if there are not the tools to monitor this sort of thing, how the market's functioning, how many of each card is being pulled, whatever, that would, to me, be a really top priority to build for the next cycle.
Yeah.
Because the thing is that the market, even if you're not kind of playing at the top, you're playing casually, you're playing deep, whatever, how the market functioning is actually really important to everybody, even if you sort of don't care about it yourself. Like it impacts which cards you can't get, and
right,
and which cards are accessible to you.
And you want to actively manage the economy somehow, because even being actively managed, it's really hard to keep a game economy running smoothly. But you need the tools to give yourself to actively manage it.
Yeah.
Because like with the choice packs, right? It can't have been a surprise to them what the drop rate was of TB5 cards in choice packs, because
it certainly shouldn't have been.
Right. Now, actually, I do think there was a bug in that as well, but that's a different issue. I actually think, based on what I was seeing, there's probably a bug there too.
But well,
I've been wondering that myself.
Bugs are bugs. I mean,
that I think also got fixed. But
yeah, I mean, the QA obviously has been problematic. Another cycle, it continues to be somewhat problematic. We've been over that a bunch of times. I don't know how much we need to rehash it, but yeah, the economy is really important, and I think it gets lost a lot when decisions are made, and it shouldn't. It really should be the number one priority.
Definitely. Seem to remember some political figures have good quotes about that. But also the thing that worries me is what it says is that their decision on the choice packs was not based on people complain, so they look and see if it's a problem, so they change it. But they skipped the middle step and just went from certain people complain to therefore change it.
Yeah. Yes, exactly.
And that's a really bad way to manage a game.
Yeah.
But I think we should do something fun, especially as we have a bunch of people from Doc's stream. So welcome. And I know Doc likes to kind of show people some tournament rosters and was looking at a few of the silver ones today. The question that we get asked the most is basically like, here's my roster, grade my roster, is it good? And so I thought maybe we should show you a little bit about how you could do that. So who is willing to have their roster graded from, well, something I can get into easily. So you've got to have a roster in, I guess, the Friday bronze only, or the Friday low silver, because I played that and got knocked out in the quarters.
You can grade my alt in the low silver if you want.
We could, but if there's anyone else who
but-
wants to, we can go through theirs if you want, by the same token.
Or if someone else has one. Yeah, if anyone has one, I'm happy to do that instead.
Or anything that you played in the last week, by the way.
Anything you played
Yeah.
in the last week, as long as, I guess, my account was in it so that I can load it.
Right.
Yeah.
So if anyone wants to, if not, we'll grade one of ours. But
Wow.
You've had one in gold only. I built that. I'm playing that today. I haven't played it recently. The gold only.
well, I wanted some constructed roster instead of a draft.
Yeah,
one,
not
because
really a
part of it is
draft.
we wanted to just go through like how to grade a roster. Because I think one of the points that we like to make is, you know, you're always going to be missing cards at every level, right? That's just going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and any term of Fred the Baker, whichever one you're
All
in
right,
that we're
here,
also
I'm
in.
just gonna, you know what? I'm gonna click in the bronze only. Let's click in the bronze only then, just because that's still going. If someone's in the bronze only and wants us to look at a roster, and if not, we can pick one of ours.
Sure.
Let me see if there's a way. I guess there's no good way to show both this and the scorecard at the same time without really reconfiguring the stream, which is going to break because I'm bad at tech, right?
Yeah, that sounds right to me.
All right. Let's pick a random roster here. So you pick a random roster.
Okay, Caged Wisdom says he's in bronze only. Caged Wisdom,
Good.
what team are you?
What team? Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, let's do it. What team is Caged Wisdom?
Portland Sea
Portland
Dogs.
Sea Dogs.
Okay.
All right, sounds fun. And we're gonna put in the chat in case anyone wants to play along at home. You can try grading your own roster for any roster you've got this way. Okay? Because I think the key point is you're not always going to have all of the cards available. Okay? That's going to happen. In fact, you know, if we look at Isidafo's entrant, no, this one you did have all the cards, right? Here, mine doesn't have
everything
all
in
the
this.
cards available.
Yeah.
Mine is a week-old roster because I had a problem actually getting the thing to submit. So some of the good bronze cards that we just mentioned on stream that I intended to play, I didn't get on my roster. Or rather, I did put on my roster and the AI didn't want me to put them on my roster or something. But the point is, they're not on my roster, so I don't have the optimal roster. But that's okay. You're always going to, what it means is I'm missing some cards. And what we wanted to kind of show is a little bit more kind of, is this a well-constructed roster? So with that in mind, here, I put a link in the chat. Is there a way to, you know, is there a way to kind of go through this? Okay, do you think it's better to show the quiz or the...
I think it's better to show the roster. People can open the quiz themselves.
Right. Okay. Actually, hold on. I wonder, I'm going to take one quick shot at this, and then when it fails, I will give up. But I just wonder if I can get this to the grade the roster quiz in a way that doesn't... Okay, no.
Number 2 pencil. No, we're going for number 1 here. GSG. So we're trying to be number 1. Number 2 is the only
I'm going to say that failed. All right, but the point is, we got a checklist. Let's just go through, and let's use this roster as an example and kind of see where it fits. And I'm less worried about did you get all the very best cards, because you know what? We don't all have the points or the time to get every single good card in the game.
Right. I mean, we can see right away this team is missing Suarez, for example.
Right. So you're missing Suarez, so you didn't think it was worth paying, 300,000 points for Suarez. I'm okay with that, right? You might not get 300,000 points back running him. So your job is simply to build the best roster you can from what you have available. And if you do all those things, then it's a good roster, right? All right, let's go through. All right. Do you have 26 players on your roster? I'm really hoping the answer to that is yes. We got one.
It's
All right.
yes.
The first few of these should be pretty easy, right? If you're not doing some of these, you really do get an F- roster. These are incredibly easy things to fix, okay? If you don't have 26 players on your roster, the solution is add players. If there's a cap, have you spent to within 2 points of the cap? Yes, you have. All right. Often I'm going to spend up to the cap, but sometimes you might discover that like, okay, there just isn't a 61 that's actually better than the 60s that I'm running. There isn't a 63 better than the 62s, right? So I think if you're more than a couple points below the cap, you've almost certainly missed an opportunity somewhere, just as a general rule. So but basically you should be pretty much spending up, pretty close to the cap, right? So, all right,
Yep.
2 down. Does every player on the roster serve a purpose? All right, well, let's see. Okay, all the pitchers are pitching, right?
Yep.
If you look at the lineups, so 13 of the 14 are starting at least one way, right? So is
Yep.
there a reason Ryan Sweeney's on the roster? Well, we can see actually that you felt you needed Ryan Sweeney on the roster because you really don't have enough outfielders otherwise. So you're kind of
Right.
using him as, I need to make the depth chart work. I don't think he's good enough to start on either side, but there's a clear reason that Ryan Sweeney's on the roster.
And so this is an example, by the way, again, where this is a yes, but this is clearly missing a card because Terminal Sledge is better and costs the same amount. But that's fine. That's not a problem.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if you told me I had Sledge and Sweeney and I still picked Sweeney, then I would say, okay, probably you should look at the evaluation a little differently and Sledge is going to be an improvement. But the point is Sweeney has a good reason to be on this roster, right? And this is more what we're kind of talking about. What?
He does have Bake McBride on the reserves.
So I do like McBride. The only thing, does McBride play all three?
No, only only center.
JoJo White and Piggy Ward kind of cover it. You could definitely play McBride. I think I probably would rather do that.
You could upgrade Sweeney to McBride. But like I said, I'm more just thinking about like the main idea here is do you kind of have the fundamentals down where this is a sensible roster, right? Yeah, what do you guys? I think that's a yes, right? Is that fair?
Yep, I think it's a yes.
All right.
Yeah.
You know what era we are playing in? I'm going to assume the answer to that is yes. Definitely these are players that sort of fit. So this tournament is pretty simple here in that it's both a modern era and just a flat standard park, right? Okay, so you'd have to do the checklist for yourself whether that's true, but it looks to me like this is a roster that kind of makes sense. You know what era plays set. You know what ballpark you're playing in. Okay, this is a big one if you're constructing a league roster. You have set a non-default ballpark, so we'll give it to you for free in tournament play. But this one is actually kind of important. You want your roster and everything else to work together, right? If these things are not happening, then it's kind of going to break, right? So I think there's basically no situation in which the default ballpark is the best thing you can run in the league. Even if you just have like a balanced team, if it's say balanced and better than your competitors, just run a high scoring flat ballpark or something, right?
Yeah.
But there's gonna be something that gives you an advantage. So find a way to make an advantage. Okay. Does your roster match the tournament ballpark, or your home ballpark or whatever? Right. Again, you don't just want a roster that gives you you don't just want a park that gives you advantage. You want a roster that makes sense with that. If you've got a right-handed power park, you want some right-handed power hitters, and you want some pitchers that are good against right-handed power hitters and things like that, right?
Yep.
All right. And I think that kind of fits here, right?
Yeah, I mean it's a flat, it's a default park, so pretty much you should run the best cards, and this looks mostly like the best
All
cards.
right.
So
And this is kind of an important one for this format because there are a lot of splitty cards on these rosters, right? And you notice there are a lot of splitty cards on the rosters because you are running 4 platoons. So for example, at first base, you're running Jaso, who you want to clobber righties and you never want to touch a lefty. Okay. The other side, you're running Bagwell, who maybe is a little less disastrous against righties, but is really there to clobber lefties. So the platoon really makes a lot of sense and you're getting good value for it. Okay. So with that in mind, have you set opener lineups? And the answer is yes. So well done.
yeah, smaller number than it should be.
It is a much smaller number than it should be. I think we went through and tried to check this, and it was of order 10 teams in this entire tournament, I think, that had set opener lineups.
Yeah, it's not a lot.
I feel like I see more complaints about openers than I see teams with opener lineups set.
Yes.
Yeah, if you want to complain, if you want to deal with openers, the simplest thing to do is run an opener lineup. There will be a very, very small number of people that will then try to counter your opener lineup, and you can play mind games with them, but set opener lineups.
There's even stuff you could set your pinch hit inning really low or something, and
yeah, you can do other stuff too.
There's stuff you can do, but you need to sort of be aware. Are you even aware that that's like happening in some
Correct.
of these?
Yeah, and the point is most teams are not. Did I set opener lineups? That's a good question.
To be honest,
do not have opener lineups set in. You know what? I do in the one. I do in the one that I copied on top of this. I do not here. I am going to use opener lineups right now. That is a good thing to check. All right. So I lose that point. Yes, I lose that point, but Caged Wisdom definitely does get the point. Okay, what percentage of the user base knows how to set opener lineups? Okay, let's show you how to set opener lineups because it's a really simple idea, okay? So you go to Global Strategy. So the first thing you do here is under opener lineups, the default is no opener lineups. You want to set it to use opener lineup. What that's going to mean is that if the opposing team runs an opener, then it's going to use the opener lineup. And if the opposing team doesn't run an opener, it's going to use your normal lineup. Okay? Then under lineups, you'll now see you have this tab, opener lineups. Okay? And you actually can just paste lineups in pretty easily if you want to. You can also make a custom lineup. So I could say, oh, well, specifically against a righty opener, actually, maybe I want Piggy Ward, because he hits righties to be in the first 3 batters or something, so that he's right at the top. I could play that game if I want to, but the main thing to remember is that when it says versus right-handed pitcher plus DH opener or versus left-handed pitcher plus DH opener, they are talking about the hand of the opener rather than the hand of the follower. So if the opener is a right-handed batter, you're going to use this lineup on the left. If the opener is a left-handed batter, you're going to use the one on the right. Now, most people, when they run openers, they will run a left-handed opener for a right-handed follower or the opposite. So unless you have a really good reason to do something else, you could just put your versus righty lineup against the right-handed opener, figuring it'll be a lefty follower. And you could put your versus lefty lineup against the left-handed opener.
Yeah, it's nice to move players around to get like if you have super splitty guys towards the top, you move them a little further down or whatever.
Sure, yeah. Like if I think the first few batters are going to face a lefty, if I think the first few batters are going to face a lefty here, and afterward the rest are going to face a righty, maybe, the batters I really don't want to face that lefty opener, like maybe JoJo White should go down, Candy Maldonado, or something. Yeah. Right?
Dogberry, how do you get the AM manager? Sorry.
I clearly hit this backward when I was talking about it. Let's try that again.
Yeah. So the way you get the AI manager to actually reflect the rest strategies is to get lucky. There's no other option. You could full micro every game. That's another option, I guess, but get lucky is the easier one.
You also just have to pay attention to your depth charts, because often it comes up with people having the reason to have really high bench lineup isn't for the first guy to rest at 97 or whatever. It's for the the other dude who's also being backed up by the same player to get the rest the next game.
Right.
Yeah, you have to build a sensible depth chart. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Can you set a strategy for opener lineups? I'm seeing from Alf. So that's what we're showing. So the opener lineups are against other people's openers. So again, what you do, you go to global strategy, you set the opener lineups to use opener lineup. That says we're going to use them. And then under this tab, there will be a new tab here that says opener lineups. And that's where you set them down here.
You can't set specific global strategies for when the opener lineups get triggered, though. That you can't. You can't change
that. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't do that. The other thing you can, and the other question I got asked was, how do I run an opener? So the way I run an opener is I go to the game strategy first off for my starters, and you see I could click this. So now when Dontrell pitches, he's going to be a follower instead of an opener. I then need to pair this with making the secondary role of one of my pitchers over here an opener. Now, I would be careful doing it with only, I'm going to set this off because I actually don't want to run openers in this tournament, but I would be careful doing it with only one reliever, because if that reliever is tired, but the pitcher is still listed as a follower, what the AI manager is going to tend to do is just pick a random bullpen arm to be the opener, and sometimes it'll be a lefty and sometimes it'll be a righty. You just don't know. And so I would give it.
I usually just get no
options.
opener if that.
What?
I usually just no opener for me when that happens.
I think that may be dependent on this use of opener slider.
Yeah, that slider is also
So I set mine to frequently to make sure it uses it. If I want to use openers, even if it's set to frequently, that's not dangerous. It will only ever use an opener if you also have a card set to follower. So that's kind of how you would use it. Yeah, so Andy, you could select one lefty and one righty opener if you wanted to make it random. That's true.
Yeah, but that's your troubling situation. Yeah.
I would set everyone if I were doing that. It's
not clear that that's enough of an advantage, but there is also a strategy that counters that if we really wanted to kind of think about how you would sort of play the lefty-righty game. The way you'd play the lefty-righty game is, so right now what I've done is just to copy my normal lineup, right? But what I could say if I'm up against a player that I think is going to run just a random opener and hope to get lucky, what I might do is I might pick an opener lineup against both sides, which just has like 9 two-way cards. So like some of these cards like Suarez are always playing, but what I might do is instead of have Jaso, who's very splitty, I might just run, well, Dale Murphy's a bad option, but he's less splitty.
Yeah, you could also, you have the two-way cards at the top and then jack your pinch hit sliders and put the setting on like first inning or something, or, there's other.
Yeah, there are different things that I
ways
could
to
try.
counter it, yeah.
But the main idea would be, or a card like Nico Goodrum, he's better against lefties, but I've been running him against righties sometimes in Iron a little earlier in the cycle anyway, right? So maybe I'm willing to just run him at second base both ways. Or like Piggy, Piggy right now I only have playing versus righties, but I think in an opener lineup, if I'm not sure what you're doing, he hits lefties just fine. So Piggy just plays both ways, right? I could do things like that. So you take your splitty cards out.
Probably should get on to the next question.
Sorry, yep, let's go on. Sorry about that. No, but I think it is a good, if you're trying to show people, it is a good question. Anyway, the point is you have an opener lineup set. We can't see what it is, so we don't know what you're doing, but you're doing something, and that's a good start.
Yeah.
So it means you've at least thought about it and made a decision. All right. Is your pitching staff large enough to play 2 straight weeks without an off day? In Modern, that's generally going to be 12, unless you have really low stamina starters. So I think this is fine, right?
Yep, looks fine to me.
You'd have to have guys like 50.
Yeah, probably
Like
very, very low.
Could you
even
play
guys
two?
in 60
Yep.
can throw about 100.
Could you
So
play like 2 straight extra inning games followed by more games with no off days and still be okay? Yeah, probably. You probably have enough in the pen. You know, it would be dicey, but that's always the way it works, right? Um, the next one's actually really important as well. It's not just do you have enough pitchers, but is it no larger than needed? Because every time you run too many pitchers, it stops you from being able to platoon somewhere, and platoons are really good. And I think 12 in Modern is the right number. So basically, you have the right number of pitchers, and you kind of have settings that are going to be reasonable. Like it would be a little bit dangerous if you say had set all 7 of these to stopper, because then they all throw these like 2 or 3 inning stints and get tired for too long, and weird things stack up, right? Real Teddy doesn't want to be pitching staff shamed. Should I ask how many pitchers Teddy's running? I guarantee in this tournament, if we look around, we will find people that are not running 12.
Yes, almost certainly.
I think
Probably-
13 can be good in some, but there's a lot of platoons that are really good in this. So.
Yeah. 12 is, I think, the baseline number, and then if there's a good reason to run 11 or 13, then that's also okay often, but 12 is, I think, the base.
12 is a good baseline in Modern, but if you're running an early era, make sure that you don't run more pitchers than you need, because that gives you extra spots to do something with. Okay, you have relief pitcher bench settings high enough to ensure recovery. I guess I have no way of checking that. So you're going to have, and I guess, okay, you actually, unfortunately got knocked out, so I can't see actively if your pitchers are tired. You're going to have to tell me if you have a relief pitcher bench setting high enough. I usually kind of have 80 as the default.
Yeah, I think 80 is a good default.
Snailman, do you do something different?
Mine's just at 0. I don't think it matters.
So Snailman's losing this point. All right.
What?
So, I mean, I don't know is the thing. Yeah, it's true. I don't know for sure.
So much research into the. I do have 30 pitch counts, 9 batters faced on all of my relief pitchers.
Okay, but that's a similar
Okay,
option.
but that's another way of trying to.
Yeah, it's a different way of getting to the same goal.
Yeah. But I don't have a.
Yeah.
Every now and then, like in some of these tournaments, I'll have like one guy who has like the mop up rule or something.
Yep. Yeah,
it can be useful.
Yeah, but I mean,
the point is basically you're doing something with the relief pitcher settings to allow pitchers enough off time to get recovered. That's the key.
Yes. Also, I'm not putting any pitchers with pitching roles that like basically guarantee they come in if the starter could still pitch.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a different way of solving the same problem.
Basically, I don't have any people with closer or stopper.
Yeah, I hate closer and stopper.
But I do have like different leverage things set and in the secondary role. Yeah.
I've been running a closer because it seems to make the AI do slightly less silly things, but it does come at a cost. So. But
I've been thinking maybe
usually my second best reliever is closer, and then my best one is some kind of high leverage or setup.
Yeah, I've been having everybody middle relief, and then the like setup guys are used more often plus setup. But I've been thinking maybe I'm gonna reverse it so that to try to save the better guys for later, because otherwise it just like in game 1 it just pitches all your best guys.
I like it, Cavill. All those relievers are set to closer.
I mean,
very nice.
That is probably not that bad.
No, it probably isn't that bad actually. I think that's better than setting. I'd probably prefer that than setting one guy to closer and the rest not to closer.
Actually, yeah. Well, I usually let one of the setups be backup closer or something, but yeah.
I don't like back. I just closer and stopper unless I have a very good reason to do them. Like I think the pitcher is way better than the starter and it's early enough era that I'm fine
Stopper
having them in the
stopper is
fold early.
dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I
yeah.
yeah. I do
All right.
use it in eras where I'm like short starting my starters, and then I do
Yes.
have like a really good pitcher. Yeah, so they have their place.
Yeah.
All right. How about the depth chart? Let's ask the same question. Can these depth charts play, basically 2 weeks straight with no recovery, or are we going to run into problems?
Mhm.
I'm a little worried about the
Is-
outfield, actually.
Yeah, the infield
Yeah.
outfield is. I have this same problem in bronze that I've been. Bob Horner is the card that I think fixes it for me. I'm desperate
You
to
know,
get one.
Bob
else
Horner is
fixes
the
it?
card that I was buying to fix it for me and then managed to not put on the roster because
The other card that fixes it is Harvey Keene because he can back shortstop.
Well, yeah.
yeah, you talked me into running the Harvey Keene experiment, and you know what? The game rejected your experiment.
I'm playing him.
I actually didn't have somebody to play first base other than Terminal Sledge.
A lot of people are planning him, it looks like.
Like that was my problem is I needed to find a card that played first base that platooned with Jaso that also
Yep, that's Mrs. Horner.
played another infield position.
Hold on. Your Harvey Keene only has 1 walk and 23 plate appearances.
Yeah, and
Sounds like Harvey Keene.
So it can't possibly be good.
He wasn't getting rostered to walk.
I don't know. I think you should trade him for Rocky Colavito, personally.
All right. Anyway, what do we got next? Yeah, so I think the problem with the outfield here. So if you look at what you're running, so Sweeney's the primary backup, right? But you see how Piggy Ward is sort of the other backup, but he's also starting at second. So he's going to be tired a lot of the time you try to bring him here. And for the same reason, since Goodrum's the backup second baseman, but also third, it's going to be tough for him to back up a third position. I think the same is going to be true here, even more so, right? Because Goodrum's also backing up second and third. So if you run into a bunch of lefties, it's really tough. So I actually think you probably will run into problems with the depth chart.
Yeah, and I think this is where we often talk about the issue with single position players, because the problem here really is that Adam Everett and Herman Long are not helping. They're not contributing at all to your depth chart, but they're taking up 2 spots instead of 1.
Right, and similarly, Perez and Osmus. Again, I mean, off at catchers, you often can't do anything about, but single position players make it really tough. And then especially because you see your key backup here is also your DH, but the backup DH is your catcher. So I think this is going to kind of run into problems where somebody gets tired and the player you want to replace them with is also getting tired, and then people don't get appropriate rest.
Yes, okay, it's true. If you're microing, this is much more manageable. That is fair. But
yeah, okay. So I think anything if you micro, that's the other way to fix the fatigue is that you can do it. I don't tend to have the time or patience to kind of micro in most things. I think if I notice I'm in a finals, maybe I'll micro or something, but it's a lot of time if you're microing everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Casey was, I had a similar problem with roster construction, and I would show you my solution to it, except that again it didn't load.
Everyone is having that problem. Harvey Keene solves it. Harvey Keene is the answer.
Right.
Well, but also Horner. I don't see how you can do it without Horner.
No, Horner's really important, but actually Harvey Keene fixed a lot of my problems.
Yeah.
Like, you think it's ridiculous, but it actually fixes a lot of stuff because you can DH and back from shortstop, and then you don't have to overstress Goodrum.
And he hits VR. He's an actual two-way hitter.
The combination of Horner and a couple of these others was the way to do it. But in any event, I really think you do want, it's always fun if you can micro, and even if it's sometimes fun just to watch the game, regardless of whether you're microing, right? So it's fun either way. But I would try hard to build a roster that you don't have to actively watch. Like, for example, you can actually get away with drafting only one catcher a lot of the time if you're willing to micro every draft. You just make sure that you force bench the catcher as needed.
Yeah.
But it's a lot of effort if you're going to micro every draft. It's much better to just make sure you draft 2 catchers. Right?
Yes. Agreed.
All right.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think you do have 2 players of every position, but I think that's a no for being able to play 14 straight. And I want to mention this is the one that kills the most teams. In a weekly, it's just going to be almost impossible for anyone to win, especially this. It's best of 5, so it's even easier to like go to a 5th game than to go to a 7th game, right? It's going to be almost impossible for anybody to win 7 straight rounds in this tournament without having a few rounds in a row where they don't get an off day. And so if you build a roster that collapses without, the occasional off day, in League you can often get away with that. The off days are a little better spaced.
Well, also League it's fine because you can switch your players. I mean, if
That's
your
true.
players
If you
get
get really
tired,
stuck, you switch your
put a player
players.
in. Yeah.
But in tournaments, it's really, this is the most important, is to kind of find ways to do it. And I will make my roster otherwise weaker than I have to in order to make that happen. So, all right. You have position player bench settings high enough to ensure recovery. Again, I don't know the answer. We'll call it a yes. You know whether that's true. You have set non-default global sliders. I don't know. Have you set sliders? We'll let you score yourself on this one. Have you set sliders? And were you aware of the tournament and era when you did it? And then finally, if you really want to get the sliders to be good, you'll notice that in addition to global sliders, there are a lot of other things you can set. So for example, normally I hate bunting, okay? But in a close game, in the 9th inning, I'm actually willing to bunt a bit. Because then I kind of know that 1 run's valuable. Whereas early in the game, I just want to like maximize my chances to score a bunch of runs, right?
Mhm.
So, you can do things at this level. You can also, for the player strategy, there are individual player sliders you can set. Here, Murphy's going to do what the team strategy sliders are, but you can also set these individually. And often the one of these that I most want to set for players are the stealing bases or base running. Maybe bunt for hit is another one that you get value out of doing player by player.
Yeah, I for me at least, the most important global slider is stolen bases at 0, and then you set them individually.
I don't quite like them at 0, but in part it's because so many other people put them at 0 that it's kind of where I think the meta ends up.
Yeah, I just don't want to let people steal. If I have people I think steal, I just set them myself, and
you can do it that
I don't
way,
bother
yeah.
with the global ones. Yeah.
And let me see how we're doing with stealing. We are 2 for 6 stealing bases.
That's really bad.
Now, I'm no expert, but that feels like that might be bad.
I also want to caution that like a lot of the sliders don't do very much, and you can kind of do a lot of harm by just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think that's true. It's very easy to set sliders that will lose you tournaments. It's very hard to set sliders that will win you tournaments.
Right.
Yeah. I'd be careful if you don't know what they're doing what you've done in the middle there, or just like, oh, that one seems good, max that one seems bad,
yeah,
turn it off. Like,
in general, my default is if I don't know what it does, I'd put it in the middle.
Yeah. Honestly, sliders in the right down the middle,
why not?
I think are a lot better than the average player's sliders settings.
Well, I mainly max shifts because, I figure if it's so effective that MLB had to ban it, probably it's a good strategy.
Well, okay, sure.
No,
You can-
default
you-
sliders. Sorry.
No, you go. Okay.
No, I was gonna say, default sliders I think are okay for some of them, and for other ones they're really not okay. So, but what we mean by default sliders is you shouldn't leave everything right down the middle. That's not good.
Right. But also,
But probably still better than the average sliders that get
Right.
set.
I think also what you should do, there's still a really good interview that Kidneys did with Pidge a couple of years ago, where Pidge went through all the sliders. There's a lot of good information in that.
Yeah, and basically you can sort of some of the sliders you can see what they're doing, like stealing bases, base running. There's ways to measure the outcome of these sliders. You have UBR, you have the actual stolen base efficiency. So absolutely, like, tinker with those.
I will say I don't
But some
trust
of-
the stolen
yeah.
base efficiency in the game because
No, it
I
doesn't count
find
them
that
all
a
well.
lot of caught stealings are generated as pickoffs.
Yes,
and-
that is
Yes.
also true.
So it looks
very
like
annoying.
I'm 2 for 6, but I might be like 2 for 3 with 3 pickoffs.
Well, it's not that many games. You could go figure it out.
I could,
Yeah,
but
you
I'm
can-
lazy.
I think you're probably like 2 for 4.
Right.
It's still actual stolen
Which is
base,
still
which is
bad,
still
which is still
really
bad.
bad.
Anyway.
Yeah, that's pretty much why I turn it off.
So Cage Wisdom, you can tell us. We'll give you the points for sliders unless you've got, you know.
Yes, I think he said he had set them. So
All right. Do you have different starting lineups versus right and versus left? Basically, platoons are good things. You do. As we can see, you look at the overview, right? Clearly running some platoons, and in this case, it's really important in bronze because some of those players have a big advantage. All right.
yeah,
This next one, I think, is another really important guideline for roster construction, both in terms of getting use out of people and also, you know, like kind of making sure that the build's going to work with all the, you know, the depth chart stuff. You really want everyone on your roster, at least in a non-cap, right? Because in a cap, minimum cost players, fine. Maybe you just never want them seeing the field. But everyone you're spending on should basically be starting at least versus right or versus left, except maybe for the catcher. Sometimes it's just catcher, backup catcher. You know, and basically that's one way of saying I really used all of the space I had available to kind of platoon. So like here, Sweeney's not, for example, and I think that was one of the things we were saying when we talked about like Bake McBride or something. Maybe you could replace Sweeney with a card that actually you would want to start one way, and then you could basically replace one of these two-way cards plus Sweeney with a platoon, and you're going to get a little more out of it. So that's another one you might look at. Okay, you're aware of the expected ratios of righties to lefties. Well, this is also important because it changed a lot from tournament to tournament, right? There's some metas, like, I guess, what's the most right-handed now? Maybe low diamond? Or iron, actually. We just look at iron, right?
iron. Yeah.
Yeah. Iron, all the starters are righties. So we were talking about Shane Halter, who is a really good card versus lefties, and asking how interesting is this card? Well, in a world where you see a lot of lefties, Shane Halter becomes more interesting. If you're going to see 5 right-handed starters and, you know, 5 out of 7 right-handed relievers in the typical iron build, probably instead of a platoon, you're actually looking at like your versus righty and your backup versus righty. Just like, you know, there was a while in gold this cycle that everybody was left-handed. So you want to be aware of that. In bronze right now, it's a bit of a mix. You know, like you're running one lefty in McNally, but there's also a lot of Dontrell Willis, and there should be a lot more Cliff Lee.
Okay.
Debatable.
Yeah, I don't think that card's any good, but
I'm drafting Cliff Lee tomorrow, you know.
Well,
I'm
that
sure you will.
Yeah.
is less debatable.
Okay, yeah, so you expected like 70-30 righties, and what that says is in your lineups, your verse right is more important than your verse left.
Right. But that's not so slanted that basically you should punt your first left lineup because you will actually have lefties you have to face.
Exactly. Yeah, good.
You should make
So,
sure you have at least some cards that hit lefties.
All right, good. So those were going to make sense. All right, this last one, you don't have any two ways, but I think this is just a good point. Anybody who's set to a two-way should actually be useful both ways. They should be a better pitcher than your worst pitcher. They should be a better hitter than your worst hitter. If that is not true, they're a one-way player, right?
Yep.
It's a dog bird. It's not exactly directly team building, but it's when you think about how to build it, you always have trade-offs for every card that goes on the roster. Because just as we said, every card on the roster has a purpose. If you allowed me 27 cards on the roster, I would put 27 cards on the roster that had a purpose as well. So there are always some things that I'm just not able to do. And,
Well,
yeah.
I guess the other thing is that responding to the meta is a huge part of team building, I think. Figuring out what other people are playing and then trying to play cards that are good against is really what good team building is about. That's the whole point. So yeah, I mean, we have questions certainly that are about the meta, but you have to know the meta if you want to build an effective roster. I mean, It's just sort of required.
And I think that brings us to the last one, which is, again, but you're not going to have every single card because some of them are expensive, okay? So like this Portland roster doesn't have Ozzy, it doesn't have Suarez. If you were willing to drop 500,000 points, you'd be able to get Ozzy and Suarez, but that may not be a great use of 500,000 points for many teams, right? I mean, it probably isn't. So it's okay if you're missing them. But the last point is you should at least be aware of what's out there because it's still part of the decision making. All right, so we put it all together. So there are 36 points here. And you can always go submit your own if you kind of want to try this checklist for your own roster. It's out there, right? Here's kind of our rough grading system. If you want to get your S+ roster in there you go. And we got, let's see, what do we got? Hold on.
Yeah, Chase was not so much like, do you own Ozzy and Suarez, because that obviously not everyone does. It's like, are you aware that Ozzy and Suarez exist?
Yeah, it's okay if you don't own Ozzy and Suarez, but you should at least be aware that other people will own Ozzy and Suarez, and that's part of the thinking is I'm going to play against them in this tournament.
Right.
And that's most important, when you're, for example, some of the pitching you should be thinking about is, I'm going to be up against Ozzy and Suarez. Or if there were, a really big pitcher. For a while, Cal Eldred was an expensive limited edition everyone was running in bronze. Okay, well, actually, I may not be running Eldred, but that's a righty that everybody's going to be running and that I need to account for, right? All right, so that would be kind of the grading system we got. So hopefully that kind of makes sense. And again, you can all kind of try this for yourself. It's up there if you want to sort of grade your own rosters, and so forth. So, kind of see where they end up. And if you're not doing a lot of these, what?
No, I was thinking the Capcom's question in bronze. I think it's very close to 100%. There are a lot of LEs that play in bronze. But that doesn't mean that every team with an LE is guaranteed to win. It just means that some team with the LEs will win.
My team's about to get knocked out with LEs by another good build. So
right, mine as well.
But anyway, the point is this is up there for anyone who wants it as a checklist, and feel free to use it and see how you do. Yeah.
All right, back to cards.
There were other things in our list, but probably we should get back to cards. But does that mean we don't get to have the Cliff Lee discussion?
Yeah, that's another time.
Brief version, Cliff Lee is really good, but Cliff Lee is not as good as I thought. And I finally understand why.
Precisely.
I learned something interesting about BABIP. and that sounds like a future discussion. But if anyone wants to learn the same thing, I recommend taking a look at the most recent imperfect draft that we did, because that was pretty informative.
Yeah. Anyway, back to cards.
Cards, yes.
Oh, holy cow, cards.
Whoa, what are those? We don't do those here.
What?
All right.
Okay.
Should we speed up?
Yeah, let's see if let's just go really quick and see if we get to the tournament stuff. I think
Let's
we can
go real quick, because I know people want to get the tournament stuff, and a lot of these cards are. Let's just say if this were Sesame Street, today's episode would be sponsored by the letter F.
Yeah, Dukeshire plays Silver Floor, nothing else. D?
Yeah, sure. That sounds
Okay.
about right. I think he does play Silver Floor, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snailman, you good with that?
I'm good with that. Am I muted?
No.
I can hear you.
No.
Okay. Well, sometimes I've been coughing and stuff, so I have been using my hotkey, and it's been a while.
Appreciate you sparing everyone's ears from that.
All right. Flaherty. So Flaherty I have is pretty good.
Yes. I have him number 2 low silver, like number 4 full silver, so probably an A.
I have him exactly the same spot, actually.
Great.
Yeah.
We both have him behind Heron, or?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Yeah, I think this is a solid
Hey.
card. It was a little splitty, but. And Snailman, you said B?
No, I said A.
A. All right.
Hey.
3 A's it is. 3 A's
And then I
it
hit the
is.
TV
All right.
and it started working.
Actually, I think you're going to see a lot of agreement on these.
Yep.
Cal Daniels. Can we pretend that only righties exist?
I mean,
no.
Jimmy
Key exists.
Jimmy Key exists, but
so-
you're still playing this, I think.
Okay, so against righties, this is an S+. Right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
I think this card is just so good that you're just always going to find room for it at this point. Even if there are sort of 2 or 3 righties, I think you're finding room for it. And right now in low silver, there are probably going to be, 3 or 4. And high
Probably,
silver is going to be similar.
The only thing that would give me some kind of concern is that Danny Tartable is also very good and can hit both ways. I think you still probably run Daniels even with both.
I should show you my low silver roster. You're gonna scream, but I managed to run Daniels in left and Tartable in right versus righties.
Goodness gracious.
Now, fortunately, I had the best defensive center fielder possible in Rosenthal in center.
Huh? Anyway, so Daniels I think Daniels, because of the splits and Tartable existing, is more like a B than an A.
I still think he's an S, because I think, well, we're gonna have to talk about Chu. If not for Chu, I actually would have had this card running low gold.
Yeah, but Chu does exist.
Chu does exist. But I think I still think this card is probably playing full silver. Isn't this the best VR bat in full silver?
No, it is, but I don't know. It's very meta dependent. It's probably DH only. I don't have a hard time giving cards like that an S.
Well, right now in full silver, I think you're running 4 righties.
Sure, but that's not always the case, right? We get one lefty and suddenly this is off the roster. That's not an S. That has to be.
I think with 2 more lefties, he's off the roster. I think with 1 more lefty, I'm still going to run him. He's just the best bat in silver against righties.
Well, but you have to actually have you have to have a solution for the other side. You can't just, it doesn't seem so easy to me to get him on, especially when he's DH only. You have to platoon him. You actually just cannot play him under any circumstances on the other side. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a slam. I agree he's the best hitter in silver VR, but it doesn't seem like a slam dunk to me.
Just play Cecil Fielder on the other side.
Okay, yeah. Good luck. Good luck building a depth chart with that.
I mean, if they're, I just think if you have the best hitter, I think you're allowed to have a hitter that is on the strong side of the platoon and DH only.
No, I agree he makes the roster. I just don't agree that he's like an S tier card. I think it's more like an A, maybe. I'd probably give him a B, but I don't think you can, I have a very hard time giving an S to cards like this. They have to be just basically like in such another world that you're willing to warp your whole roster to get him in. And I don't think he's quite to that point.
I think this card might be at that point for me. Snailman, where do you have him?
I'm with Isidafo. I'd give it an A or an A plus, and then this card might make me default run openers in silver.
Yes, that's another thing to consider. Set your opener lineups.
If it, in maybe not this week, but like in another week, when there's more of the card, like
if this card alone is good enough to
rosters
make you like change your tactics entirely, that doesn't make it an S. In full silver, right? Because he's low silver, remember. You can also run this card in silver only in all these caps. You're paying 3 points for him in a silver floor cap, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, if True doesn't exist, I think this is very different because then you actually are playing him up like quite a ways.
Yeah.
But
A plus, I guess is
I think I'm fine with A plus. I'm happy with A plus.
All right. Addy Joss.
I got Joss kind of fringy silver.
You've got another Addy Joss, right? You have what?
I have Joss kind of fringy, like 5th, 6th, 7th silver with Flores and Smith Shaver and Key. I think probably I prefer Joss, but any of them seem okay to me.
Oh, see, David Donovan's asking, do you drop Daryl for this? I think if you're playing Daryl, you're now playing him in right.
Yeah, you get them both in for sure. You just play Lafari in left and Strawberry in right. That's totally fine.
Okay, so Joss, I have just outside the top 5, so I get about where you do. But this is a pretty good card in earlier eras, so I actually will play Joss in like in the Golden Deadball Rebirth.
Yeah, but you're bullpenning there anyway. It's not an important card to have for that.
He's in my bullpen. Yeah, he's not one of my 2 starters. Yeah. He's in the bullpen.
Yeah, so I think it's probably like a C or something. Maybe a D, C, maybe a C.
C minus?
Yeah, C minus, sure.
You good with that, Snailman?
I hadn't actually looked at the card yet.
But you agree that Addy Joss should be better than a 77. There should be one. Like, I really think you can make a credible case that Addy Joss was the best pitcher in the history.
No, but that Addy Joss 100 was the best pitcher in the game for like a month and a half. I think you got a very fair card this year. Like,
yeah, but like, I think you could make an Addy Joss endgame card, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you could, but I mean, you have to print someone as the top launch card, and I think Addy Joss is a very reasonable card to print as the top launch card.
Addy Joss, the only player in the Hall of Fame without 10-year career, which is mandatory.
Oh, yeah. I guess that would be.
And Addy Joss was responsible for the first All-Star game.
Yeah.
Yep. I also I have this memory that he like was quoted about the DH, but I couldn't track down.
Yeah.
Couldn't verify. I found one quote that seemed plausible, but then I couldn't verify it, and then I couldn't track down what I had remembered because there was actually a vote about the DH in 1889, and I was trying to recatalog all of my memories about it because some DH conversation had come up, and I couldn't quite. Yeah, the solution was that there would just be 8-man like lineup. There wasn't like an actual DH that they were gonna not have the pitcher hit.
Oh, actually, I like that solution better.
Addy Joss was like famously bad at hitting.
It's amazing that even back then they realized that the pitcher hitting was a bad idea, and people are still complaining that they should want the pitcher to hit because it's like the traditional thing. Like,
right. That's why I was trying to find all my memory and like organize it all, but I couldn't quite. Get it all together.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the numbers, and Addy Joss wasn't that bad of a hitter by like pitcher standards.
Right, but that's the thing. It's
No.
like pitcher standards. Like everyone realizes that these pitchers are just really bad at hitting compared to any normal player.
He was
So-
pretty bad.
Anyway,
Wait,
all
Matty
right.
Joss got games at first base? You got a game at third base.
Well, you
They
can play
moved
anyone
him, yeah.
third base. It's-
They did
Yeah,
used
but-
to like move guys around and like somebody would come in to face like a few guys and then the pitcher would come back.
No, he got starts there. Like one start, 8 inning
Weird.
game at first base in 1902.
That's awesome. Yeah, 6 innings at third base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. John
There's a
Ashford.
story there. You'd have to
Oh, you
go
would-
back to
sorry,
the
Josh.
newspapers. No. There would be a story there.
Oh.
You just would have to go back to the newspaper archives and track it down, which is like kind of freely available online now.
Yeah, I guess you probably could
so
find it.
Axford, I'm gonna like more than you, right? Because I've got Axford as like narrowly the best reliever in silver.
I've got him fourth, but still definitely on the roster.
Oh,
Definitely the
interesting.
shape I'm gonna like better than you. Yeah. I mean, the big thing is I look at the huge reverse splits and say, hey, they're gonna
Yeah.
bat lefties against him. I like them batting lefties against him.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a card that I'm going to put in my roster. So, I don't think it plays up really. You're not going to play it in caps,
Oh,
but
it definitely
it's going to be
doesn't
in
play
full
up
silver.
because anything that's missing both P BABIP and control is just going to allow too many base runners.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't play low gold, for example, right? Like there's too much low gold relievers.
No,
now.
it doesn't. So B or C?
Probably a C.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right.
And now we got the big one.
Jeff Francoeur. I mean, he has no eye, right? He
This
looks
is
good. and
Charles's
he
favorite
looks good,
card.
and then you scroll down and you see the eye, and and then you
And then
really
you-
grumble when you have to run him.
And then you look at your model and realize he's like 2 wins better than the next right field, and you have to put him on your roster, and he's really good.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
So just
No, that's not
When I
true.
build
only have him
rosters-
I only have him 1.8 wins better than anybody.
Okay.
when I build rosters, I only play like one of these types of cards. So like it would have in the past it was the Ryan Braun card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wrong side platoon cards that you really don't want to get a lot of play against.
I mean,
You know?
it's not just wrong
Yeah.
side platoon. The thing about my model is that as much as it hates the shape of the bat, so it says this card's not going to get on base because he's not, right? Like even with that BABIP, he's not going to get on base that easily because the eye.
But man, those are big numbers.
But when he gets on base, it's a lot of doubles, it's a lot of homers, but also the right field defense is enormous right now in silver because there's a huge gap between that and anything else you can think about running. Like, who is your next best defensive right fielder?
Yeah, it's really
Clemente.
probably
But no one's
But he's
no
pretty
one's
far
going to be
behind at this
stupid enough
point.
to run Clemente in silver, right?
not at this point. I did earlier. He's dead now.
You're
It's
gonna
probably
be,
Bellinger or something.
You're
but-
probably, no, VL. You're probably like.
Oh, VL, you mean? Then it's
Yeah.
probably Kike Hernandez
I mean,
or
it's Kike, but like a lot of people are running Charbonneau.
yeah,
Bellinger card's
Charbonneau.
not that splitty. Charbonneau, yeah.
So the gap
Yeah.
between Francoeur and Charbonneau is just so big defensively that's why I end up really liking the card.
No, the thing is, I've got Charbonneau second right field, and then there's a big gap behind Charbonneau too. So you can put Charbonneau in left and DH, and then there's an even bigger gap for Francoeur.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I ran Danny Tartable in right field in low silver.
Yeah.
In related news, I believe I am out of the low silver. Let me check.
Okay, my alt with no cards is in the finals with Adalberto Mondesi.
There you go. Card's crazy.
That's well done. Well done. Well, Oh, play laps.
I've decided upon looking at this Francoeur card that we should call players who walk a lot but don't do much else snails, so that when you have cards like Francoeur that slug a lot,
Oh, very
could
nice.
have like a
Snail to slay. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. See that?
I feel like I'm uniquely positioned to point out this poetic use of language.
Yes, that is excellent. So what do we give Francoeur? I mean, he's only facing Carlton, probably, maybe some Jimmy Keys.
Yeah. So right
but
now
I think,
it's probably 1 out of 5, basically.
But I think he's so good you just play him anyway.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
So, but probably that makes him like a B or something.
It's definitely less than Cal's. I think gotta have a higher rating.
Yeah, I think so. So Francoeur is probably a B.
B
Yeah,
minus
that's about right. Sure.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, consider not playing him if for some reason I thought I could get good enough matchups against Carlton.
All right, Frank Mountain. Vaguely playable in dead ball, and why is he going for?
Because you can use the two-way player box on his card. The game will let you do it.
Okay. So let me just remind everyone what we mentioned earlier. If he's not a better pitcher than your worst pitcher and a better hitter than your worst hitter, he's not a two-way player.
Yeah. No, the thing, Doug Berry. So he's 1 point wins above the next best option VL, and we're saying there's like 20% lefties in silver.
Yeah.
So it's really like 0.75 probably or something, right? Like that's your advantage. It's not actually 1.8 because you're not getting enough.
Wait, is Mr. Audit trying to tell us Cal doesn't have enough defense?
Yep.
Anyway,
Frank Mountain's an F, yeah? Just doesn't quite get there.
Yeah.
Not useful two-way. Yeah.
Pretty much. Oh boy, now we're on to the goal. Oh, you know what? Should we do the non-PT elites first? Because the PT elites are easy, or should we go in order?
Let's just go in order. It doesn't really matter. They're going to be easy whichever order we do them in.
All right.
I mean, like, two of the PT elites play. Burger is not one of them. F. Next.
Is he an F? How low do you play? How low do you have to go to play?
I mean, F minus. You think he is? He might be F minus. I didn't check
how low do you have to go to play this card?
I did not look. You played in bronze for sure.
Is he that much better than the Iron Maguire?
Yeah, he's definitely better than Iron Maguire. No, this is better than Horner. I mean,
yeah, probably. But Horner plays third.
So this plays third as well as Horner does.
I guess.
I'm not sure it doesn't play silver, but it's probably closer. I think it's just a straight F. I don't know if this one's as bad as some of the other ones some of the other ones are.
Right. Jim Johnson, that's also an easy one. Card good?
I only have him kind of fringy gold, but really good low gold. So I wouldn't give it an F.
I have fringy gold, but I have him like playing up in a couple circles. So I think he plays up a little better than like Holton, but not as well as Miller. But he's behind Holton and Miller a little bit in low gold. He's playable. I don't know, C-ish.
C-ish, yeah, it's fine.
All right. The aptly named Chuck Knobloch.
Yes. I say I don't think we've ever gotten a Yips Knobloch. I would like to see what that card looks like. It sounds very funny. Like, whatever, 80 infield range and like 3 arm and 3 error.
Lip Pike.
Yeah.
But hold on. No, Knobloch had arm. He had an arm. He just had a lot of error.
A lot of errors.
Yeah. So
Anyway, I want to see. I think it'd be a funny card.
I do have this as the third best second baseman in low gold. The problem is he's like 3 wins behind the other two.
Yeah. Well, yes.
And the other two should be platooned, which makes it even worse.
Right.
So just run Gelliff and Phillips.
Well, also there's Abrams, who you could
And there's
play
okay,
in.
and there's Abrams.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Or Mondesi?
All right.
Mondesi, yeah. Actually, not that crazy, probably.
All right. Shin-Soo Choo. So just look at this card versus right for a moment, and I want to do the following comparison.
I did not know that.
What?
Hamlet. Hamlet says Knobloch is German for garlic. I did not know that. That's interesting.
So he's good against vampires.
Yeah, exactly.
Take a look at these two bats versus right. Which one do you prefer?
Yeah. We really should get a better Musial at some point. I don't know that we will, but this Musial was not a card that represented his career in any way.
Okay, I'm not saying it was, but I just
I
just want to point out. Take a look at those two cards.
Oh no, it has city of birth as unknown from usual.
Oh, that's weird. For a bit, some of them were known, except they were not actually correct. They just had random ones.
Wait, we had it. I thought we did a quiz question about Musial.
Yeah. That's
yes.
His city of birth is very fun.
Yeah.
Trivia question.
No, but I think we're talking about Daniels. I think Chu is good enough that I'm willing to warp my whole roster to fit him.
Well, also the thing about Chu. Okay, so it is true that defensively Musial is not that much better, actually. A little better.
Yeah.
Now, this Musial was really a not what Stan Musial.
Stan is not so much the man here.
No.
He's not the best hitter in Out of the Park from that town.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
But the point is, Chu actually can play it in a corner and actually can play right even. And I think that makes Chu even that much better. Even just as a DH, I just would have looked at the bat and said, I'm getting Stan Musial in low gold, right?
No, I mean I'm gonna DH Chu, but yeah, the fact that Chu actually is able to play the corners semi-competently is useful.
Well, I'm gonna DH him probably in full gold, but in low gold, it just means I get to run one more player that clobbers lefties in a meta that has a lot of righties. Like I looked at this and said probably Votto gets squeezed off the roster, but I can actually keep Votto on the roster.
Low gold has real righties though. I mean, lefties, they have just Keuchel, like Zito, Paxton's pretty decent. Like there are lefties in low gold. They're not, it's not a meta that has no lefties in it.
No, but even getting this card, I mean, I'm getting Usual 3 days a week. Okay.
Right. No. I mean, it's still obviously on every roster, but it's and I guess this V left bat is a lot better than Cal Daniels. Like it's not good, but at least there are numbers there that are bigger
Cal
than 20.
Daniels is an excellent bat, but this is better than that. But
yeah,
actually, in the last gold I built, I ran both this and Daniels.
Now the thing is, I don't know if you actually play this in low diamond because Willie McCovey is also absurdly overstated.
You just play him and play McCovey at first.
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, it's really bad defensively, but you probably just do it. Yeah.
I think this gets an S plus, right? I know it's splitty.
Yeah, I
but it gets
so.
an S plus. Yeah. Okay. Get yourself Shin-Soo Choo. Choose him. Willie Castro.
Versatility is only good if the player's good.
Say something nice about Willie Castro.
I thought he actually played first base. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought he actually had played first base for the Twins this year. So I guess I could check.
Yeah.
Maybe that would be smart.
I'll check.
Okay. I don't know if he played. I don't know. He doesn't have it. If he didn't play it, then My memory's bad.
He didn't play it.
Okay. Then my memory's bad. Either way, F.
I thought someone was gonna say something nice about Willie Castro.
You know, he plays a whole lot of positions in a format where you really don't need players to play a whole lot of positions, and he plays them.
And he
doesn't
plays
hit.
them worse than Harry Ford.
Yeah.
However, he's
And
only an
24.
F, and the reason he's only an F. Can you say something good about this card? Because he's got lack of eye, so I can't.
I think Andres Jimenez stole 10 points of over from CJ Abrams. That's the only explanation, right?
Only 10?
Like, well, no, because he managed to be a 77, Abrams should be 87. You know, that's not so bad.
I don't think this quite plays the 77 even.
No, but at least it's better.
Yeah, this is
No, but I mean, like, this
there
is
it
even
is.
behind.
First name is spelled in an interesting manner. There we go. That's a nice thing we can say.
Like, Jimenez is even probably no. I mean, Jimenez is behind the meta months ago. Like, it's not just he's behind the meta now. He's behind the meta.
Yeah.
Probably 6 months ago. Like, it's just.
Yes.
This card is so far away from being playable. Actually, Mondesi is probably better, right?
Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
he is. Yeah, Mondesi's better. Is good defensively, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Karinchik. It's a representative card. It's an experimental shape, and I kind of like that they give us these experimental shapes to try, but I think this shape probably really is like a low silver power level.
I have this as more playable than that. I have it kind of slightly below the fringe, but like not really like far down.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough card because if you get it wrong the other way, you've like wrecked a meta.
Right. So I think it's good not to print, but the thing is, so I have this as well before Jeff Hoffman, because Jeff Hoffman's kind of silly, but before Jeff Hoffman, I have this as the best VR reliever in gold.
Yeah, but the problem is there's not so much room for specialists.
No, I don't think there is, but at least there is. Like, I think this was the most interesting card of the cards that were released on Tuesday. I think that there will eventually be a format where this card is useful. I'm not sure what it is, but it feels like there's kind of enough weirdness, like some super home run heavy thing with lots of righties and like there. It feels like there's some universe.
The format that would be useful is if they decide to do some kind of experimental, like, since we can do stuff with park effects, let's like go wild and invent a park. Let's play Moonball.
Right.
Right. And that would actually be a fun tournament. Like, I will never be able to burn all these channel points.
Well, I mean, that's probably true. Like in early PT23 Moonball, this probably would have been a card you wanted to play because like you just stop people from hitting home runs every other at bat.
Yeah.
And it does that at least.
So I do think as printed, it's probably an F-, but it's like I'd rather make the mistake of going this way than make the mistake going the other way.
I would just give this a straight up F, maybe even an F plus. I think maybe an F plus is what I'd give this.
All right,
I think
we'll
there's
give it
like
a straight F then.
Enough weirdness here that like there's some use someplace for it. But yeah, straight F is fine.
I think the main use of this card is missions.
Well, these certainly be missions.
All right. Is this now the best Hoffman in the game?
For its level, yeah.
No, this is just like by far the best reliever in gold, right?
Yeah, I have it by a pretty big margin, especially for in gold.
I do have
got Robertson number 2.
I think he does play up. Yep, and then another big gap. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think he does play up in low diamond. He certainly doesn't play in full diamond. And he's really
no. I mean, I have it as the third best reliever in low diamond, but the best one also got released in this set.
Yeah. So I think he definitely plays low diamond.
Yeah.
Are we giving an S to a reliever? I mean,
I think so.
yeah. All right, let's do
It's
it.
really good.
All right, let's do it. See, we're doing our good speed round thing. All right, Riley Green. Um, oh, it's another tiger. I never thought we'd get another tiger. Oh, hey, Kidneys is alive. You want to join us, Kidneys? We need some speeding up.
Yeah, just what we needed.
Yep.
Okay, so this card obviously doesn't play low diamond. Do you play this in diamond floor caps? Probably not. I think it's worse
I
than Jimmy
don't think I
Shepherd, right?
played in Diamond Floor Caps, right?
Yeah, it's worse than
Yeah,
Jimmy Shepherd.
there's
So
checkered. There's also just some other. There's like Hack Wilson at 91, and there's
Yep.
um
All right, so it's just an F.
even Bobby Veach is like does the same thing.
yeah, I guess this is Kevin Mitchell. You can play in right field.
Right, the Kevin
only.
Mitchell.
Yeah,
All right, it's just bad.
yeah, it's just bad.
Kidneys, yeah. If you want to join, you have the thing for the call. Feel free to jump in. Lane Thomas. Is this better than Green?
No, I will say it's weird because
I think it would
the
have.
previous
He might not have played at launch with that eye.
the previous PT leagues we got a lot of really strong cards like Newt Bar, right? Newt Bar is also 92. Are you playing this? Are you playing Newt Bar? I mean, Newt Bar is better like every single rating,
Yes.
right? Like it's just not.
Newt Bar, and I'll put Newt Bar. Ooh, I can do the comparison because I accidentally got Lane Thomas.
Wow, kidneys. That's impressive. Real food.
Yeah. And Newt Bar is also better defensively.
Yeah, I mean it's a wipeout.
Newt Bar actually like plays defense. He plays center. He has 93 range.
Does Thomas get a minus? Probably not.
Not.
No,
Yeah.
these cards would all play in gold. The difference between diamond and gold is substantial.
Yeah, it's true. The difference is really gotten big.
Outside
Especially
of like the
well, actually
Sinchuchus.
in a corner, I'm not sure. In center, he would. But yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Tanner Scott. He's good.
Yeah, I mean it's the best reliever in low diamond for sure. I have it playing in full diamond
I have
also.
playing in full diamond, yeah.
Just seems like an amazing card. Yeah.
The splits are a little bit funny, but I'm kind of okay with them because I'm really looking at P-BABIP and Control kind of as a pair, right? It's just how many base runners you allowing.
Yeah, I mean there's just really not much to complain about with this. It just said everything. Right? It's just
He only has 40 hold runners.
okay. Yeah. So all the people who don't get on base will steal.
Yes.
So I think this is probably another S reliever.
Is Kidneys joining us? I'm trying to see what he said.
No.
No, he's cooking.
He's cooking, yes. And not frozen pizza, apparently. That was important to specify because otherwise that would have definitely been the assumption.
Should we call the fire department?
Yeah. Maybe. It is food with cheese on it. Wow.
Is this a second S reliever?
I think so.
It's probably a second S reliever.
Yeah.
All right. See, we agree on all these so far. It's easy. And then we got Josh Naylor, who oh, wait, no I. And no defense. And no bat. And
yeah, if he walked more, I would approve Josh Naylor as a. But
this one's is this an F minus? This one's really bad.
This is wow.
I think this is worse than Torkelson, right? So
yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, this one we can be pretty quick. 80 graded helmet falling off though. Well, see that's why Manny had all the pine tar on his helmet. The only problem is Manny misunderstood and he put it on the outside.
I never understood why so many players do that. Like, just put it not all over your helmet. It's like there are a lot of other options. Like, go get the thing. It takes 2 seconds. I don't know.
All right. So
Manny had like a
speaking
batting
of
tick where he always
F
touched.
minuses, we've got a Met. We already have Pete Alonso.
This is worse than that like Immortal Maguire, right?
Yeah, and the
Definitely worse
problem
than
is
one
this
McGuire.
basically is like Maguire, except Maguire is a 90 and this is a full diamond, right?
Well, there's
I
the
think
96
the 96 is
Maguire.
on it. Yeah. But he might be worse than 92. I do think this one would play in gold.
Yeah, he doesn't play ahead of McCovey for sure.
He doesn't play
No.
for sure.
But he
So
doesn't play in low
does that
diamond.
does playing gold save him from a minus, or it's still a minus for not playing low diamond?
I think by making him a 95, I think he's got a. Although, all right, McCovey's not eligible for the judges' chambers.
No, I mean he's still behind a
If you
1,000
made the
cards.
judges' chambers OOTP era only,
Okay, so we're still behind Ortiz
you're running Ortiz and you're running Vlad and you're running Dick
and
Allen and
Vlad.
you're running
Yeah.
you're running Adrian
No,
Gonzalez.
you can't run Dick Allen.
Adrian
But
Gonzalez is
yeah.
ahead of this card.
Yeah, it's probably true.
All right.
Yeah.
If you're behind Adrian Gonzalez, it's an
also.
F minus, right?
Yeah, F minus. Yeah, I think it's gonna be F minus.
All right. I guess that's a general rule of thumb. Chat's going F minus here. Jonah Heim. Yeah, there's been a lot of just like S's and F's this week. There's not a lot in between. Now Jonah Heim is really good because like we gave him this huge catcher ability and he can hit.
Yeah, I mean I've got Tori a little bit better.
I've got Heim better versus left and Tori better versus right.
That's what I've got also. But overall, there aren't a lot of lefties in Diamond. It's just Scooble. So I prefer Tori.
Tori's a little better, but you're just running both.
Yeah, you're just running both platooning. Yep.
I mean, the big thing is this card is good enough that it's going to make me abandon Grandal at Diamond.
Yeah, for sure. I was trying some weird Beckwith stuff in Diamond with Tori at some point, but it didn't seem to work great.
Yeah,
so,
I think you just do this instead now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tanner Scott, by the way, I have is just the best Diamond reliever by a big margin.
I think I have Divine ahead by a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Tanner Scott, like, would be an S plus, except we might get to the tournament cards, and then we have to talk about Mo, and
That's
Mo's
I don't know what to do with that
Pedro.
card.
It's horrible.
Yes, but he pitches like 60 innings a season, so
yeah, but there's 60. Yeah, but well, do you mean Mo or Pedro? Because like late career Pedro,
Yeah. So Heim is probably like, I mean, okay, Tori's how many copies of Tori are there? 40, and he costs like 300K or something. So
maybe
if you don't have Tori,
only
Heim
like
is
an A plus just because Tori exists, but he's at least like an A or A plus, right?
Yeah, I think A plus, probably because Tori is so expensive. If Tori was not so expensive, it would just be like an A.
All right, so Scooble's an interesting one. Technically, I have him as the top starter in low diamond, but I literally have 7 starters within 500ths of a run of each other.
Yeah, I've got 5 very close. Oh, I've not 5. I've got actually more than that. I have Fernandez, Schmidt, Scooble, Hershiser, Chandler, Castillo, Palmer, Burns. All really close.
Yeah. And Cliff Lee.
Okay, not Cliff Lee.
Wait till the draft tomorrow.
You only get one of them, you have to choose.
Yeah, I'm gonna choose the good Cliff Lee because I realize that one of them's bad. And if we have time, I'll explain why.
Maybe should we talk about the draft now as long as we're on it? Like, probably should. Just mention what's happening at least. I mean, not much of a discussion because people will watch it tomorrow. But
sure, I was gonna mention at the end. We can do it now. Sure, yeah. We're gonna do a draft tomorrow. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah. So for people who didn't see the the sort of trial run last week. It's going to have 8 players. We're going to the main rule is that you only every card by title or by card ID, whichever you prefer, can only get taken once by one player can take the card, and then that's it. There are slots, 2 perfects, 2 high diamonds, so on. Probably, I think we're going to be starting about 2 p.m. Eastern time, maybe a little bit after
Laptop
that.
Hound and Tesweegi are going to be hosting.
Yep.
So it'll be over on their stream. I guess that means we're actually going to do a thing where we get drops. Wow.
Wow, amazing. I remember what that was like. I think Skyline Sluggers, we can announce that stuff tomorrow.
Oh, no, we should tell him because he's playing.
Oh, yes. We'll tell you.
I think that's why he's asking. So
Yeah.
So we did not want to have like some of the opener mind games determine anything. So we wanted to go for some sort of historical era, but modern enough that you were running a lot. So the plan was we were going for a 1987 tournament because there's kind of a limited number of tournaments around that era. So there's not a ton of comparison, but it's still late enough that you're going to have to run, well, you'll decide how many pitchers. I think you could get away with 11. I think it would be tough with 10. I think 12 is more than most people will go with, but it's unclear, right?
I mean, I suspect 11 will be the most common number chosen, but I would not be surprised to see some 10s and maybe even some 12s.
Right. I had one version of a plan where I thought about drafting 12 with the plan of dropping one as well. So you can play all sorts of games.
Yep, there's a lot of options.
And we're going to run it in, where's the default view? Modifiers. Modifiers should be the default view.
Yep.
What level is that listed under? Do you remember?
It's in neutral for some reason because
No, I just meant what requires.
Oh, it's a diamond level.
There we go. We're gonna run in, where's Royal? Here we go. Royals Stadium. So home of the 1978 Kansas City Royals. Because it has kind of some funny splits here. So you see the splits 1054 versus lefties, 998 versus righties. So BABIP is really going to be lefty favored. Home runs are a little lower than average, but home runs are actually righty favored, 881 to 930. And then some extra doubles and a bunch of extra triples. So that's the plan.
That is indeed the plan. Yes, Mr. Audit, the tournament is going to be played Tuesday, TBD on streaming for that, I think. Probably happen somewhere, not sure exactly what the plan is.
And I guess we can tell people who's playing, right?
Everyone is confirmed. I think everyone is.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's probably fine.
Hey, Dukes, not only do we win bragging rights, but I think it's possible we've set this up as an entry fee tournament because that's the easiest way to do side things. So I think the winner might win 8,000 perfect points.
Big prize. Big prize.
I'm not 100% certain on that.
Already, a bunch of the players in this already won one of those.
Yeah.
Dogberry. So, it's a free roll.
And one or two of the players really can't win one.
Yeah.
What do we? Should we tell everyone who's playing?
Maybe it's. Yeah, it's probably fine. I think everyone's.
All right. You want to give them the list?
Which at this point. Sure, I will read the list off. So we have myself and Charles.
Yep.
We have Spore. Let me see. I wrote the list down someplace. Let me make sure I'm not forgetting people. We have Hamlet, the New Orleans Crescents. Kidnies is going to be drafting off of Snailman's collection because Kidnies has no cards.
Although we did promise Kidneys that someone would lend him a pitching model.
Yes, and I will be happy to give him my one multiplies ratings together. It's quite decent. I'll even do the multiplication for him if you want. I know it's advanced. Excel is tricky.
Yeah, that's true.
So Kidneys is playing off Snailman's collection. We have KC86, who manages the Mississauga Leafters. We have the Skyline Sluggers, Dallas Skyline Sluggers, and we have McNoosh, who's I think the McNoosh Mutant Ninjas something. I don't remember exactly. People have seen him in tournaments for sure. You know which team we're talking about. Plays automatically, even better. Fantastic.
Oh, okay.
And
so in that case, the winner is not going to win 8,000 perfect points. The winner is going to win. I was going to say nothing, but I'm betting that having us win nothing will actually break OTP. Because if I remember correctly, when they did the head-to-head thing, they had to give out, a 1 perfect point prize or something to make it not crash.
Yeah. So someone might win 1 perfect point, or maybe 2.
Yes.
And okay, Spore confirms he's streaming it on Tuesday. Great. So yeah, go check it out on Tuesday on his channel. I think he's kind of going to be doing coverage of all the games, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, confirm winner gets to pick a card for the T4 show. Okay, so that's the prize. You get to pick a card for part of the sort of low tier sets.
But if all 8 of us agree to pick Tony Sock.
Well, pending ability to print a card off of it. But yes, I guess that's we can all be guaranteed
Tony
to
Sock's
suck.
got to be printable. He's in the database, right?
Yeah, we can if we all work together, we can guarantee that there will be suck.
Oh, I think we've already guaranteed there will be suck.
Tony Sock has a bats unknown and throws unknown, though. How do they reconcile that?
Unfortunately, I believe that OTP doesn't allow both hand pitchers, if I'm not mistaken. He's in it now for the joke card. Oh, the joke card got him in. That's hilarious.
Bats, yes. Throws, yes.
I yeah. I will say, if that 2 overall Tony Sock had actually been printed, it would have been the best card.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Probably yeah, no.
Ever.
I mean, it should be a 40 overall, but
Yeah.
There are a few others that would be fun. I would like to see a 1986 Burt Blyleven.
I don't know that season. Is there
Yeah,
a good story there?
Well, just because of what the card would look like. Here, I'll give you the stats for that year. So 1986 Burt Blyleven. The good news is he actually went 17 and 14 because we know wins are the only thing that matters.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, but he actually otherwise had a decent enough season. 7.1 strikeouts per 9, just 1.9 walks per 9, and 1.7 homers per 9. He gave up 50 home runs that season.
Oh God, that's a lot of home runs. That's a lot of home runs.
Yeah.
It's a lot of home runs, but the rest of the card would actually be excellent, right? For that era, 7.1 strikeouts per 9 is quite a bit as well.
Oh,
so yeah. He'd be a huge stuff, huge control card with 0 home run suppression, which I figure probably makes him an interesting bronze or silver-ish, depending on how the rest grades out.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Yeah. Let the league in strikeout to walk ratio. It was, it was just that home run bit.
Remember, I was looking at some guys from the last few years of the Negro Leagues that had really weird seasons. I mean, it's really few games, but some strange stuff.
Yep.
Um,
So that's the other one
interesting.
that if I were, if I were going to suggest something that would be fun, like if I ever were doing a content set, that's another one that I think would just have a fun shape.
It,
And it
it,
wouldn't
it
be
would
an
it would
awful card, right? Because he actually was a pretty effective pitcher. He was
no,
just a
I
pretty
mean,
effective pitcher that,
I think if you were making content set, it would be Tony Suck, and then like only cards with 110 plus I.
Yeah, exactly, Spore. So you may be able to find some even more extreme seasons, but this is,
Well,
Yeah, that's
that
a
is
weird
the
one.
most. That's the most anyone's ever given up in a season. But looking over, it, Jose Lima gave up 48 in 2000
in probably a
in
lot fewer innings.
a lot fewer innings, and then Bronson Arroyo gave up 46 in 2011 in a similar number. Seems like the Jose Lima might have the worst.
We have a Jose. What year is that Jose Lima in the game
The
from?
Lima's similar to that era, right?
Which does that Lima LE that was really terrible and you tried to get people to play? But I don't remember which year it was from.
I'm trying. Who was the
I have
card
to
in
look it up.
PT22 that had like this shape like this Blyleven? There was one.
Slick Castleman.
Thank you. Yeah. So that was one of my favorite cards. That card went 3-0 for me in Perfect League. No. There
Eric
was actually a
Milton
good
had
reason for
back-to-back
it.
seasons where
What?
he gave up. Eric Milton had back-to-back seasons where he gave up over 40, which is pretty bad, but
Goodness gracious.
not.
No, but actually, Blyleven would be the kind of card I would run if I ever get to Perfect League.
That would be a weird card, yeah.
Well, no, because
Yeah,
I mean,
Slick
not
Cat.
like run in a serious way, but
Right.
very often, game 162, you end up kind of wanting to like have somebody take one for the team so that you're rested for the playoffs, because sort of nobody gets a bye. So if you're
Right.
locked in, your main priority is just like figuring out how to, you know,
Yeah. I I had that last week. I put in Ed Walsh because he has 100 and however much stamina, and he got absolutely crushed. So it didn't really work. But
okay, yeah, the
uh,
Slick Castleman Spore, that's another one to look at. So the
I think we
Slick
have a Slick
Castleman,
Castleman. I'm pretty sure there is one already in the game.
but the right era for that one would be like the 1937, where he had 236
Yeah,
strike
That
out to
yeah, that's the one I'm
walk.
saying.
Okay, so he wasn't as extreme, I guess, as he could have been, because 19 homers is a lot for 1937, right? In 160
Yeah, and
innings.
the Lima LE is 1999, and the Crazy Home Run season is 2000. So it's not the right Lima season for it, I guess.
Yeah, no, but the reason I was thinking about that Y11 season is because although the home runs are like nuts, um, the other peripherals are actually good,
Right.
right? So like I think you could make a card that's pretty close, or at least for the right level. I think you could make a card that people would try playing that doesn't suppress homers.
Looks like okay, two guys in 80-73, they don't count. The leader for home run per 9 plus, according to Fangraphs, is 1934 Half Pint Allen in
Did you say
14
half
innings.
pint?
Yes. Half Pint Allen allowed 4 home runs in 14 innings in 1934.
That's a Negro League guy.
Yes, it is. It's an Eagle League guy. He also
And he's actually
walked.
listed as half pint, yes.
Yes, he also
Melvin
walked
apparently,
7.
but um all right,
This
I
Half
think
Pint Allen would actually. I don't know that you could actually make a 40 out of this card. Like this season was so. I mean, it's 14 innings, but they were so horrendous.
He has really bad.
yeah, but I guess with problems with 14 innings, it's like not quite enough to make a card out of.
Right.
Um but anyway, that Y11 I do think you could make something useful out of.
1907 Bill Dineen would be a good one. He allowed a lot of home runs for that era. looks like.
I
But
also, now that we heard the other story about him, I want an Ed Beaton with his slow ball. You know?
yeah.
Um,
GSG that Nightbot ate that, but that's minor league, so I don't believe minor league only cards are
yeah, I think they have to have
eligible.
played in the majors to be eligible.
Yeah,
And that's
because
why
like
Tony Suck would be a little questionable because it's the Union League, but that is considered major.
yeah, like Steve Dalkowski has been suggested a number of times by various people, but he's not eligible because he never made the majors. But that would be a fun
Well,
one if he were able to be printed.
he got hurt in spring training, I think.
Yeah, but he never actually he never played in the major league
Yeah.
game. So
Yeah. He's not
yeah.
in the
He's not in
player's
the database.
almanac. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would Larry Yount count?
I think they just have to appear in a major league game. I think that's pretty much it.
Well, because
Like-
he appeared and got injured warming up, right?
I think he counts. Yeah.
So I believe he
has,
appeared, got injured warming up, and then never played. And it was a career-ending injury, getting
Yes.
warmed up for a pitcher, right?
Yes, he's listed as having 1 game and 0 innings.
All right. That's my request. I want a 1971 Larry Yount. You figure it out.
You can print whatever ratings you want. I mean, it's just a blank canvas.
Yeah.
He could be anything.
He didn't allow a single hit. I think of the PBABIP.
Yeah, max PBABIP. Yeah, that's right. Exactly. He'd have max P home run, max PBABIP, 0 control, 0 stuff.
Yeah.
What level action does he play that card at? I don't know.
Yeah.
There is a small list of players depending on how much like minor league or other league data you can use in sort of finagling the card that did play in the majors. That I don't know if there's any interest in that, then I'd be happy to put in a
Yeah, but Larry Yount, I don't know what you would do with that. Would be
Oh, McNurse makes a good point. No walks would be 100. Yeah, Mac control. So then he'd be a meta amazing card. Yeah.
He wasn't very good in the minors.
Larry Yount, you mean?
Oh, that was after, I guess. Okay. Yeah, before he was okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, he was okay.
All right, should we keep going with cards?
Let's keep going with cards.
I like
yeah.
that the Southern League abbreviation is SOUL.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
Scooble's really good, right?
So Scooble is kind of funny. That's where we just started. I forget how we got off on a tangent with Scooble. Let me put Scooble back up.
We manage. We always.
Oh, that's what we were
manage.
talking about him with the draft. Yeah. Okay. So Scooble. I think the deal with Scooble is we've had somewhere between 6 and 8 like high diamond starters that are now all about equally good. But the only 2 lefties are Scooble and Cliff Lee, and Isidafo doesn't want to run Cliff Lee.
I do not want to run Cliff Lee.
So just the fact that he's a lefty really does distinguish him from all the righties in the meta, and I think makes him the most important of those cards. Because if all the righties are the same, you can kind of be missing any 1 or 2 of them. But he's the only lefty, plus Cliff Lee.
Yep. Well, except not. But yeah, I think that's enough. Like normally I'd want to give a card like this a B or a C, but I think that's enough probably to get him to an A just because like it is useful often to have a lefty, at least an option for a lefty.
And
And
I
it will
think
warp
even
the meta
more so
somewhat.
because there are a lot of really good lefty bats in Diamond, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Scooble and Dudge's Chambers. Exactly. He's really good there because the park is also great for him. So yeah, I think it's probably like normally I want to give this card like a B, but I think given the Diamond meta, it's more like an A.
Yeah, I was gonna say like B plus or A minus. Snailman.
Yeah, I don't know. I this card looks pretty good, and I'm pretty desperate for some lefties. So that's another format where I'm opening because
So
I
more A
think
minus.
there's a lot of I would go high, or I would bump up, whatever.
Yeah, A minus I think is reasonable. Yeah.
All right. Let's go A minus on him. Except what did I just do to break that? There it
London
is.
and Drew, we haven't done TV5 yet. I probably have to go in about half an hour, so maybe once we finish these next 4, people can ask for specific TV5s
All
in the
right.
next
You know what we
half
could do?
hour.
We could. I bet we could do the speed grade, like only grade, no discussion version of it, maybe.
Sure.
All right. Let's speed through. All right. Austin. These are going to be quick. Austin Riley. No.
Well, you got the minus.
F minus.
Austin
actually-
Riley, I'd play him as a 78. I might play him as an 88, but it's closer.
Yeah, he looked close in gold to me.
Because he also only
But-
plays third, which is going to be
Right.
tough.
Yeah, no, it's just terrible. Just F minus. Let's just move on.
None of these, no Braves are good, you know.
Yeah, the Acuna's. Well, I would say that I say the Acuna's going to be a monster because I would have thought Otani would be a monster too, and he just isn't. So
All right, Evan Phillips. You know, Connie's absolutely a monstrous card.
Okay.
Evan Phillips. This is actually a playable reliever, right?
I think this
Yes.
one's pretty good. Yeah.
You know, I think he's going to be, he's going to be behind. Well, he's way behind Mo. I think he's still behind like the very top relievers, but he's probably somewhere in the mix in the pen.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I certainly like Britain. I have actually sort of a decent bit better even than Gagne, and the Gagne a little bit better than this. But Mo obviously is just the.
Yeah, I've
the,
got him around
you know,
like number
absurd
4, number
amount.
5. Like I'm happy to play
Yeah.
him in the pen, but with an infinite number of points, I haven't gone and got him yet.
Right. Yep. It's not an important card, but it is a usable
Um,
card in perfect
And
league.
it's splitty in a way that kind of for a righty is a little bit tough to work with.
Yep.
So I'm really looking at kind of the verse left side. Yeah. So what does that make him? B or C? B?
Yeah.
C, I think.
D?
I'd say C.
I see. I hear a B, a C, and a D. So should we go C?
I think just B and C were said.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you
D?
said D.
No. C
Oh,
as in Charlie.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go C.
Then maybe B minus is what that averages to, or C plus, something like that.
C plus, sure.
All right, C plus.
Yeah.
All right, Shohei. How do we say this nicely?
He's saved from an F minus by the one tournament that exists for him.
He's not worth 500,000 points.
No.
He's not worth 355,000 points.
No.
Okay, so let me go back to, and actually, if anyone that missed it, I'm just going to put the link in again because I think it's a useful thing to be aware of for the roster quiz. Unless you're playing in a certain draft tomorrow, in which case, don't follow the link or learn anything from it. But just kind of a checklist for, like if you're drafting, and I mean just a checklist if you're building a roster and want to see if you're doing something sensible. Right?
Yeah. I mean, so I think there are basically two uses for this card. It's very good in perfect drafts, obviously.
Yes.
And it is very good in any kind of low cap or 100s are allowed, and the floor is sort of anything above
Yes.
probably low diamond.
Yeah, well, let me go back. Actually, I'll go back and say it the same way we did on the roster quiz, which is why I mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
If you're running a two-way player, he must be both a better pitcher than your worst pitcher and a better hitter than your worst hitter. If he's not a two-way player, he's a one-way player, and you should be thinking about him accordingly.
Right. And as a one-way player, he's not at all close. He's worse than Verlander. Verlander's already fringy. He's
Right.
He doesn't even play OTP era as a hitter. He's worse than Freeman and Olsen and Helton, and it's just not even remotely near anything.
Yeah, I think what you're getting is you're getting a high diamond-ish pitcher and a low diamond-ish bat in 100.
I think it's more of a high diamondish bat, probably, but yeah, it's not great. As Meter says, it's only a cap card, and the problem is there's a single format right now where he's able to play, because the problem is the primetime cap, which is the most obvious one for him to go to, doesn't have a DH. So he's not a two-way, he's a one-way. So the only format he can play in is the 2023 only.
Yeah, yeah.
That's just the only format
The problem
he's
is
good in.
exactly. The problem is the obvious cap for him. Well, he can play prime time, but since it's no DH and he has no position eligibility, you can only run him as a starter. So he can be your pitcher hitting 1 out of every 5 days, but he cannot DH the other 4 days, right? Because there's no DH.
Yeah.
And so that basically means the cap that would have been made for him, he can't play.
Yeah. Well, the 2023 cap is the one. He's very good in that. To be fair, he is by far the best card for that format.
Oh, I realized we didn't actually mention it, but I assume we're doing with DH for the draft thing tomorrow.
Yes.
So in that, he is a two-way card, and that means I suspect some people are going to get excited about drafting a two-way card and draft him. I can tell you on the draft board I put together, he's literally listed in the bad idea, but I think someone will be silly and take him category. But I'm guessing there'll be someone that takes him.
I think he will get taken, yes.
Are you taking him?
I don't own one, and I don't think I'm going to pay $500K for one, so that's a small impediment.
I promise if I draft the card, I will buy a copy.
Okay.
Hopefully Kidneys doesn't.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Kidneys can make a lot of points. That seems like a Kidneys thing to do.
That does seem the like card list of cards I own.
But I think Ohtani's a D for draft or something.
I think if this card were right field eligible, he would be more interesting. But either way, the key point I'm trying to make is for anyone that's looking at spending not just 500,000, for anyone that's looking at spending 150,000 for a card like this to run in league, for 150,000 you can. For 75,000 each, you can get a better pitcher and a better hitter, and you should run those in league instead.
Yes, I think I'd be willing to pay about 100,000, but exclusively to play the 2023 cap every day.
I would do it for two reasons. Yeah, one, to play the 2023 cap every day, and number two, because I have a sneaking suspicion that with all of these modern era cards that have come out now, there's a decent chance the next PTCS format's going to be one that features a lot of the PT Elite cards. That's just a guess, but
yeah, but he's going to be in spotlights 3 more times before that, so he's going to go down to 0.
Before the next PTCS, I do plan on getting a copy, unless a format gets announced before then that tells me I don't need one. But I'm going to wait for him to be in a future spotlight.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Matt. Well, so it makes sense to promote the elites, and I think generally they've done a pretty good job of having like the content in the tournament formats try to match. With an exception of the tournament that I'm going to build for on stream after isidafo has to run, because he's going to have to run soon.
Yeah, I don't think you need my help for building that.
No, I'm just going to play the only playable cards.
No, Cage Risen, the problem is because you only get 2 perfects, right? So you're giving up your ability to take one of the really, really good, like strong ones one way.
Right.
And it's just it's not entirely clear that is so much better than like the whatever silvers you're gonna play otherwise, that it's worth giving up that giant difference. I think he will get taken.
I agree.
I'm just not confident it's the right thing to do or the wrong thing to do.
Okay, I think there is a way I would take him. One of the funny things about the way our draft works is, because you only take a certain number of people from around, like if it turns out that the other 7 people drafting have taken all their perfects and I haven't, and I get to like take my perfect pick 26, I could imagine that like something weird happens in filling out my roster and I suddenly decide that, like, whoops, I didn't end up with a DH. I have a draft board which has a bunch of players, like some of the ones we've talked about today, that really should be DHs and are incredible bats for their level. and I'm expecting that I would much rather take one of those. But if it turns out I somehow didn't end up with one, and he's still on the board and all the other perfects have gone, I guess I could take him.
Yeah, I mean,
Skyline,
I think
yeah,
he'll get taken. I'm just no, McNoosh. You can take your cards in any order you want.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you
Um.
think the most important thing to do is to take like Bronzy in round one, you're allowed to.
Yeah. You
So
just
it's
have to fill
exactly.
out.
So my guess is based on when we did our draft online, like we did a practice one before, um, then there were only four of us, so it was a little bit easier, right? But what ended up happening was round one had three perfects and a diamond. Um, Round two had four more perfects, and then that meant that Isidafo, who had not drafted a second perfect, actually got to wait till the last pick of the draft to decide which perfect he wanted to fill in.
Yeah. Which I did actually end up changing as the draft was going along, which one I was going for.
Yeah,
So there's
and
definitely
people,
strategy.
yeah, yep, and people did reach
Yeah.
down for a few of the big cards. Um,
Yep.
the first iron that got drafted, it looks like, was round 12.
Right. I assume it was Mondesi. I think it was me drafting Mondesi actually.
It was you drafting Mondesi, and I drafted Hugh Nickel the round after that. Um, but really, that was a silver, right?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah. So the cards that are off the board. Let's confirm this in the little Discord thing we put together
Yep.
just to do it. But the basic idea is the PTMS and PTCS top end cards are off the board because not everyone has them. But otherwise, we want everybody available.
Yeah, I think we would said sort of diamond and TB5 100s also because there's like 2 packs out by
Yeah,
that
so I
point.
think the TB5 perfects will say are unavailable because they won't really be out yet.
Maybe we should discuss Guerrero. I don't know if we should allow him.
Okay, let's discuss that one
We'll figure that
thing. I
out.
think the brief answer
Yeah.
is, I mean, there will be another 100 Guerreros pulled between today and Tuesday. So I think
No,
we can
that's true. It's
assume that if you
Tuesday.
draft
Okay.
Guerrero,
Yeah.
you'll be able to find one.
That's fair. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, London Jory. It is big to get the last perfect, but the trade-off for getting the last perfect is that the 15 perfects that people wanted most are off the board.
Right. Yeah. Theoretically, you get the 16th strongest perfect.
Right.
I think we should probably get rid of David Justice also.
Yeah, I think maybe we should get rid of let's just get rid of all of the PTMS. I mean, probably everyone has Tommy Davis.
I think everyone is Tommy Davis and Frank Killen.
Okay, so we'll say all the PTMS diamond and above we'll get rid of, and the PTCS perfects we'll get rid of.
Yes, I think that's yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's take it to Discord. Let's finish up because I know Isidafo has to run soon. So Shohei, I think
This is D.
he's just
I think D.
he's a really good. He's the best cap card in the game at the moment.
He just doesn't have a.
There just isn't an obvious home for him. So I think, but he's also probably the top card you're taking if offered in a draft.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's ridiculous in draft.
Actually,
Depends on
actually, I should actually say that very differently,
DH draft,
right?
yeah.
In a standard draft, yes. But in a lot of these drafts now, we have like in a gold to perfect, I'm not sure he's that strong. In a diamond to perfect, I'm not sure he's even pickable.
Yeah. In a perfecto, like the pop-ups.
Perfecto, he's probably just bad.
Yeah, like in a perfecto, I think he's just not a card you want.
Yeah. So, but I think
I think giving
fair.
him, I think giving him a low grade people might come and hear all of the caveats about it. It's
Discord thinks he's meta in League. Well, not any Discord that I'm a member of.
Yeah, that's true. All of the places where I'm in Discord have realized that the card is not very
It
good.
sounds like that's a Discord that could use a few additional opinions on the card.
Thanks, D.
No,
Let's give him a D for
impossible.
Discord, and let's move on to Ha-Sung Kim. I mean, we're each desperately trying to sell ours, right? So should we talk up the card?
I actually did take mine off the card shop yesterday because I played him in the OTP era thing because Marcus Semien doesn't exist yet, and then I will relist him soon. Once I get a Marcus Semien.
I forgot to play him in the OTP era thing, or I should have done the same thing.
But once you get a Marcus Semien, this isn't even good in OTP era because A-Rod's at short and Semien's at second. This has no home, so it's just an F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Henderson. Not Ricky. Ricky I like. Okay, this card's better than the Future Legend.
It's worse than the Future Legend compared to the. The Future Legend at release was actually good.
That release was good. Yeah, this card's is pretty far behind.
This
the
card
meta.
is not
I
good.
mean, the high end,
which I mean, I think is probably intentional because that other card did play for a while, but yeah, it's just bad.
Is this card behind Is this card behind like a Tomei or Allen type?
I think I had him like Fringy Diamond.
I think he's Fringy. I think he's Fringy Diamond. So maybe it's just an F.
Yeah, I think there's an F.
All right, we did it. Do we want speedrun tournament cards?
We can try it. I got like 20 minutes. If we do card every 30 seconds, we can do it.
All right, then we're gonna make it really simple. Let's do it. All we're gonna do is just
or you guys can just keep going once I have to leave.
No. Let's just do 3-letter grades and hope they don't disagree too much. Gallego, okay. A.
S.
Oh, yeah, A plus.
Actually, you know what? I actually like S for that. S. How about S minus? All right, average to S minus. Tartable. Well, I love my big bats. Someone else go first. A, you said? A, B. I have like an A plus because he's still a 71. So average A minus.
Sure.
He hits both ways, which.
All right. Let's give him an A. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, give him an A. Oh, I should pull the card up while we do this.
We don't have time for that.
Mike Morse. Mike Morse. No I. F.
F.
Sure. I haven't even looked at some of these, so.
Well, if you haven't even looked at it, it's probably an F. Clyde, is it Milan? So Clyde was weird because he didn't look that good, but I actually had him as the top center field option. And
yeah, I think he's like an A.
Yeah,
there's
at very least there's like one of the pop-ups that I think he's really good in.
Yeah, that's true.
B.
Yeah, I'm fine with the B.
B's cool.
Okay, B. Not B minus. Dan Wilson. Like B. I've got him as like barely the top catcher, but you're still platooning him, and like Cerrone's cheaper.
Yeah, I do too. I think B's fine.
C-A. C for me, but that's fine.
B minus.
Catcher ability.
Then too. All right.
Yeah,
Tyler Wells. S.
S plus. I have this as one of the best starters in gold.
I don't think it's quite that good because your P BABIP is a little more aggressive than mine.
Yeah.
But I do have him as an S. What about you break the tie here, Snailman?
S plus, I think.
Chat wants an S plus. Let's throw the S plus up there.
It's definitely the best card of the batch.
Yeah. All right. Tyler Wells. All right. Oliveira.
We're starting to get to the point where like cards playing up might not be the best thing for S plus because there's pretty big power creep between all of the.
Edward Oliveras.
F.
No I. No defense. Is it a minus or just an F?
Just a regular F.
I haven't looked at it yet.
It's probably an F then. If you haven't even looked at it, it's probably an F. All right, Cecil
Yeah, no
Fielder.
range. That sucks.
He mashes lefties,
Yep, but there's only one.
but
It's
there's
not easy
only
to play him.
one.
So
He's
probably
worse
like
than
a
Frank
I want to
War.
give him like a B for a big
C.
bat and maybe a plus because it's a really plus size big bat.
I think C probably for me.
This card's an F for me. Only plays first base. Wrong side platoon. Worst, not the best one.
But have you seen how big the bat is?
Yep.
All
No, I
right.
mean that's a
All
fair
right. Average it to like
assessment.
a C or something.
Based on how I construct rosters, I can't play this
Yeah,
card.
probably. I didn't probably say one's more. Right? Probably more like a C minus or a D. I think
All right.
that's
C minus. Jason, but I'm definitely playing it because I like my big bats. Jason Bartlett.
Okay.
I mean, I actually have him as the third best shortstop. It's just,
I got him pretty similar to Seager. I think it's like a C.
it's just the problem is that he's behind the other good ones. So that makes him probably like a D or F for me, but he's like a playable D or F.
Yeah, maybe a D. Maybe a D.
Yeah,
That's
I
fair.
think D.
Snailman
Yeah.
going D? All right. We're up to the gold. See, we can totally do this.
Stan Belinda's the best 80 by a mile,
He's by
so it's got to
far
get
the
something
best
for that.
80. I want to play him in the gold floor thing, if nothing else. He probably vaguely plays in low gold, but not that much. So C, D,
Yeah, C. I think I'd go.
C.
C. Speaking of C, Sonny Siebert is another card I wanted to play in the same set of tournaments and nothing else.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much.
If you have 1 point in gold, I think he's now worth 1 point. But he's like behind Wainwright, maybe.
Where's a reliever?
Reverse split.
Yeah, but at 81, I'm thinking of him as a reliever in like the gold floor too.
Yeah, I mean you could make him a fit starter maybe, but it's probably still like a D,
D?
I guess. I think D.
D? D. All right.
Sounds good.
Brad Radke. Look at that control.
Gold Brad
Look
Radke.
at that control. How can you not like that control?
Are there other ratings that are on this card?
Oh, in that case, it's an F.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are. Okay, there are other ratings on the card. Tyler Holton. This card's just nuts. I mean, this is basically like not that far from Stu Miller VR, but you get the VL for free.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't have
Like-
him that much ahead of Stu Miller, but I do have him ahead of Stu Miller.
But Stu Miller was like an S plus that's been one of the better S pluses of the cycle.
Yeah, so Holton's probably like an A now, I think.
I still think he's an S.
I don't know how much I'm playing him in. I guess
I'm going to
probably
play
playing
him
him.
up in gold, but I'm also going to play him in almost any cap I can find.
Yeah, I guess that's true. He's probably
The only reason I didn't play him today was because I found the points for Tanner Scott.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
so,
It's
yeah.
probably you're probably right.
S minus?
That's mine, sure.
All right. Speaking of S's, LS Burks.
LSF.
No, not that Ellis Burks, although that was better when it came out. This is a DH pretending to be an outfielder without a bat that's anywhere close to Ken Singleton's, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or Shinsu Choose.
I think
For that
that's one
matter.
might even get the minus, actually, now that I think about
There's-
it.
Yeah, it probably does.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd play this in silver, yeah.
All right. Aparicio. No power, no eye, and not as much range as like a lot of the options you want, right?
Yeah, I have him as just kind of regular F. I think I would probably run this in silver VL, but
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I'm playing this in silver if I'm allowed.
Neil Robinson. I
This is
think
a
I
weird
may
one,
be the
actually.
only one that likes this card as much as I do, but I have this as one of the best cards in the set.
I like it too. I don't know if it's one of the best cards in the set. I have it very playable, no gold, a bunch of positions. I think I'd give it like a B, probably.
I have this card as basically like Harry Ford for kind of at least 3 of these positions, but I'm sort of willing to let him play center. like a carry forward version in low gold, except he's also eligible for the golden dead ball rebirth.
True.
And
Yeah, I
for
think
me,
probably
that
still
makes
B.
him
He needs the
closer to an
splits. He
S
doesn't
than
have
an A
catcher.
because he's just dominant in that.
If he had second base, I'd be a lot more interested.
But even there's like so hard to find third baseman for that.
It's Bresnahan. Fine.
He's got a better bat than Bresnahan, I think.
He's less high.
Ooh, how many channel points for an unbiased regrade of Bucky Dent?
I give one for free, at least for me. It's kind of a fine card. You can play it. It seems decent.
Bucky Dent's probably like a C or something, but you know.
Yeah, probably.
Pain.
We can edit that out in post, right?
P for pain.
So I have Robinson's an S, but I do think my model's going to like him a little better than some of the others. Like, actually, what Robinson reminds me a lot of is Kike Hernandez, where when you looked at him at first, you weren't quite sure the card was that good, and then you just add everything up, and it's incredible.
Yeah, the thing is, I had Kike actually when he was released as the best in positions. I don't have Robinson the best anywhere. I have him like second and third VL and like a little further VR. And
No, actually,
like,
I just want to play him at third.
yeah, I could see playing him at third. I guess I have Phillips ahead of him, but you could play with someone else. Yeah, maybe it's like
Well,
maybe
Phillips VL. But
I don't think
I
I
mean,
could.
actually, I split. This is a card you
There's
can split
Geloff.
platoon as well because, you know,
But where's I mean, there's Geloff, there's Abrams the other way. Like I don't know where's platooning
play
is the
Geloff
thing.
at second, Abrams at short.
Yeah, then you have to put Murphy. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's okay. I think I will probably run it in low gold. Doesn't seem great.
Okay, so
I don't know.
where do you're thinking lower than I am? How low were you thinking?
B or A. Maybe it might be an A. I mean, there is a lot of
Okay, let's
utility.
make him
It's
make
gonna
him an A,
find home
compromise.
someplace.
Yeah, this card's not good enough to get S, but it's very
Yeah.
playable.
All right.
Yeah.
Scott Sullivan. That's fine. Robinson, I think. I mean, Robinson is on my draft board for tomorrow somewhere at least, but he may be only on mine.
Yeah, he's a good chance of getting taken.
No, Robinson's a card where I'm gonna. He's the kind of card like we're talking about who you get in the last round for free. Robinson's the kind of card that's gonna come to me in the last round for free, and I'm the only one that likes. Like
Yeah,
Lance Blankenship, who no one's possibly gonna steal from me.
No.
Man.
Scott
This
Sullivan.
card's really bad.
I would like him a lot more as a gold for sure. I mean, he's a low gold for sure.
I still wouldn't have him playable as a low gold, but I would be more interested. So
So
this is
maybe
an
it
F.
gets a minus then if he's not playable as a low. Yeah, you're right. He's not. Okay,
Because
it's
the
actually
low
an F
gold are
minus.
so good. Yeah, I think it's a minus.
Yeah, it's actually an F minus. It would be funny to check how our ratings correlate with the prices, by the way, right? Because we didn't rate these at the beginning, so they've all been.
Yeah.
Bryson Stott. No power, no eye, not enough glove. What am I missing here? And why is this card not better than this? Like, why is this card not just like a lot behind Nasim Nunez even?
Yeah, I would. It is. I think I would play it in low gold, so it's just a regular F, but it's not good.
I'd platoon Geloff and Phillips in low gold, and then I'd run
That's
Neil
only what,
Robinson
one
third.
position.
And then run Neil Robinson at third, and actually,
And now you got
I'd
Phil
run Neil
short.
Robinson at short over this card. Or
Yeah, but you
Abrams at
still
short. Abrams at short.
That's you
You
still need one more
infielders.
player.
Yeah. I think he
well,
does.
if you
Abrams.
and
Like,
Abrams and
I think it's
Gallego, probably.
Abrams, Robinson, Geloff, Phillips,
Gallego.
Gallego. Yeah.
Yeah, probably you're right.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't play.
Yeah.
Okay. F minus
F
it is.
minus.
Friedel.
All right, I actually like this card. I have this card as like the best VR outfielder, except for Shin-Soo Choo as a DH.
But did you notice that he has no eye and no power?
Yeah, but he has other ratings on him that
But
are
I
quite
actually
excellent.
do really like the defense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the three positions is nice. The thing is, I think you sort of have. Sorry.
I like the bumper hit.
Yeah, that's true. He's a lot. I didn't really notice that he's a lot good for hit.
The funny thing is, I assumed with this profile I'd want him in right, but my model actually likes him better in left just because of the extra right fielders available. However, I think he's an F. And the reason I think he's an F is because we're about to talk about Chaz McCormick.
I was gonna say you have to choose one, either him or McCormick. I
Yeah,
think I'm
and
usually gonna be choosing this, so
okay,
I
I'm
would
going to
give
be
him
choosing McCormick. All
decent
right.
rating.
Well, if we both would choose one, then he's probably not an F.
Then probably we should give both Friedel and McCormick like C's or D's or
Because I've
something.
got
Maybe a C for
McCormick.
each.
I've got McCormick pretty far ahead, actually. Here, I'll put McCormick up for the comparison.
Yeah, I have Friedel a little bit ahead, but I also would rather a lefty than a righty in gold right now because of the way my lineups tend to be built.
That's fair.
So
But McCormick's bat, I think, just profiles a lot better. Like there's real eye, there's real power.
yeah, his bat is probably slightly better, but he's missing
McCormick
some
has to
defense
be
and
played
base running.
left, where McCormick really shouldn't be a right fielder and Friedel can be.
Yeah.
So maybe
I think you have to choose one, and I don't know that there's a wrong answer really, but
yes, there is. The wrong answer is Friedel. All right. Both C's fine. All right. Ryan Zimmerman.
Yeah. F.
Let me look at the card first.
Then we can give it after that.
If you value third base defense, then this is,
Still not getting played because other cards are better and have more defense.
Then this is probably behind Neil Robinson.
It's also behind Matt Chapman, who was the last runner batch and also really bad.
And it's also behind Colson Montgomery, and yeah, all right, fine. And if you don't value third base defense, on the other hand, then it's an F.
Actually, I might give it an F minus. In all honesty, this card is quite bad.
I have it only as an F. I do have it behind Neil Robinson, but I think this is a card where if you value third base defense a bit more, then
maybe
you probably are going to have him in the rotation.
Maybe.
Okay. This Warren Spawn. Where isn't this Warren Spawn just missing some stats?
Yeah, basically. I play him in low gold, but yeah. No, he plays in low gold, but I have him too far behind in full gold. Yeah,
I don't even think he plays in low gold, actually. Paxton, Woodruff, Wells are at least ahead of him.
I probably have Carlton ahead of him too.
Carlton, yeah.
I think he's my SP4.
I think I've got him as like 7 or 8.
Yeah, my SP4 for low gold.
All right, let's give him an F.
Wells, Carlton, Wood, Spawn.
All right, let's give him an F. Frank Thomas. Big bat. Really big bat. Great against lefties, but like still a bit of a bat against righties.
Yeah, but Torkelson's better. That's the issue.
Thomas is better two-way if you have a mixture of righties and lefties. Torkelson's better in the current righty-heavy meta. Right?
But Thomas also, I think you want to be a DH really quite badly. And Torkelson is actually decent.
So my solution to this is to run both of them.
Well, that's an option.
But the fact that you have that problem and Torkelson's cheap, I think makes this more like a B or C.
I'd say C.
Yeah. I'm going to go B. What do you go, Snail Man?
For Thomas?
Yeah.
This is a D.
Then that's D as in Delta, right?
Yes.
Then C's the average. Okay.
You got a B, a C, and a D.
B, C, D. All right. Evaldi. Couldn't have got a Red Sox version.
Well, it's 2023, so that would have been rather.
I know.
Well, there is a Red Sox version.
We still could have had a Red Sox version. It was their own darn fault for not re-signing him.
Well, it's kind of his management's fault. Sadly.
Okay, I've got him as the 4th best starter in full gold. So like,
I have this as the best starter that has gold as a gold rating, but not the best starter in gold.
Okay, so I have him like BC somewhere in there. And where do you have him?
I have him number 2 behind Wells.
So where do you want to rate him?
I'd probably, but it's all really close. So I'd probably give him like a B.
I'm okay with that, Snailman.
I think really B, A for me, I think.
Okay, and I was more like a C, so.
Ooh.
How about we give him a B plus?
Yeah, B plus is fine.
Yeah, it's just I thought this card was really good in gold, and then I don't know cards that are like sort of slam dunk on playing it.
I'm
Feels
I'm
that way to
definitely
me.
playing. I just don't have it like far enough ahead. I think of the other options that it's like you should go and spend 30K
All
on
right,
it.
here, we'll give him an A minus. How about that?
Yeah, you might sure.
All right, Wilson Contreras. I've got him as the top 90.
Yep.
I think he's maybe even vaguely playable in low diamond.
No, I think I had him as the top. Let me double check quickly. I think I had him as the top low diamond.
I'm gonna platoon him with Grandal because he's sort of lefty heavy.
Yeah, I platoon him with either Grandal or Elston Howard. I think
Okay, so
all
that
three
probably
of them are
makes
pretty
him
similar.
what, about a B?
Yeah, I think you probably want two of the three. I guess he's the best of them because he's exactly a 90.
Okay, so maybe that bumps him up a little.
Maybe like a B plus, yeah.
All right, I like that. Yeah, actually, because in the past there have been no exactly 90s, right? It's been all 91s.
Yeah, there's Bob Boone, but he's a lot worse.
Yeah, okay. So actually, maybe he's like an A minus then. Just because there's so many really tight caps around diamond.
Yeah, it's a lot of utility.
Yeah.
There.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yandy.
I mean, I was definitely playing him in.
Yandy.
Yandy.
Isn't this card just missing some bat?
Yeah, I mean, I have him sort of okay versus left. But I don't think I'll ever play him. So I think it's an F. It's a decent F, I guess, but probably still an F.
He's also competing with McCovey and Bagwell.
Yeah, McCovey Bagwell. I mean, I'm happy to play him at third,
playing
but
this
third
in
is.
front of McCovey Bagwell.
No, I mean, I'm happy to play as a third, but then third is Steer and Mitchell.
Mitchell's free in a cap, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think he'll ever play, though. It's a decent F.
Plus, right?
I don't know, plus.
All right,
I'm not sure. I don't think I play it in full diamond. I think just maybe A plus.
I certainly
It's
played
really
in a full
good, though.
diamond cap. I guess I don't play it in full diamond. All right, A plus.
Yeah, I think A plus.
Snowman.
A plus sounds good. The card looks great.
All right, Betancourt.
Plays a bunch of positions.
Remember the really good gold one we had a couple cycles ago?
Yep.
Control heavy, but not a ton of P BABIP. So I have him. Let's see. I have him fourth among relievers, and the relievers are better than the starters. So that means he's on the roster. He's behind Jeff Hoffman.
Yeah, I'm a bit further down than that, but still probably fringy. I think I'd give him like a C or D.
I was gonna say B or C. So you said C or D. So C.
Yeah, is this C? Is that
C's fine. I might say D just because so many of the diamond tournaments are caps that.
All right, then how about C minus then?
Sure.
We'll downgrade a little bit. All right. Pablo Lopez. This is not the 94 I was really excited about. But I do have him in the. So I right now in low diamond, I've got Sonny Gray and then a gap, and then a group of 4 that Lopez is sort of the bottom of, and then another gap.
I have Danny slightly ahead of that group, and then probably a little larger group than 4 behind him, but Lopez is again part of it. I think he's playable. Yeah.
You might have Bybee moved up into that group, or Beckett, or or something like that.
Yep.
And I've got them
Bybee, Beckett, and Messina. Yeah. Plus Pettit.
We gave all these money to Kluber. Well, hey, Kluber had a better card. Kluber had a perfect.
I have absolutely no idea what to do with this card because it's so different from other. It has so many ratings, but is such a different shape than.
It has the same number of ratings as every other card.
Yeah, but it has a lot.
Many rating points.
Third dimension of ratings.
Yeah. So I've got him in the mix, but B or C.
I think C probably for me.
Actually, I think I'm gonna go B because by being a unique shape, I think it's more likely that you will find some kind of tournament format where he's uniquely good.
Maybe. I mean, I was kind of thinking a lot of the low diamonds are in the 80s where the shape is really not what you want.
Yeah.
So I probably won't play him in those, but yeah, there are going to be formats like some kind of 90s stuff or 2000s. You'll want this for sure.
How about 1987 in Royal Stadium?
Home run depressed. Oh, maybe not.
No. Snailman, what do you got? B or C were our two?
Oh, I'm out on this. I can't. I have no idea.
All right. B
It has a
minus, C
lot of ratings, so
plus.
I suspect it might be good, but it has them in the places where I wouldn't have predicted a good card to
All
have
right.
them.
Do you
So I
like
have
B minus or
no.
C plus better, isidafo?
Uh, let's be generous.
All right. B minus. Hong Chi Kwa. As a 94, this card would be incredible, but as a 95, I still have him like playing in low diamond, like somewhere second to fourth best reliever.
Yeah, about the same. I think he plays. The starters are really good though, so you're not actually running that many relievers in full diamond. I think it's basically him and Bednar have very similar, just one lefty, one righty.
Him, Bednar, and also Tanner Scott's going to be up there, and Divine's going to be up there.
Yeah, I've Scott and Divine a bit ahead of them, but yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
C.
Quill and Bednar are both like C's, probably.
Yeah, and I think they're kind of a pair.
Yeah.
Rube Waddell. Hey, look over there! It's a fire truck.
Maybe it'll distract you from the really terrible card.
Nolan
I understood that
Jones.
reference.
Yeah, it's a good reference.
Actually, it's probably enough minus, isn't it? Nolan Jones.
Yeah. I don't
Uh,
have this card playable, but I know people seem to like him. So
I will pick this card out of something pretty soon.
I picked one and then sold it immediately.
I was gonna say I'll buy yours. I'll buy yours, but I'm not gonna buy it for 62K because there are gonna be 40 of them pulled a week probably, and yeah.
yeah.
It was
So
before. It was when I was still pulling packs before we realized Vlad was.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
I assume they're going to give us compensation for those, right? Because in the past, every time people have accidentally gotten double something from something, kind of to keep it fair, OOTP has clawed something back and tried to equalize it. So I assume anyone that pulled from a flawed pack and anyone that bought off the card shop at the high prices from a flawed pack will get compensation, right?
Undoubtedly.
Be the only
Anyway,
thing they do.
I'll
Nolan
take
Jones.
45% of the difference between Vlad's cost and Nolan Jones's cost.
Yeah. Well, again, I think the precedent's been set. No, but I just love Nolan Jones's. Hey, Nolan Jones is one of the 11 players that has 128 as primary position. But I just love the glove. That's kind of what's driving me to be willing to play this bat. Plus, the low void Ks is good for me.
I just want to play the guys that hit the ball. I want to play Carter, Klein, and Griffey.
I just want to play the guys that don't hit the ball, but hit it really hard when they do.
Yeah. Well, I was with Guerrero. I forgot Guerrero even exists now. Guerrero is actually a card. I want to play Guerrero.
I've got Jones as like an A or B. You've got him lower, right?
F. Easy F for me.
Snailman?
I've come around to playing Klein in the field to get more bats in. So yeah, I'm not trying to play Jones.
So I think we averaged to about a D plus. Right?
Sure.
Is that about right? Like a B and 2 Fs?
Yeah. Skyline Sluggers, if you guys want to organize one in the Discord, go ahead. I can't make it, but feel free if you want to try to organize one.
I'll do a mock draft. I will mock any drafts people want. Actually, by the way, if anyone here wants to be like a backup ninth in case someone can't make it at the last minute, please let us know. We would like to have a backup available because like the show must go on and all that. Royce Lewis. Someone talked me into pulling one earlier on stream, and now that I look at it, I don't know why I did. I should have just taken Nolan Jones.
I actually have this as not that far behind at shortstop.
You took Quo over Jones, and then
I took
Royce Lewis and Quo, and then
that's what it was. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so then I don't feel as bad, but I'm still giving him an F. But I have him as the third best shortstop. It's just like Homer Johnson and Beckwith are better.
Yep, I have Glasscock also up there, so I think I even have him fourth, but it's pretty close. It's still an F though.
F for fourth?
Yeah.
Snailman?
Sure.
All right. Jason Schmidt. I don't know why people thought he was like a super high-end card on release. I do have him as like one of a kind of pretty fungible set of a lot of same-ish high diamond starters, and he's like one of the 7 or so.
Yeah, I mean, I got him number 2 of the group, but they're all so close. It doesn't really matter which 5 you have.
Right.
Um,
So I'm not
so
eager to go. So I think that makes him more like a C. And of those, Scoobles, as we are saying before, Scoobles the one that's most interesting because he's the lefty plus Cliff Lee.
yeah, I think maybe he's a B because I mean these are not cheap cards. Like, you might not be able to find them all.
These aren't cheap, but like, the Spud's incredibly cheap.
Yeah, that's true. So maybe a C.
Like
Yeah, I
Spud's
mean
cheap,
it's a good
Burns is
card, but
cheap.
there's just so many of these similar starters now.
Want to go C plus, B minus?
Yeah, either of those is fine.
Snowman?
Go on the higher. Go on the higher end. I think the card's really good.
All right, B minus. Lubob.
F.
He exists. All right,
He
I
exists.
will
It's really
say
bad.
in honesty, not this 99 Lubob, this 99 Lubob. I'm gonna be honest. Even with the eye, this is a card that I talked about on my draft board.
Yeah, I have this nowhere close to
Then
playing
Isidafo made me
anything
scroll down and look at the eye. It's an F, right?
at all. Yeah, just an F.
All right. Vlad. Vlad is a card that is so good that he was correctly classed as a perfect.
He's not that good. He wouldn't have played as a perfect, but he is insanely good as a.
Mr. Odd is not true that nobody noticed he wasn't in packs. I tried to buy one.
No, but Vlad.
Okay, this
Vlad,
card,
I think,
can we please fix the card art and make him an expo? But this is an S plus, right?
I think he was talking about Louis Robert for that one. The nobody noticed he wasn't.
No, I'm saying I noticed Lou Bob wasn't
you
in
tried
packs.
to.
I tried to buy. I was the idiot that tried to buy one.
Okay.
Of course,
Well,
I also pulled a Bobby Doors, so
I think Guerrero's actually. I don't think he's an S plus.
No, he's probably more
he's
like
really
an S, right? He's the
strong,
best.
and you want him for sure because especially with Scooble in, it's important to actually have someone who can hit lefties. And he hits both, so I think it's just a regular S. But I think this was correctly rated as a 99. This would have been a very bad 100.
It is a 99.
Yeah.
All right, S is good for me. Snailman.
Yeah, S. There's since the Norm Cash Immortal, like it's going to be really hard to make an S plus diamond.
That's fair.
Yeah, that's fair.
Rob Deere, no, I actually tried to find Lou Bob. I am that much of an idiot. All right, let's take I'm going to suggest we take the 4 starting pitchers together here.
Yep, agreed.
So I think we've discussed them a fair bit. You had Snell as the best of the 4, right?
Yeah, by a decent amount too. I didn't have it super close actually.
Okay.
I had basically Snell, Wynn Mathewson, similar, and then Smoltz a decent bit worse.
Okay. I have Wynn, Snell, Mathewson is the order, but also very similar, and then Smoltz a bit worse. So I think Smoltz is the F.
Yeah.
And I think the others, because there are 3 of them, they get close to interchangeable to me, except that Snell's a lefty, and the lefty makes a difference. But you actually think that Snell's just better as well.
Yeah, I think Snell's just better too. So I will say there is now starting to become the open tournament environment is so extreme that I'm starting to prefer some cards in league and other cards in tournaments. Like they can vary very wildly. And early when I like a lot more in open tournaments than league, for example.
Oh yeah, mine's mainly a tournament model because I'm no good at league.
Well, they're very different now. The open tournament, often the environment is just insane.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's probably why I like Win better.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to suggest Smoltz as an F.
Yep.
And maybe it's either like B and 2 C's or 2 B's and a C.
I think I'd go D for Mathewson. I think Mathewson is definitely the worst of the other 3.
Okay.
Because he has no extra tournament use, though he does have a ton of stamina. And then I'd say B Snell, C Win, probably. But
I might have bumped Mathewson up a little bit, but no, you're right. Because if you have all 3, you're never taking Mathewson. If you have 2 of the 3, you're never taking Mathewson.
Yeah, I think you only take Mathewson if you don't have Win or Snell.
All
I
right.
think if you
I
have winner
do
spell, you
have
always take them.
win is the better tournament card. I'm going to suggest like B and B minus.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
All right. Y'all good? You with that, Snailman?
Snowman has
Snailman? Me, I lost Snailman.
we may have lost him.
I know he said he was a little under the weather, so.
Yeah.
All right. Finishing up so that we can finish up in time, and we're gonna have to race a Twip draft, but you're gonna be off stream for that, so we might actually win. Because it's always
It's all
bad
my
luck
fault.
when we're both on stream.
Definitely my fault.
All right, Votto. Votto good.
Yeah, I got
very
Votto as just like
good.
Votto. I have Votto as just the best VR hitter in league. I think this is just an S. I have him as like
I still have Ott a tiny bit better, but Votto plays first. So I think Votto for me, Browthers is the card that he kills.
If I had Ott, I
Or
would
Helton
also
if
do
you were
that.
running Helton.
Yeah, I have Ott and Brothers really close as hitters, and Votto a decent bit ahead of them all. And then also Votto I have as the best VL of the first baseman.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Votto's just great.
All right. Give me an S.
Yeah.
Semyon. Semyon, I think, is the hitter I'm most interested in here because there's just a huge gap between Semyon and like Childs for me.
I would give I would give Semyon an S probably, except I prefer George Wright. I think George Wright for me keeps Semyon from S. Even though I know there are only 10 George Wrights, but
I still like Semyon better, but we can give him an A+.
I think that's probably more.
But I think for a lot of people, if you're offered both Votto and Semyon, you would actually do better to take Semyon.
I think anyone without George Wright should take Semyon. Anyone with George Wright should take Votto.
Yeah. So maybe that means Votto's not an S then.
Maybe Votto's also just like an A+.
Maybe Votto's also an A+.
Yeah. Like I think if you have every single card, the best card here is either Votto or Rivera, and you shouldn't, and then Rutschman and then Semyon.
Right.
But if you don't have every single card, Semyon is probably the best.
Okay, Rutschman is a switch hitter, which is nice. I think he's an upgrade on the current catcher meta. The 108 catcher ability. What were his framing numbers? That still feels.
They were very good. They were really good. He's a
lot.
Tremendously good blocker, like ridiculously good blocker.
That's fair.
So I do have him slightly behind Campanella, but I think they're pretty close. They're clearly the two catchers you want. I mean, and you just platoon them. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah.
The fact that it's platoonable, I think, does mean, yeah. Can I point out, by the way, that this means I win my bet with Kidnies. Pudge is out of the meta before the end of the year.
Pudge is out. Aaron is still going strong. I think Aaron is going to take some doing to unseed, but
Pudge is out before Christmas.
Pudge is out, yeah.
So So Kidneys, if you're listening, you owe me a hitting model. All right. Adley, though, I do think he's a clear upgrade. I think if you have Votto, Semyon, and Adley's number 3 in the priority list.
Yeah, you're never taking him over those. I think he's like a B, probably.
All right. That's fair. Okay.
And then the card that I do not know how to evaluate. I mean, not how to evaluate. I just don't know how to value it.
Well, sure. It's a better, it's a better pitcher than Pedro. It's a better pitcher than anybody in the game VL. It's a much, much better pitcher VR than VL.
Yes, but it's
and he's got 21 stamina, and he's got 83 hold runners. And he can even field his position.
But, like, if you have this, Votto and Semyon.
This is an endgame card. Votto and Semyon aren't. You take Rivera. Right?
But you're going to get so much more value out of Votto or Semyon, I think, in the short term that I don't know that
But I'm going to get 3 months out of Rivera.
Rivera, I think, is probably the first card that is like slam dunk, 100% guaranteed to be in the meta at the end of the cycle.
Yeah. So I think this is the S+. The gap between Rivera and
it's really big.
Britton and Gagne, I was like 8 or 9 tenths of a run.
It's a really big gap.
The gap between Rivera and Pedro I have is like half a run.
Yeah, it's a really big gap. It's true.
I think this is the S plus, right?
Well, I mean, okay, so if he's gaining you, um,
Okay. Also, he has 21 stamina. This is your best dead ball starter.
yeah, no, yeah, that's true, but he doesn't get to play. I mean, the thing is, he's like, okay, he's probably what, half a win better than Britton or Gagne. I think,
I've got him 0.55. Yeah.
yeah. So then I think Votto will be more than that, like right now. The full team. Wright won't because of Semyon won't because of Wright, but if you don't have Wright, Semyon is probably also more than 0.5 right now.
Yeah, but I also think in a cap, with that 21 stamina and a cap, I'm going to run Rivera a lot more, basically when I would otherwise almost never run a bullpen card. Also, I'm going to run
It is
Rivera as a
really
stopper,
good.
right? I actually will run him as a stopper. When Tug McGraw with like similar looking numbers ran as a stopper,
No,
I was
no, I
getting
mean
110 innings a year out of him.
it's a really ridiculous card. I mean the numbers on this card are just absurdly big.
And he can feel his
Um,
position and all that, and he holds runners. And I mean, I think this is, if this isn't an S plus, I can't imagine that we would ever give a reliever an S plus, basically.
well, that's I think sort of what we're
Um,
like. Yes, this is the card of all these cards that will last the longest for sure, not a question. Um,
I think this is
I
the
think it
card
has.
This is the card I'm willing to pay day one prices on.
I think this has less short run value in like the next 2 seasons than Votto on a full build.
Yeah.
I
No, but the
just
other
kind of
thing you have to remember is there aren't any high-end Red Sox cards in the game right now.
there's a Dave Roberts. It's a 48.
Yeah, but you got to get on base. But there are no high-end
Well,
Red Sox cards, and that makes this much better.
he's allowed to pinch run. But anyway, I got to go in like a minute, so let's pick a rating and
I'm
then.
voting. I'm
Is
voting
it
S plus, but I could be convinced to do
S?
S plus plus.
I think I just say regular S, but
S
maybe you're
plus.
right. Maybe it's an S plus. It
Snellman, what do
is
you
so
got?
ridiculously good.
S plus. S plus.
All right, we got an S plus. We're giving a Yankee an S plus to balance out, that other iron one. All
Look,
right.
let me just say it this way: the worst day of my life was when Derek Jeter and Jason Giambi and Melky Cabrera and Jorge Posada sat down at lunch next to me. If it had been Mariano Rivera, it would have been the best day of my life.
Long as you weren't swimming.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or
Maybe.
looking at his recent political views, that may also be somewhat discomforting. But yeah. Anyway, I think I probably need to run. So
right.
good luck in the Twip draft without me, I guess. Hopefully it goes better.
Yeah. Wait, have I not? I haven't updated this
And
roster at all. All right.
yeah, hopefully everyone can tune into the draft tomorrow. I think it's gonna be a lot of fun.
Sounds
So
good. All right, we're
keep
gonna
that
stay on
time
for a
definitely
little
good.
bit. We'll do a
Yep.
Twip draft, and Snailman, it's up to you if you want to stick around. We could build the iron. I don't understand why this is a tournament format tournament.
I'm gonna be heading off for dinner whenever it arrives. I had to jump off just to order, but
Sounds good. But I probably should update this build, right?
what is this tournament?
Well, let me see. It is an iron,
Daily
1956. Yeah. Let me just update this real quick, and then we have 5.5 minutes to start a Twip draft. So we're going to do the very quick, what are we missing update? Because we're missing a lot. We are missing... well, we're missing Hacker for sure.
Oh yeah, that card's absurd.
And I'm missing Joe Black for sure. I'm missing Tobin. All right, this is a really old build, apparently. So we'll do a very quick rebuild of this. Do I even have Tatum on this roster? Oh, wow, this is an old build. That is a horrendously old build. All right.
Yeah, this process is so much harder without a list of the cards organized.
Yeah. We're just gonna do the best we can. I'm gonna run Hacker in black. And I promise we will do the TWIP draft because we have 4 minutes to get it started, or else, or no, we can start it late. We just have to finish under the wire. So we'll be good.
Yes, I have managed to start a draft during the countdown and complete it before.
Yeah, so we'll be good. All right. Real quick, what do we got here? Oh, this is such an old build. Wow. This must be a build from like the beginning of the cycle?
No.
No, wait, I'm running
Providence on there. Yeah.
Where did this build come from then? I don't know where this build came from at all. All right, I think I want to run Ross and Mathis, probably. Is Mathis ineligible? Oh, no special edition
SEs or
cards.
LEs. Yeah.
No special edition cards.
No special edition cards.
Okay.
That
then we're not actually so okay. Then we're not so far off. But I'm clearly running Mondesi.
They really gotta clean up the special edition designation.
Yeah.
For next year.
Clearly running Del Greco and Herm McFarland, because how can you not run Del Greco and Herm McFarland? Because look at how much I they have.
My filter for packable special edition cards for my like card economy spreadsheet has 333 overrides on it right now.
That's a lot.
Between tops, build a lineup, like Jackie Robinson, Lou Gehrig, and Clemente cards that are all wrongly typed, baseball reference cards, Immortal Seasons cards.
See if there's anything obvious I'm missing here.
And now PT Elite cards. Those shouldn't all. It's kind of a missed opportunity for tournament tweaks to just have those all be the same thing.
That's true, actually. Bavakwa is an SE, right?
He's a baseball reference card. So yes.
All right, then let's run Little Mac, I guess. So is he also?
No, McGuire, I think, is just like unsung hero or something.
Oh, okay. No. I just was filtering it badly. All right. We can totally build this and get over and start the other draft in not as long as we need, right? No problem. This will totally work on like the first or second try. Zoc in here. Mondesi plays everywhere. Del Greco can play left. Yeah, this is fine, right? Nothing too
Depth
bad.
charts.
What?
Oh, well, yeah. Autofill. There you go.
Yeah, we autofill the depth chart. That's easy. Depth chart done. Lineups autofill. We got 17 players in the roster, so nothing's bad's going to happen. We do this. Output the Iron Dinner plans. December 23rd. And we're done. Actually, let me clean that up. It looks better. Submit. And we get to go through the other. See, never a doubt.
Excellent.
All right, let's TWIP draft it. Here we go. And we got our 21 minutes to twip draft it, so that can't possibly be bad.
Tons of time.
Yeah. All right, let's do this. We'll see if you're better at this than Isidafo. Isidafo and I don't know if you've seen some of the drafts we've done on stream recently, but they have been horrendous.
I was on like a multi-week heater in draft, but it seems to have cooled off.
So I think this one actually needs a poll, but we're only going to take 1 minute.
This seems pretty straightforward to me.
All right, who do you want?
No. I want the 2 cards that came out in the last month instead of I think only one of these cards is not a launch card, other than I think.
Was Harper a tournament edition launch card? Well, Chipper was technically not launched, but was close, right?
Yeah. Chipper is I remember Harper being kind of a chase card at launch.
So probably the chat has spoken, or will have spoken in about 5 seconds, and it sounds like we're going with Nolan Arenado.
All right, hooray! Not throwing. I mean, you can't say it's bad luck if you run like a poll to your community. It's like, do you want us to try or do you want us to lose?
Well, some people want Bobby Dorr data.
Nobody wants Bobby Dorr data.
All right.
Bobby Dorr doesn't want Bobby Dorr data.
Was it? I guess it's Bird, right?
I mean, Bird. Yeah, I forget which set of cards is Bird from. Oh, Bird's
awful, but Buck is also from that same set. Juicy is better than Bird, but now you're spending on the reliever here.
No, it's not.
Well, it's single elimination, actually, right? 1995. Probably Bird. He has home run suppression, right?
Yeah, I think Bird over Buck.
It's Bird, and we just hope he's not a high pick. Well, okay. AG sort of by default, and it's either Robbie Thompson, who's recent, or just Joe Morgan's bat. Right?
I forget. I think Robbie Thompson just sucks, so.
He does, but Joe Morgan's bat is good, but one way is good. But Joe Morgan's a DH.
Yeah.
And it's a DH in Comerica, which is like righty.
Oh, it's the righty park. Yeah.
Robbie Thompson's.
So you can take Thompson, second base.
Right-handed.
He'll actually play second base.
I mean, it's not any of the others is the problem, right?
No, Fournier plays the corners, but he's been so outclassed.
Yeah, and he's
a lot
of in this. All right, we'll do it. I kind of would have taken Snuffy otherwise. Oh, there's a rough round. Brian Hayes is really not playable.
It's a double pick. You can still take cards. I think it's a mistake to not take. Like if you think Snuffy's better than Robbie Thompson, just take Snuffy.
I think we are taking Snuffy. I'm just looking at what else we do. I mean, Benson's on. Is it Rogers? Just because we. What do you even do here? Wow.
Benson is like a backup, right?
Benson is a 3-position outfielder with no bat.
Yeah.
I like London Enjoyer's answer.
Morgan Thompson and Platoon. Oh.
Well, both.
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is there's so many newer gold cards that are just actually better than both Thompson and Morgan at hitting that.
That is
I don't
very
think
much
Rogers
true, right?
Rogers is bad. I haven't even played Rogers in like 80 floor.
He's not. No,
Hayes
he's
has got to be
awful.
better, right?
So, but then we've got two single position third basemen that can't really hit. I like the card art.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of off center though.
So are the
no, maybe it's
Pirates.
just the well.
I mean, the Pirates should have a misprint card, right?
I would take Hayes. I would just take Hayes. I don't care. You could take Steinbach. He's not like totally.
So Steve
But he's a
Rogers at
lefty.
least stops righties from hitting homers in this park, right?
Yeah, you can do that too.
No. All right. I think I'm gonna go Rogers. Let's do it.
Okay.
Run him out of the pen. We have no good starter yet.
Yes.
You're gonna tell me I can't take Jack Cust, aren't you?
No, you can take Jack Cust.
Okay, good. I'm taking Jack Cust.
Why couldn't you take Jack Cust?
Well, it is a lefty park, but it's Jack Cust, right?
It's a righty park. And you mean, but yeah.
It's a righty, yeah.
You have to take the Molitor card's ridiculous though, right?
Yeah. He's a righty. He hits. Kind of would have liked to get Higuera out of this, but
yeah, Higuera's. I agree. I mean, you could take Higuera instead of Cust, but
I mean, it's a lefty in a righty park. We can't not take Jack. You got to take Jack Cust in 1995.
All right.
Okay, well, we're taking Hoffman. Koji,
yes.
This is not such a good park for.
I can't really see. Is that Utley in the
Which one?
Third row in the bottom? I can't.
Unfortunately, that's Brian Roberts.
Oh, okay. I can't see whatever the card is there because of the stream chat.
Oh, sorry.
It's all good.
It's Hoffman, Chapman, Brian Roberts, and Koji is the last one.
Yeah.
Normally I would love, but not in this park.
I think you got to take Jose De Leon.
It's De Leon or Bierkoff. I mean, maybe it's De Leon and just clobber righties and pretend lefties don't exist, right?
Yep.
Draft. You never know. This isn't getting better.
No, we really biffed on the gold rounds there.
No, winter's just the wrong shape for the park, though. London Enjoyer. That's the problem.
And era.
Wow.
I don't remember if
Cole
Milgis is
Hamels
playable.
Is an okay 70.
Yeah.
And Clemente, who doesn't fit anything.
No, it's not Clemente.
But plays defense. Well, it's not Clemente, but who is it then? The problem is you got to pick somebody. You have to pick two somebodies.
Slim Love and Milgis or Hamels.
Slim Love.
I don't even know.
Looks like this.
I can't remember what I. Oh no. Slim Love was good last year, wasn't it?
Milgis is a little better in this park.
Yeah. Milgis and Hamels.
Milgis only has 58 stamina.
You're not. It doesn't matter. He might not pitch.
He's not a game one starter.
I don't think so.
Burnett. We don't need a game two. Okay, this round actually might have got worse.
What's the
bottom row? Is Bill Dolan, Keith Hernandez, Branch Russell, AJ Burnett.
Oh, it's Branch Russell. It's just the third spot there that I can't ever see. Yeah, Burnett is good. I mean, good is a relative term.
Burnett is the best thing we've seen in this draft, yes.
Burnett is one of the
And
better
it's-
starters that we've seen.
And it's probably Bill Dallin.
Dallin, yeah.
Oh,
Bad Bill Dallin. Get him in the Hall of Fame already.
um, you know, I keep saying it's not going to get worse.
Ooh, but you should stop saying that because you're
I
tormenting
really should stop saying
the
that.
gods. Kevin Millwood is not as bad as some of the pitchers we've seen
Kevin
contemplated.
Millwood is. I don't know who our ace is, but I'm not
No, it's
sure it
Bill
isn't
Bird.
Kevin Millwood.
First. Are any of the live cards like accidentally playable?
Jeffrey
That Bubba
Springs
Harris
had a
card, like
re-rate that was okay, but it went away. Kenley had a good re-rate once. This isn't it, no. Bubba Harris. It's Bubba Harris, right?
yeah, I think we've taken. I think I used to take Bubba Harris months ago with some regularity. I think
This is really bad. Oh no. You know what? I gotta say, actually, I'm blaming this one on chat for not telling us to take Bobby Dorr.
Oh yeah, the whole time instead of being like, "Oh no," you'd have been like, "Oh well, at least we were already trolling."
Sometimes you just gotta sacrifice to the RNG gods and take a Bobby Dorr now and again. This is not getting better. Cullenbine probably over Judge.
Columbine has, I think, the most WAR of any player who was non-voluntarily cut from the major leagues. Like he had like a 4.5 WAR season, but it was all home runs and walks, and he had a bad average, so he got his. That was the end of his major league career.
Oh, it's not even Tommy Henrik. It's Carden Gillenwater.
It's Gillenwater, yeah. It's
Oh, this
definitely
draft is not
Gillenwater.
getting better, folks.
No.
All right,
7, 8,
hey, we got
9
Ewan Van
pitchers.
Gilder. We got Tom Tresh. We also have Greg Harris. We also have Randy Hunley. We have, I mean, at this point, I'm not even sure we want to take any catchers, but
No, there's still enough left that you take the catchers.
yeah, I'm saying Van Gilder and Tresh then, right? At least take 2 good cards.
Okay.
There's nothing else to do here, right?
All right, I just joined. We
Kidnies.
got all the cards now, guys. Sorry.
Whoa, we got Kidney. Hey, Kidneys, you want to help us salvage this draft?
Yeah, I'm watching.
There's nothing you could do.
The Arenado, that's one of the cards of all time.
Well, would you rather have taken Bobby Dorr?
I would rather not take an iron card with my perfect round, so I guess not. I guess we could take like the silver card instead.
Yeah,
So
Cullenbine,
you
that's
either
fine.
have to take McGuire or Harper or no catchers, by the way. You are at the actual.
Can Joey Gallo catch?
I think. Yeah. I really think you should have taken Hunley instead of Tresh.
Harper cannot catch. Let's just say Harper cannot catch.
Nope.
Right.
He can catch better than, Joey Votto.
Reese McGuire can't hit, but can catch a little bit.
At this point, he can't even really catch. There's a lot of really high catcherability cards now.
Well, I think it's better this than no catcher, right?
I would go with Reese. Yes.
You're either going to have 11 pitchers.
Right. Well, I was thinking we didn't need 12 pitchers because there's no way we're making round 3.
Okay, that's fair.
But if you think we might make round 3, then are we better off?
Might as well draft with the expectation of like sucking out and getting there.
All right.
It doesn't really damage the ego, I think. But yeah, it's
All
like
right, putting up a quick
McCullers.
1 minute poll. We're putting up a quick 1 minute poll. Which are you guys
Wait,
voting for?
So no catcher Joey Gallo means we take a pitcher in Gallo?
Yeah, because the catchers are all just lousy.
Does Gallo play catcher? Like, does he stand there?
No, but if you take 0 catchers, the game just puts someone
The
there.
game, someone will stand
Right,
back
but
there.
my point is, isn't taking one catcher worse than taking like
Yes.
no
Yes,
catcher?
yeah, that's the whole
we're at-
point.
Yeah,
So we're
right,
either
so-
taking a catcher now and a catcher next round. We're either taking a
have a
catcher
catcher
now
next
and a
round to
catcher
take?
next round, or we're taking.
Yes, we're at 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm down to take actual catchers, but not take Harper. We take McGuire and we take the next one. So
And not Gallo. So run 12 pitchers.
yeah, I'm a 12 pitcher enjoyer here.
All right, that's chat's answer. So goodbye, Joey Gallo. Taking Reese McGuire, and we're taking. Is it possible McCullers is better than this Robin Roberts, actually? Because McCullers is a decent live bronze. What does your pitching model say?
But that
Kidneys?
My pitching model says to pitch Joey Gallo because I just rolled the dice and that's the number that came up on screen. So
Kidneys, don't draft Shohei and make me buy Shohei.
Yeah,
so wait, if I
Kidneys,
draft
what do you
him,
think?
you'll
Is
buy him?
Shohei
I have to
draftable
draft
tomorrow?
him now.
No.
Yeah, he's a
no,
500. He's a 500K stud. He's a two-way. Why would I draft him? I play him in
No.
right field, and he's my ace, dude.
He
Like,
doesn't
come
play
on.
right field. He doesn't have position eligibility.
Is he able to stand there anyway? Because doesn't he have
No,
outfield range?
no, which means he
No,
can't even
no.
play the prime time cap because that's a no DH.
He's
Wow,
he's
that's messed
actual
up,
only.
actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes the card like not a 500,000 point card, right?
All right, what if we edit this format to be no DH, and then I pick Shohei in the first round anyway? How about that?
All right,
Wait,
guys,
that's even extra worse.
McCullers or Roberts?
No, it's better. What?
McCullers or
don't
Roberts?
No, I don't care.
McCullers.
Probably McCullers.
All right, we did it. And our last catcher is not any of the good low iron catchers.
Yeah, but you got to take him because you took Reese. You can't have one. You have to have
All
2
right.
or 0.
Well, we have lousy pitchers, but we do have Dawel Lugo.
No.
Dog.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, Dawel Lugo is a great card. Even I remember
David
that card. It was
Garcia.
very
Okay,
good.
Garcia's awful.
It's Nelly.
I used
whatever,
to say,
right?
I used to say on stream, if I
This-
didn't remember a card, it was a bad card. But I remember Dawel Lugo,
Exactly,
so
yeah.
clearly he's not a bad card,
Uh,
right? So
This card looks like he
Mhm.
brings Coors Field with him. It's
Just
probably
carrying it
Nelly
on his
King,
back.
although the homer
It's
prevention is a little scary.
it's the opposite of Dave McNally getting the raised mound and like Brooks Robinson and Belanger. This guy just walks around with Coors Field just for the
No.
at-bats against him.
But look at the ratings. Does that not look like what he does?
Well,
No,
also
it does.
the
I'm
like,
totally on board. Yes.
also the huge strike zone.
Yeah.
Or wait, was
Yeah.
that only like the 80s? I forget.
Probably
For McNally, yeah, the strike zone was different, wasn't it? Then
Yeah,
they changed it
yeah.
a few times. I remember we looked at it.
What do you think,
Yeah,
Gavin?
yeah.
Gavin Stone, I guess.
Gavin Stone looks okay. Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
I would say of all the drafts we've done on stream, this is like we've done some lousy ones, but
This was a very unlucky draft.
this was not a good draft. You know what?
no.
Now that we got Kidneys here, do we have
Mhm.
enough people to do an imperfect draft?
Does that mean I have to log in on my computer and do one? That's crazy.
What do you think, Kidneys? You want to do an imperfect draft with us?
I have to go have
Okay,
dinner.
by the way, I'm running a
imminently.
four-man rotation. Screw this. We're running a four-man
Okay,
rotation.
you go have
right?
dinner, Stallman. It'll be me and Charles just like the old days. So.
Fight.
How did Charles, how did we ever get anything done on those streams where it was just the two of us? Like, how did anything ever happen?
Did we get anything done?
I
feel
don't
like we
remember
rated
anything
cards.
you did, so
I feel like we rated cards faster than like you and isidafo ever have.
did you see this tournament rating we just did?
Yeah. Did you see our speed round?
No, I was cooking. That's
I
right.
didn't
And
even
you missed,
interrupt
and you
them.
missed the entire tournament batch.
I didn't even interrupt them to comment about how Blake Snell has the most snail-like last name of anyone ever.
Yeah.
The
That's
closest
very
we've
off
come.
brand for you. Are you
All right.
feeling okay?
I
No,
know.
you weren't feeling okay. That's right. That's right.
I couldn't hold back for some other equally irrelevant and ludicrous snail comments, but
Wait, why didn't Guerrero and Robert get like an N for not in choice packs? How'd they get rated?
they are now.
Oh, I know. I'm just messing.
Well, they weren't in my choice packs though. But I think
I mean,
we
Joey
think we
Votto
established in
didn't
chat that I
get
was the only person that actually was looking for Lubob.
Joey Votto didn't get an S plus, which means you guys rated the card incorrectly because that's the greatest player to ever play baseball.
All right.
How
Hey
could you?
guys, do we have enough to do an imperfect draft? Let's do an imperfect draft.
Let's do it, I guess.
All right. Let me. I was trying to find something out of slot.
Oh yeah, I don't have PT plus, so I never have slots for anything.
That's a very fun mechanic. All right, let me launch up.
Oh, it's a double elimination, so it'll be quick even. All right, let's do this. I'll pull out laptops thing for now and rejoin afterward. Let's do an imperfect draft. We're gonna join the one that has 0-16 double elimination.
Okay.
What would be a good one to do?
The 125 one? That one? ID 125?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
What would be a good format? So I think Spore was suggesting one where you could only pick outfielders and was it only pick outfielders and relief pitchers?
Can we do one in memory of Gabagoo? Not that he died, but just because it's funny. Can we do one where you have to, like, every round you have to pick up, you can only pick cards with 69 on one of their ratings unless none of them have 69. Maybe 69 or 42.
The all relievers one we did was kind of fun. All right, only outfielders and starting pitchers.
You could do an only relief pitcher draft and see how that goes. That could be fun. Like
They
for
just
pitching,
did
like you
that.
can't pick a starting pitcher. Did you do that?
We tried
Okay,
that.
yeah.
Those are fun. All right. How about the following? But let's include pitchers on it
Okay.
this time. No player can play at the position listed on the card.
Including pitchers?
Yeah. So your rotation has to be relievers.
Oh, like relievers could start and starters could be in the bullpen. Okay,
Correct.
sure.
Relievers can start. Starters can be in the bullpen.
Okay.
down
Are
with
you
that.
allowed
You want to
put
do
the
it just for pitchers or also for hitters?
No, also for
Are you-
hitters.
Are you allowed to put the relievers in the bullpen as openers? Or in
No,
the rotation?
No, I think relievers can only go in the rotation. You can run a 6-man rotation if you want.
Yes, but you can put them in your rotation and then run them as openers and put your starters in the
Oh.
bullpen and run them as followers.
No. Let's say.
So you'd have to explicitly ban that because that you are like allowed.
Yeah. You have to. Let's just say don't run openers. How's that?
Yeah, it would be you can only draft 5 relievers. And then
You can draft. You can draft 6 relievers. You just have to run a 6-man rotation.
sure, that's fine.
All right. No one can play the position listed on the card.
Yep.
Here we go. Let's do it.
All right, I'm gonna draft at the same time. And then I'm gonna give you bad advice and I'm gonna win. What do I win? 3 standard packs. Damn. I'm just giving out money today.
DH. If it says DH on the card, you can run him anywhere other than DH.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't say
Well-
DH on the card, you can run him at DH.
Right. Okay. So that's kind of your like free slot on the bingo card.
Oh, we even get a stadium. We are playing at the Angel Stadium of Anaheim.
It's lefty power.
Yeah.
A little bit.
All right, here we go. Let's do
Nerf
it.
triples.
So Doc would be a good closer.
Oh, it's out of 12. I do like these ones that are
Wait.
you can just get more choice.
Wait. What if I get a position player that can start? I could do that, right?
Yes, you can. Yes, that's fine.
Oh, I got Monty Ward. It's over.
Oh,
It's over.
we're in trouble. All right. Well,
I'm
Billy
gonna
Hamilton.
bounce.
Oh, wait. Billy Hamilton can be put in left and right. I think we take Billy Hamilton
but
and
he's
put him
not
in left
trained.
with no train.
But he's
I know
really
he's untrained.
bad.
We still put him in left, don't we?
Can Larry Walker
Probably.
play a different position? Is he only right field?
Larry
He's only right field. He could
Walker cannot, but Billy Hamilton is qualified to appear left and right. So I think we take Billy
You got
Hamilton and we put him in a corner.
Really
right?
bad perfect round for this stipulation. Salas
Yeah,
probably has other.
I don't think he
Salas allowed
does.
to play
I think
elsewhere?
he's just a catcher.
Ooh.
Could be wrong,
Salas, no, Salas is qualified to appear first base, and he's 6'2", so he's probably fine.
He could be fine, yeah.
So do we run Salas at first? I think
I
the
think that's-
answer might be to run Doc as our stopper.
Yeah, and you think Salas at first is better than Jackie just at like third or left?
No, I think Billy
Okay.
Hamilton's one. Especially because
No.
like none of the catchers are going to be able to catch, right?
Yeah, you can't draft a catcher actually because the game will screw it up.
You can draft one if you think you're going to find a second.
Yeah, you have to get 2, which kind of fucked up, right?
Or you can just draft Salas and put him at first base, but then the game will just catch him anyway.
Yeah.
No, that's really not fair.
Is that cheating?
I think that's cheating.
All
right.
Is it bad that I'm just constantly trying to find
All
the
right,
way
let's
where
go.
I can
All right,
cheat
we're
and-
going Doc and Hamilton. We're going Doc and Hamilton. Just to keep track, we're running Hamilton in left, and I'm running Doc. So I'm listing him as closer.
Hack
All right.
Wilson's
Hack
very
Wilson
good.
is not a center fielder anyway.
I'd love to get a what if Hack Wilson catcher. He
Oh,
broke
that'd
his
be
leg
fun.
as a catcher in his like minor league like single season before he got the major league call up.
Oh,
He
nice,
was a catcher.
Mr. Roddick got Ferdy. That's a really good call.
Yeah, Ferdy is excellent.
I can't pick this Home Run Johnson because Monty Ward has to play second and start. So Home Run Johnson can't be picked, which is making me very upset.
You can run Home
you
Run
should
Johnson
take him
DH.
anyway. Yeah, and then he can back up second base.
Yeah, no, I didn't think about DH. No, you're right. You're right.
I think
Sparky
this is
Lyle's
Jackson
probably
Holiday.
gonna
I'm
be
thinking this is Jackson Holiday at second.
Sparky Lyle's not a starter for us?
Oh, hold
Oh,
on.
Sparky, you gotta pick
Oh, I've got Sparky.
Lyle
Wait
to
a minute. He's
start.
got 39 stamina and 3 pitches. Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
That's like one of the best cards you can get in this format. That's an
Now,
actual pitcher.
actually, Saito has 4 pitches.
No, it's the relief, the stamina. It's Sparky
Yeah,
Lyle's
all right.
easy.
Oh,
And
hey, I
Hack
also have
Wilson's
Sparky
also
Lyle,
easy.
dude. My draft is crazy.
What would you do
Oh wait,
here?
Joe
All right.
Black has 60 stamina. I might pick him as well. Only 2 pitches though.
Your draft is clobbering us here.
It feels pretty good, but who knows? You know.
All right. I'm tempted to take this McGuire as our DH because the bat's so good. What do you think?
The Mark McGuire.
Yeah.
That seems.
I feels like a bad time to lock in a DH, but this round also looks rough. I mean, Presley is like he's got no stamina, right? Oh no, he has some stamina. He might actually be able to
Presley
start.
has 11 stamina, but he has 3 pitches, so
No, 11's probably just too low.
I think
I thought it was
11 because
higher.
it's
Yeah,
still
you're gonna
modern.
hit
See, it's
0.
still it's modern. era.
Yeah. No, I don't think you can do that.
You really want to avoid.
Well, here we go. We got
really
three
pitchers with.
three pitches, 16 stamina, but he's not very good.
Yeah, he just sucks too much. Also gonna hit 0 because he won't be able to get enough outs.
So you run Joe Thatcher's 9 stamina. I mean, he'll be really good for the inning it takes him to blow up. That's the problem, right? All right, I think I want to take McGuire because it's a big bat, and McGuire's the DH, right?
Up to you.
Who else are you going to run? I can take Deacon McGuire at first. Maybe it's just
No, you can't.
Maybe it
You
is
basically
just Presley,
can't
then.
take catchers.
So maybe it is just Presley then. Right?
Could be. Yeah, I mean,
Dan Bankhead's really good. Let's take Dan Bankhead, and we're gonna just go with a second pen option now.
he also like covers other positions, like as a.
That's true, actually. All right, that sounds good. Okay, well, Kobe Mayo is not exactly a third baseman anyway. Molitor, we have no DH options. Does Devin Mesoraco really count as a catcher?
If you take any catcher, the AI will just put him at catcher every game, no matter what.
Right. Rick Camp has 19 stamina and 4 pitches, so he maybe is a...
Oh yeah, 19 might be enough.
Yeah. Duran has 24, but is just not good. But I think maybe it's Duran. Oh, and he's even got a knuckle curve. Yeah, it's probably Duran also then, right?
Yeah, that's got it. Duran's great. You basically just need relief pitchers that will make 40 pitches, and then you probably want 13 pitcher. Like you probably want a lot of starters. I think Mark Davis has a lot of stamina too. Honus Wagner plays in the outfield.
32.
Finding outfielders who
Mark
play in the
Davis
infield
has
is going to be
32.
really hard.
He only has the 2 pitches, but we're taking
Oh,
him
you
anyway,
can't
right?
can't take. No, can't.
Why not? I mean,
Can't.
still be bad the second time through the order. Get him out after 40 pitches, right?
I think the 2-pitch nerf is going to really screw them up, but it's up to you. I gotta go.
Oh, okay.
Good luck, guys.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah, gotta head out. Good luck, guys.
Fun.
See
Thanks
ya.
a lot. It was fun. All right. In that case, now that Snailman's gone, I can do something stupid. I can take Sammy Hughes, who has
You were
catcher
gonna do it anyway. Let's
eligibility.
be honest.
What?
You were gonna do it anyway. Let's be real. Come on now.
I possibly was going to do it anyway, yes. I think Sammy Hughes, so that's going to be 1 catcher, and I'm just going to hope I find another part-time catcher later on.
This draft, by the way, has gone downhill very fast. I've also come to the realization that shortstop is really hard to find when they're not a shortstop.
That's also a good point. So Hughes, I think, is our catcher, is what I'm going to try. Assuming I can find another catcher. Like non-catcher catcher. Here, Tom House. Tom House has 23 stamina, 4 pitches. I'm happy with that. Pierce, I guess, only plays left, right, but Hack and Billy Hamilton somehow can't play center, so we can't do that. Right? Wait, hold
Yeah, it
on.
doesn't seem
Porter
like that would
Moss
work.
has 58 stamina and is listed as a reliever.
That's probably good. Is he 3-pitch?
No. But with 58 stamina, I think he's clearly going to get taken anyway, right? Oh, shortstop. Yeah, how do you find a shortstop? Well, actually, Sammy Hughes can play short for me. But I want him to catch. I feel like we should have one exception, by the way. If you get Derek Jeter, he's not a shortstop, you're allowed to play him there.
You should have said that earlier. I had him. I would have picked him.
Who else is this even? Okay, it's probably then Pierce, just because he plays outfield somewhere. Okay, Addison Barger. All right, so I've actually got 2 shortstops if I take Barger. So that's pretty good.
That's important.
I have 1 catcher at the moment, which is going to be a problem.
Just got to find a second one. I'm assuming the rules also apply to the depth chart, obviously. Like
Yeah.
anybody listed
Yeah,
anyway.
you have to try to... All right, probably it's Hultzen then just for another arm. Oh, you got your double duty Radcliffe. That's a quality card here.
Wait. This is an actual pitcher, and the game's not letting me set him to pitcher. Huh? I picked Blondie Purcell, and it's not letting. I could just make him the starter, and it's not letting me.
He's just not pitchable?
No, he is. Like, he's got 50 stuff, 112 home run, 35 BABIP, 65 control, but he's got 98 stamina.
I'll admit I don't think I've ever tried to run that card in anything.
Yeah, I wouldn't either, but like in this, he's got 4 pitches and
No,
stamina.
I'm just,
I
yeah,
can't
I
imagine.
agree.
Yeah. Dude, I need a second baseman that's just shortstop
Ooh,
so
Phenomenal
bad.
Smith
I also,
plays left field and is
yeah,
77
he's
high.
not too bad at it.
And I'm gonna take Kevin Biggio because he plays everything.
Yeah, it's a nice card to have here.
Um,
If you pick Hirua, can he play second? That kind of feels like even better than the Jeter rule, to be fair.
you know what? I think let's ask chat if you're. I think we should allow that actually. Let's ask chat.
That sounds
Right?
fine to me. That's gonna be left.
That sounds fair.
22 defense? Yeah. To me
Wait,
sounds
but
pretty
on the other hand,
reasonable.
if you take Casey Schmidt, you're not allowed to play him at short.
Casey Schmidt at short.
Do you see
Oh,
that
that's
card?
funny. I remember we saw this in Perfect League, yes. It
Oh,
was
you've been to Perfect League.
yeah. Hey, my dad's like top 3 in Perfect right now, or he was. I think he's had a rough hour, but he'll make playoffs probably. So it's killing it.
How does one get to this mythical place?
You have to be good at the game. Might be a strange concept to you, Mr.
Oh,
Charles, sir.
darn it.
Yeah, I know it's pretty hard.
Can you give me some tips?
Uh,
By the way,
yeah, you should go to this.
did you see the does your roster like need improvement thing we sent out earlier?
No, I didn't.
Let me send a link because this is actually because you also get asked a bunch about like, can you tell me if my roster's any good?
Dude,
And
I have
usually
never
the
had one
answer
of
is
those
not
comments.
what?
I've never had one of those comments in my life. I don't know what you're talking about.
Never.
Never.
But the point is that like the answer to that question, at least for me, usually isn't should I buy more cards, but like did you actually build it?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people don't understand, especially for league play, right? Doesn't really apply as much to other things, but like if you can't compete all the way, like unless your goal is literally like all I want to do is make diamond, then that's fine. But like if you can't compete all the way, like buying marginal upgrades doesn't get you to perfect league, right?
Right.
So often people try and like get all these in between type things that don't do anything. I think I have to pick Chris Taylor, and he might end up being my shortstop, like live Chris Taylor, not the decent one.
Why does Garrett Hampson not have catcher eligibility? That would have. Well, oh, this is the one I want to draft Shane Halter in.
Shane Halter.
Yeah. Yeah, this is absolutely the Shane Halter format, right?
I don't remember what Shane Halter looks like.
That's the card that came out this week that just plays everything but pitcher.
Oh, yeah, I have no idea. I really haven't kept on top of things too well the past few weeks. There's been so much content, and I've been really busy. And so this is like the first time in like 3 or 4 years I really don't feel like I have a great grasp on what's going on entirely.
I swear there's not the first time in 3 or 4 years that we felt you don't have a great grasp on things.
Yeah, well, reality is often not what
Oh yeah, Darwin Barney's
people
nice.
perceive.
Yeah.
All right, so right now Chris Taylor is my shortstop. Excellent. He's actually shortstop and backup second base.
I'm still
Oh,
stuck
no.
not being able to find a second catcher.
I think I'm picking. I haven't found a single catcher, so I think I'm on the don't draft a catcher train.
Garrett
Oh, I
Hampson
found a
looks pretty
shortstop.
cool.
It's going to be live Braden Shumake. Shumak? It's easily my catcher. And then I don't have a first or a third baseman. That's also kind of a problem.
I need to
So
find
I'll take
like
this.
anyone that pretends to play catcher, but isn't listed as a catcher.
Well, I wish you luck. I'm abandoning the catcher idea entirely. You think Rowdy Tellez could play catcher? Just hypothetical.
You could stand there, right?
Yeah, probably. You could do something there, you know.
I am about to end up very catcherless, I think. May have been a mistake for me to go catcher.
Yeah, this round is pretty terrible. I don't have a single starter in here, and like I only have 5 in my bullpen right now. It's pretty rough.
You know, the problem is I have one eligible catcher right now in Sammy Hughes.
Yeah, no, I know. So you're gonna get pretty banged up if
You know what though? It's a double elimination thing, so you know.
Sure. You got 2 lives. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Spore. He's got a kind of a catcher vibe to his picture here. That's kind of why I was looking at it. Do I need backup center field? No. Okay. Oh, but I never. Oh, no, I need starting center field because I forgot to change Walker Jenkins' position. I have it though. Like Cody Bellinger's fine. But that does mean I need a backup, I think.
All right, and I do not appear to have found a catcher.
Well, that's an F in the chat for Charles as a draft. It's Jover.
Hmm.
Oh, Nico Goodrum is crazy. Hey, yo.
Nico plays everything, yeah.
He's got 88 range and he plays shortstop. I'll
Yeah.
take that.
Yeah,
Oh my
he's just a
gosh.
shortstop.
All right, I gotta pick some starting pitchers here for my bullpen, but that's an excellent pick.
I have not done very well in the last couple rounds here, I think.
Oh, the game is taunting me. I got a Jeff Mathis in my iron round. Feels bad. Oh, you got 2 catchers, Tetsuiji? That's pretty impressive.
Nice. 2 catchers is great for this.
He got Tunberger, which I will once again say
that
is
is
the
great.
most American name
like
possible.
Berger or Frank Chance or one of those.
No, Tunberger is a stud.
So Harmon Killebrew, I guess I can play at first base, but I cannot play him at DH.
Yes, but I mean that's probably fine, right?
Yeah.
Seem like that'd be too bad. A 2-pick iron round.
Okay. Well, I have a draft. I'm not sure it's a good draft, but it's a draft.
Oh, who are you? Oops.
So now I have to fix everything. So hold on. Our actual starters are Porter Moss, Mark Davis, Rick Camp, Ryan Duran, Sparky Lyle, right?
All right. I have a lot of fix to do. I'm gonna be back in like 2 minutes. Floor is yours.
I think we can run Doc as a stopper. He's got the stamina for it, right? He got 3 Spore? That's wow. 3. All right, everyone else got 2 catchers. Just us that failed. That's actually what was trying to do here. So Millage. Hamilton. Barger's listed at third. Oh, what's Barger listed at? He's listed second, so he can play third. Carolina has to play second. Stone can play center. Pierce is listed at first, right? He can't play first. Wait, did I somehow miss? Oh no, Harmon Killebrew plays first. Did I somehow miss a first baseman in all this? That's the hardest one to miss, right? Everyone plays first.
So I heard Paul took your catcher. I didn't get any catchers, which is also sort of impressive.
I got one, which is probably worse than getting none.
Yeah, maybe. It reset all the positions on all my players. It's kind of annoying. Or on some of them, but not all of them.
All right.
It did keep Sparky. Funny enough, I put Sparky Lyle as a starter and actually put him in my rotation, which is kind of fun.
All right. So now let me think of what I want to super quick hook the starters, slow hook the relievers.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that because I have actual starters. So.
Yeah, how'd you manage that?
I have Monty Ward, Sparky Lyle, and Blondie Purcell are like all fine. Then I have Joe Black and Okajima, and then my 6. Oh, I drafted an extra reliever on accident. Then I did.
Just go six
I
man.
took Al Albuquerque, and then I also who was it I picked?
Just go 6-man rotation.
I am 6-man, and I have too many. So I guess Blondie can't play on the rotation. He's got to go in the pen. That's brutal. He's so good. He just has stamina. Just ignore the 30 pitcher BABIP, right?
So my starting pitchers get a 40 pitch max pitch count, right?
The game's not gonna care. You could set it to 1 pitch count, and it'll try and throw them 4 innings anyway. Like the 40 isn't doing anything.
I can still try. Oh, we at least got 16 out of 16, so it did fire. Hopefully we got mostly people that played along, because otherwise we may lose.
And that's brutal. I made that mistake though. I'm actually really annoyed about that. I drafted like a silver, like he wasn't even good. I don't.
Oh, by the way, did you see the AI roster that I posted in your Discord?
No, I've been pretty busy
I had a draft tournament with the following infielders available. You give me your infield configuration in DH.
Okay.
In alphabet, and then and more importantly, give me your guess for the AI. So alphabetical order: Danny Espinosa, Jim Fregosi, Harvey Keene, the PT Elite Royce Lewis, limited edition Hanley.
Oh, definitely played Hanley at shortstop. There's no way it didn't. Who would be second base? Maybe Keene? I don't know. What'd it do?
Spore, you posted this lineup, or you posted? Or you mean you posted the draft? By the way, Kidneys, I think clearly, just to get the trash talk going, we need some sort of side bet for this draft tomorrow.
Oh boy.
Right?
Yeah.
What would be a good side bet?
That's a good question. I don't know. What would chat like to see? I think I should be allowed to play Juan Soto in right field because he doesn't actually play right field. You know what I mean? I think that's fair, you know?
The live or the PT Elite?
That's the Elite.
Got all that.
That was my double perfect. But his defense. Or no one care about the eye here, Charles. Was this a Warbot stream? Gosh.
All right. What would be a good side bet for between me and Kidneys?
I could do the old classic. I'll shave my head. That doesn't really have as much weight with the other people in the competition, probably. This can be third. That's the classic. I did that. What did I do that for? Oh, I did that for when Jardine. There was like a meme card. I think this was PT21, so probably a lot of people don't remember this. But there was a Walnut had been asking for a 102 overall Vladimir Guerrero, very specific on the 102 part. And it had become like a big meme and I knew it was coming out because I had talked to somebody about it.
Isn't 102 more
And
than 100?
It is, but I made the joke anyway. Like, if this card comes out by the end of the year, I'll shave my head, and I knew it was coming out. I just wanted to shave my head anyway, but it was good content. So there you go. I ruined that story if anybody remembered the actual story.
So it was 102.
It was no, I mean it said 100 on it, but there was like a funny graphic on the screen at the time. And then I just need to copy this lineup and paste it here. And then the AI can set up. Oh, didn't like that. Why didn't it like that? Well,
Maybe some good side bet with Kidneys on this. What would be a good?
chat can come up with something. I'll probably say okay to it. What do y'all think?
Loser has to run Bobby Dorr.
Charles, I can't afford a Bobby Doer.
What do you mean? What's his last 10?
You just are you 0? You're wrong. I can't afford a Bobby Doer. If the one would show up, I could buy one. Yeah.
If you need a Bobby Dorr, I think I could magically get you one for 20K.
Is it funnier? Not that we can actually do this, but isn't it funnier if the prize for the Warbot Paul Sporer Invitational thing is a Bobby Doer or whatever that other card was that never sold? That to me is funnier. It's what
I still want the
sounds
prize
like,
to be a Tony Sock, but
I see. Is he actually the one that has to? Yeah, he is. Unless Nico does it.
I don't know how long ago it filled. So I don't know if it's about to fire or if we would have a bunch of time to kill.
Trying to set this up. Set this up with some time left. I don't actually have somebody. I don't have a backup first baseman. Oh, I'm not putting Nico there. Who can I make stand at first base? Can Juan Soto stand at first base? He could in old PTs. He can't. That's unfortunate. Chris Taylor
has to wear a Derek Jeter jersey.
If someone buys me one, I'll do it. I'm not buying one though. That's sacrilege.
Yeah.
There's no way that's happening. All right. Let's copy this depth chart, I guess. Paste it in.
You know how long ago
I forgot that Perfect Drafts like to set up auto strategy for your players.
Oh yeah.
Don't like that. Wish that would not be a thing, or I could turn it off. That's really annoying. That should have been in the document.
If we have a bit of time to kill, then actually the thing maybe to do. Oh, I could do another draft, but that.
Oh, wait. I have some funny pitcher manipulation stuff to do while you talk. It's okay.
Okay. What I was going to show is this pop-up tournament. I don't know was that well designed because I think there's kind of literally one playable player at most positions, and I was thinking we could walk through it and see how many playable players there are.
We could do that. We could also talk about the document I spent a very long time crafting. Have you looked at that? Did you ever get a chance to look at that?
Was that the excuse for why you didn't have a pitching sheet?
I did use time I would have spent making the pitching sheet, making that. So really, it's Paul's fault that there isn't a pitching sheet. Honestly, if anybody wants to blame someone, you can blame him. And then this needs to be 99. All right, I have submitted this nightmare
this is
draft thing.
Only cards 1999 and up. Iron. So there's just nothing that plays, right?
Can you play live cards?
Yeah, but there are only 2 viable ones, right?
Yeah, but viable is relative, right?
No, but the point is the gap between like the one good card and everything else here is
Oh,
annoying.
you're just saying there's no options? I mean,
Yeah, everyone's gonna submit the same roster.
that happens a lot, right? Like creative formats are fun as long as there's enough options. Like when you make it too narrow, then there's no options, and then it's just like, well, I guess I gotta play this card and I gotta play this one,
Right.
right?
Well, the problem is basically for a lot of these, it seems like people are still not doing the thing I thought would be obvious, which is if you're gonna release a tournament format, try building a roster for it first.
Well, how could they do that without a tournament sandbox? I don't understand. That sounds impossible.
Well, I can run a model
Solve A to
without a
solve
tournament
B?
sandbox.
I think we just solve A to solve B, Charles, right? That's a pretty simple solution. Just make the sandbox, and then you could test your tournaments first, right?
You could. But like the gap between like the one playable card and everything else in this format is just enormous in most
Oh,
positions.
Mondesi's in here, isn't he?
Yeah.
But that's in every format that he plays in, right? It's not relative to this one.
No, but specifically like for this one here, like,
Yeah.
let's just take a look at what's available, right? Okay, so catcher, there's oh, sorry, it's also no special edition as well.
Mm-hmm.
So no Mathis, right?
Ooh, I don't agree with your roster quiz. I don't agree with it. I think you have something on here I would not do.
Right, we're not letting what spin stand? What did I miss?
Oh, he's doesn't want me to say that it's his fault we don't have a pitching spreadsheet, but it is Paul's fault. You guys should send him messages about it. Tell him to stop distracting me.
Yeah, everyone's gonna put
But
anyway.
I don't agree that you need opener lineups on actually.
They don't have to be. You have to have made a decision about how you're handling openers. If you haven't even thought about it, it's a mistake. If you've thought about it,
Yeah, but that's not the question. The question is, have you set opener lineups? I think that's wrong. I don't think it's always correct to
what would you do instead?
not set them and make a better roster. You can also do plenty of pinch hit things that mess you up, but I won't tell you what those are because if I ever play again, I've always have fun playing against your openers. So
You should still have an opener lineup set because you should still decide what lineup you're running. It doesn't mean you have to run a different lineup than the standard one, but you should have made a decision. What do you want to run against a righty opener?
I'm voting no because that's dumb. All right, what was my score? I got a 35.
Can we
That's
change?
crazy.
Can we change
Impressive.
Can we change it back and can we run an opener eligible format for this thing on Tuesday?
I mean, if you want me, wait, am I free Tuesday? If I'm free Tuesday, I'll sit down and micro and beat the crap out of your openers if you really want. Come on now.
I mean,
I was born and raised in PT21. You never got to play the real opener games, Charles. Come on. You're
yeah, but see, I don't set opener lineups when I play Perfect League, but I don't play Perfect League. When I play Perfect League, I don't set opener lineups though. I just soul read.
Yeah, you shouldn't. It's not correct to.
You just soul read, right?
Well, you don't even have to soul read. You just win. I think the thing that drove me crazy when last year I was in Perfect League playoffs like twice with a good team. The one time I lost in the finals, which was just miserable because the other team wasn't very well.
Did this fire?
It wasn't a very strong team in the meta. The other time I lost in the semis to Golden Rumps. In that 7-game series, I got the correct lineup 12 out of 14 opportunities. So like I guessed his opener correctly and opened him correctly 12 out of 14 possible times.
Okay, okay, sorry, I clicked the wrong. But Rumps is like one of the easiest people to read, right?
Yeah, my point is that I still lost. Not that it was what I did was impressive, right? Also, you could just see if other people have opener lineups on because it just shows up on their screen, right?
Yes, it does.
Which is why you should, in daily lineups too, by the way. So you should never have any of those things on in a competitive event if you're at your computer. Should never have either of them on.
No,
Unless you're
no,
bluffing,
you
which
should
you
put
can do.
both of them on, and it should be a bluff.
Yeah, I mean you could do that too. That's fine. Yeah.
We are
Like, you can
playing.
only have one or the other. You can't have both. You can have one or the other.
We're playing a real team in round one. All right, we're losing. We're losing Twipt.
Oh yeah, let me see who I'm playing.
No, we're losing Twipt. I clicked the wrong one.
Oh, you're on Twipt. Okay.
But no, this will actually be good timing because we'll get. Is Dish doing Twipt tonight? Because we'll be able to raid into him when that fires up, which should be any moment now.
He's already online.
All right. Well, then why don't we take a quick look at how this came out and then go raid into Dish?
Okay, if you insist. You know, it's just my first time back here in like a month and a half, and you already want to throw me off. I see how it is. I get it.
Well, but hold on. But don't you have to prepare your draft board for tomorrow?
You think I'm doing preparation? That's crazy. This looks like, oh no, he followed it to Kulve and Jabba in the rotation. You
Nice.
got an
I got
opponent.
I got Norm Charlton.
Oh, you got Sweegie. Okay, he
Yes,
said he
yeah.
had 2 catchers, so you're gonna lose now.
Well, yeah, but I'm only gonna have a catcher problem.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, the people I don't think care about Twipt. I think the people want to see Kidneys versus Paul Sporer in this tournament.
Oh, do the people want to see Kidneys versus Paul Sporer in this tournament? What do we think?
Whoa, Paul! How is Yogi? Oh, he put the left field Yogi at catcher. That's messed up.
That
Paul.
is beautiful.
How could you do that? That's messed up. Oh, he's got Jocko and Schwarber, dude. Schwarber has 11 catcher rating. What? The live Schwarber. Why does he have? That's crazy, actually. I'm gonna get my ass beat by this team. This lineup is, though I will say I don't think his pitching is anywhere near mine, but his lineup is terrifying.
That is a heck of a lineup.
He's got Josh Gibson, man, in left field. I don't like it.
Mel Ott gets to play right. That's right, because the card's listed at third, right?
Yeah, but it's a right fielder anyway, so it's just a free card. Oh, he got Darwin Barney at short.
That is a
and
that's
Julio
a really good team.
Franco at second. Oh my gosh.
It's a beautiful team.
Oh, and even Iron Jim Edmonds at first base, which is really good too. VR, like that's nice.
Which Mariano Rivera is this?
Team.
Is that? Oh, he's got the perfect low.
Yeah. I'm gonna pray that 2-pitch penalty is enough, but
hey, it works better than the 1-pitch.
Oh, but he's still listed. Not that stuff is like a rating that's accurate remotely at all, but he's still listed at 130 stuff VR with the penalty. That's something else.
It's a good card. You know?
Who else? We got the Rocket Pandas versus the Mr. Audits. Trojans versus the Palatine Plutos.
All right, I'll ask chat. Do you want to raid into Twipt, or should we do this for a little bit and raid into Twipt in a couple rounds?
Who are these teams? Oh my gosh, Hamlet has Brett at first and Carroll in left field? What? That's not fair. Hamlet, you're the oh no, what team are you, Hamlet? Which team is your alt? I don't remember. Oh, somebody else in here has Monty Ward as well. That's a good team. The Wind Sox.
K-Line in center, that is pretty good. All right, let him get going for a bit. We'll watch a round or two. I do want to be nice and raid into the main, but I guess the first actual round in Twipt isn't for like 20 minutes, right?
Yeah. I mean, once that starts, we can raid in. I'm always a fan of not counter streaming the main channels during games. Is that one's just a pet peeve of mine as somebody who watches a lot of Twitch.
Yeah.
Hamlet's team is probably going to win the whole thing. If you haven't seen that, Charles, you should go take a look at the Wind Sox. That doesn't look fair.
Yeah. That is true. That is true.
Like
London Enjoyer, as a non-affiliate, we don't have an obligation. However, I still think we should be nice to people in the community.
Yeah, no. I mean, we're nice people, right?
At least one of us.
We're all right. You're a nice person sometimes. I am not that thing.
Between us, we add up to one nice person.
Yeah. Oh, wait. No, I need to check the strategy box before it fires, too. Is there any other weird garbage I want to do with my pitching? Probably.
Oh, they oh wow, the Wind Sox also got Darwin Barney. Oh, Tony Perez is a. Oh, that forgot that card was listed
It-
at first. That's a third
yeah,
baseman
yeah, that's an
anyway.
that draft is insane. Like, and he got the Wainwright that's a reliever, right, in his rotation, which is crazy too.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
that is crazy. Uh, Tony Gwynn really should be a center fielder anyway. Uh,
That card is like 85 range, right? Like that's a legit
oh,
card in
you're
this.
just running George Brett at first casually, you know.
You're
Yeah,
right. He's got Brett and Carroll. Like, how do you get that's probably one of the best perfect rounds you could have, right? That round is silly.
that is incredible. You know what? Should I do highlights of Kidneys versus Spore here?
That would be kind of fun, yeah. We could do a one game highlight. I don't have a catcher. I don't know who the game is going to play at catcher.
I also
So we'll
don't know
find
who
out.
I'm gonna play at catcher. All right, let's do
Well, you
one.
do.
Okay,
You just don't know
just
who's
to
going
make
to play
sure
at
I'm doing
catcher
this
later.
correctly, because otherwise I can just take it off from it. But if I go to hide scores,
Mm-hmm.
then when I go to scores, when I go to tournament schedule,
Yeah.
no, because that's gonna show game two. So what is the best? Is tournament schedule? No, tournament.
Oh, because there's a BO1? I don't know, actually. That's
No,
a
no,
good
no, because the
point.
problem
I
is when
don't
I go
know.
to tournament scores, when I do this after it fires, it's going to show the day two games, which will be a spoiler. So what I'm going to do is I'm going
Right.
to just take it off screen for a second.
Yeah, that's probably for the best.
Yeah, because even
Um.
though scores won't show a spoiler, what scores will
Oh,
do is they'll
yeah.
show the day two schedule, and anyone
Right.
on the day two schedule will have lost day one.
Oh, I have a weird question. I didn't even think about how long. Like how many rounds this draft if it goes the whole way?
I guess 26, right?
26 games it would be
Oh,
the full thing.
sorry. Oh, that those round. Not you don't mean the
Yeah.
draft, the tournament. I think
Yes.
it's just
Also,
8 teams, single elimination. Although we could do the Mr. Audit Memorial, double round robin.
we could do that. I cannot play JJ Bleday. I can't list him at catcher, Paul. So I'm hoping it does it anyway for me. He apparently has a few stats. I think he might have done it in the minors or like college or something. He's got 4 ability, 5 arm. Boom.
There's plenty of pitchers back there. They've got an arm, right?
Uh, I mean, I'd be okay with it.
Laertes, if we ever did a full round robin tournament, that would actually be the right format for a PTMS.
Um, yeah, I think there's better ways to do it though. I would love to see Swiss brackets. I think it's crazy we don't have something similar to that in this type of a game. But no, you know what I mean. Alright. Live Luke Weaver has 10 catcher ability. Can you put him there, London Enjoyer, if you're playing? Like, is he able to stand there? What do you mean? Right. Oh, interesting. Oh, I should probably look to see if any of my pitchers have catcher ratings then before this fires, huh? I 2 of my pitchers have 1 ability and 1 arm, and it's because they're live cards, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, right. How's everyone in this tournament going to compete with my golf team score of 56? I don't know. I mean, Snailman said he would buy one if I did, so I feel like I have to because it's funny. Yeah, I have no idea.
Oh, apparently I somehow muted myself?
Yeah, but not me, because I could still hear me on stream.
Yeah.
Oh,
How long was
he
I
was
muted?
talking. I don't know. Not long enough for anybody to notice, so it's okay.
Okay, we're good then.
Yeah, it's fine. A couple of minutes? Was it really that long? That's crazy. I was reading the Kick chat. We're also multi-streaming to Kick, so that's why, Paul, I was answering some other questions. So
are we? How much did Kick? Actually, you know what? I could be the only OOTP streamer on Kick, right?
No, don't we have to go on like that what's that like super right-wing streaming service with like no rules called? Not Kick. There's like a specifically Republican one.
I don't know.
Let me look it up. Rumble. We have to go to Rumble, Charles. That's where we can be free and uncensored.
Well, no. But first we got to get ready to rumble.
Let's get ready to rumble. Also, you showed me something you shouldn't have the other day, which means I have a lot of power in this voice call.
Uh-oh.
Yep. Did you know about this? Did you ever figure out what I learned when I was on the other day? I have to be careful what I click here.
Well, I got to be careful what you learn because, you know.
Oh, no, I mean, it's too late. I have the knowledge now, so.
Yeah. Wait. Did you learn that Cliff Lee is good?
I may save it for a more appropriate time, but just know I have a lot of power, okay? That's all.
You discovered the soundboard.
No, what? No way. I didn't discover the soundboard. That's crazy.
Oh, that's what I was going to do. I was going to explain why Cliff Lee is good, but Cliff Lee is awful.
All right, explain.
And very nice, London Enjoyer. Nice. So were you around for the imperfect draft we did that was all pitchers?
Yeah, totally.
So you may remember that basically the batting average was fine, but they were all singles.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happened was basically they normalized BABIP and brought it up to, like 310 or so for the tournament. And so they just said, okay, well, none of the pitchers have, decent hitting ability, right? So we're just going to like normalize it and bring it up to 310 for the tournament. And that's why it kind of behaved that way.
Right.
Okay. So Cliff Lee, what they both have in common is that they're a really pitcher BABIP light shape and graded everything else for their tournament.
Sure.
And this normalization is unique to PBABIP. But the key point is, because the normalization works this way, essentially what's happening is that in bronze, the players at the pointy end of the meta actually are not super high PBABIP. Right?
Because it's getting normalized anyway. Wait, so you're saying there's normalization for tournaments just for PBABIP?
Just for BABIP, because that's what we discovered, is that what I originally thought was they maybe just added some constant factor. What we saw in the all pitcher thing is that when nobody can hit the BABIP for the tournament was still like 300 to 310.
So they somehow normalized baseline it. You know what I mean? Like they somehow
Yeah, they
the
normalize.
limiter on tournament BABIP. Okay.
Yeah, but only BABIP.
So
That
you
seems.
think then that the players like at the top end of BABIP in tournaments then don't matter as much now, right? Is what you're going for?
Well, what I'm saying is, so in both
Oh, we have
cases.
to sim in as well.
All right, hold on. Let's let's look at the game, and then I'll come back and explain why Cliffley's good and Cliffley's bad, or we'll go to Dish, in which case we'll leave it as a, cliffhanger.
I love that.
All right, we're showing yours first, right?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's Charlotte Dashins against kidney failure.
Yep.
Whoop, hold on. Here we go. All right. We got it. Top first. Where are we playing? I thought, that's right. This is not Perfect Park. This is, we're playing in the Anaheim Park of Anaheim Angels in Anaheim.
I love Anaheim. Yes, we're playing in Anaheim.
Oh, and Come To Us managed to advertise. Very nice.
Oh wow, that's crazy. But it doesn't have the smiley face. It's not even the real Come To
No,
Us
and
logo.
speaking of the smiley faces, that Josh Gibson, he can hit.
No. Monty Ward is fine here against Josh Gibson. Come on now. Like clearly nothing could go wrong.
All right, bottom
Like,
four. Mo is still in the ball game.
Is he actually?
Yes, he
I
is.
have the stream delay, so it's always a little behind. That's actually insane, but I only have one hit so far.
All right, here we go. Mo to Monty.
Oh, it's because he has actual catchers. He's cheating. That's not fair.
Oh. Hey, you know what, though? That's an extra base hit for Monty Ward. Rumbles into second with a leadoff double.
He's got to do it himself. He's Jacob DeGromming it right now.
Do you pull and Mo has gotten out of the inning?
Well, Mo will be pulled from the game now. It's just the 4-inning minimum, right?
Yeah, all right, so
minimum,
top six.
probably.
Zito is in against Yogi.
Oh, boy.
And he goes 5-hole on whoever's trying to play shortstop. Okay, that's one of the animations we might want to fix, actually.
I'm very far behind. Let me refresh here. Nico Goodrum was actually a decent shortstop, so feels bad.
No.
Oh,
I
you
just
meant
mean
the
animation.
shift. Is that what you're saying? The shift was bad?
No. He basically he just hit the ball right at the shortstop and it went through his legs.
No. I mean, that animation's okay if it's Derek Jeter, but it's kind of rough when it's somebody else. Hey, I get a highlight. That's impressive.
All right, here we go. Bottom six. Kyle Harrison and Chris Taylor.
Wait, who did put a catcher? Wait, huh?
Home Run Johnson, I think.
Home run. Wait, but he's supposed to be playing second base. What did it do to my lineup?
And by the way, that was your highlight. Wow.
Yeah. Thanks, game.
It's running Chris Taylor at second.
Oh no, that's not even. Is that even who I had backing up? I don't think it is. Why is the game like this?
All right, top 9.
Oh, it
Darwin
is.
Barney in.
No, it's.
Wait. By the way, this is apparently a 2021 Angels stadium.
Why?
What?
Why is that?
Look at the dugouts next time it's in play.
I can't because the team. Oh, when it's in play. Sure.
Just says 2021 on top of the dugouts. This is not looking good. We go bottom 9. The Dashing's looking on a combined 3-hitter. Juan Soto, 0-2, so he's not going to walk.
Oh, gosh.
A 3-hit combined shutout. Not looking good.
It would have been nice if the AI played the team I told it to, but I guess that's what I get for not having a catcher.
Should we take a quick look at mine? We'll see how this went.
Yeah, we can take a quick look at yours.
See how I did against Tisweegi. Top 1. Sparky Lyle not doing quite as well.
Are we going to go 0-2 as the people who don't have catchers? Is that what's going to happen?
I am running Pierce at catch. Actually, running Pierce at catch is really good because he's my best hitter to just throw in there, right?
That's true.
Oh, nice. Frank Mountain at first base, and they're running Derek Jeter at DH where he belongs.
True.
And I don't like facing Al Kaline here, you know?
No, that doesn't feel too good with a lefty on the mound.
Yeah.
Lap.
Hey, we kept him in the park. That's
He did.
something.
It is.
And they get the next highlight. Sparky Lyle still in. Frank Mountain. Nice. So using them as the two-way, and it's 2-0.
Remember, the pitchers will not be pulled before the 4th inning unless
Hey, you know
weird
what?
voodoo magic or they die.
If I made it to the
But-
5th inning, I can't complain, but they got a one-hitter going here.
They do. That's the same situation I was in this time in the game.
All right, hold on. All right. We got a highlight though. We got the tying run on base for Reggie Sanders is pinch hitting for I forget who I had at second. I'm gonna assume this is fine, right? The AI couldn't possibly be wrong. He didn't even run that out. Did you see that? He like stopped halfway down the line.
He's got vertigo. If anybody saw that tweet today.
All right. Booth has walked him loaded. What? Pierce couldn't have framed that?
Nah.
Walked him loaded for Jose Ramirez. That might be the ball game. I don't think we're coming back from down 4. I mean, after all, they have a deep bullpen. Right?
It's true.
Greg Hare. Oh, hold on. Barger got one. 4-1. It's only our 3rd hit, but we've at least done better than Kidneys. And then
That's
wait a sec. We're up 4-1. They're bringing in my stopper up 4-1 so that Dwight Gooden can throw 2 innings and be unavailable tomorrow?
No. Maybe.
That is what they've done, right? We're down 4-1. And we're down 5-1.
Dude, now you're back to an even scoreline with me.
Good game to Sweegie. So who do we tell me I have you in round 2. That would be great. Let's see the tournament tree.
You don't, which is sad.
I have the Palatine Plutos. Oh, they're usually well built. Oh, they got Woodchick going too.
Yep.
And you've
Feels
got
bad.
the How Long Seafarers, and they're Vinny Pistano.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, and Hamlet's team lost. Wow.
Yeah, he said Brett was 0 for 4.
Pick the box score. Let's see what they did. Yeah, see, they had Gooden throw 32 pitches for no reason here, which means he's going to be unavailable today, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Like, why would you do that? Stupid AI. Oh yeah, that's what we got to do. Who didn't run it? Hold on, who didn't run this out? I'm benching him. Who was it? It was Reggie Sanders, right?
Yep.
You didn't run it out. You are
Trash.
benched. I am benching you for one day, Reggie Sanders. You will learn to run out ground balls on stream.
Yep. The whole nation's watching him, and by that I mean the 52 people watching our stream.
Yeah. Oh, here, let me make it.
All
So
right.
I'm just gonna put this up so that it doesn't spoiler.
Spoiler? What do you mean spoiler? We got a raid into Dish. He's going.
Oh, all right. Well, let's raid into dish then. All right. Yeah, I'll wait for this
Yeah.
one to fire. We'll see if we're both knocked out, and then we'll raid into dish. We can check on this at the end.
Pepe and
Well,
I'm dead.
The fact that mine says simulating is not a good sign. But let's take a look. And the Plutos got us 8-3. Woodchick shutting us down. And elsewhere, you also had some
Oh,
trouble.
I lost. Yeah.
All right.
That's why they pay us to be the experts, Charles.
Yeah. Well, you know what they say, right? Those who can do, and et cetera, et cetera.
Yep.
All right. Let's go raid into Dish. Thank you, everybody. And we will see a bunch of you for the draft tomorrow. You're taking Otani?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I got to pick
All right.
him
All right.
first.
Actually, I will ask you this: if you get first overall pick, who are you taking?
I have literally no idea. I haven't given one thought about it yet.
Sounds
We'll
good.
get there when we get
All
there.
right. Everyone say hi to Dish for us. And
Hi, Dish.
after we raid into Dish.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thanks a lot,
You don't
everyone.
specify that kind of
See a bunch of you tomorrow.
Goodbye.